Welcome everyone to the final day of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in 2026. And by आज का दिन बड़ा अच्छा है because आज के दिन के बाद this tournament is going to be over and then we can restart and sort of go into the new year with some newer events and newer like situations. So आज important day. None of the Indian players are sort of playing against each other today. Arjun is going against Nodirbek, as you can see on the screen. Pragg is going against Jorden with the white pieces. Gukesh plays his former second, Vincent Keymer. So that's also going to be an important match. And then finally, we have Fedoseev playing against Arvind. I think spread across, it's looking pretty interesting because teen whites are हमारे and Arvind is the only guy playing with the black pieces. So that will be interesting. And Vedant Panesar, by the way, also plays against Bibisara. So that's also going to be a very, very interesting match. Would love to check it out. There we see the world champion and the current world number 4, Vincent Keymer. Gukesh adjusting his pieces. Let's see what happens. Bhai, let's kick off chat. Where is Tiku? Tiku bhai ne bola ki bhai main nahi aa raha. I'm kidding, chat. He's gonna be here in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. Tiku bhai का भी intro भी बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आने वाला है. Will we cover SCC? Yes, hopefully we should be able to cover SCC. जो next weekend पे होने वाला है 6th, 7th and 8th. Not sure exactly what the dates are, but yeah, most likely we are going to cover that. And 7th and 8th. Thanks, Samay bhai, for correcting me there. And yes, we will most likely be there as well. And then uske baad we have the freestyle as well, so wahan pe bhi hopefully we should be there, but let's see bhai kya hoga. Tiku bhai is on the bhai ye thoda zyada real ho gaya. Tiku bhai chup भाई वो तो आए नहीं, ही स्टिल कैचिंग स्ट्रेस. और कैसा लग रहा है चैट भाई? मतलब वी आर हियर 2 hours early. It's 2 hours early for you. It's a Sunday. How is your Sunday going? And what are you guys up to? I want Vincent to win the tournament, but I also want Guki to win this match. Bhai, Vincent, first of all, I don't think he's winning this tournament, even if he wins the match. By the way, we do have kickoff E4 on the board, King's Pawn opening, and Vincent responds with E5. So that is best by test, very, very solid. We have seen this many, many times before. And now the question is, does he go for bishop b5 or bishop c4? And he goes bishop to b5. So we have the Spanish opening in front of us. And let's see what Vincent has in store. He is taking his time to think. He goes Berlin. Kya baat hai bhai? Very solid from the current world number 4. And he plays d3. No Berlin draw, of obviously. Usually short castle mein you get either the Berlin endgame or the Berlin draw. But he says, nahi bhai, mujhe anti-Berlin khelna hai. I'm not going to allow you to take this pawn on d3. Black can play bishop c5 and played on the board. And short castle, knight d2. This is, of course, going to be a slow game, chat. You have seen Berlin happen many, many times before. He has taken on c6, takes back, and now I will expect a very, very slow short castle. There it is on the board. And we are off to a very solid start on this board. And by the way, on the board of Arjun versus Nodirbek, let's remind everyone, Nodirbek right now is at 8 points. So he is half a point ahead of everybody else on the field. If Nodirbek draws this match, then let's say that 80% he is confirmed to be the winner. There is a 20%, let's say, chance that Sindarov wins his match and then... Wait, what? Did Arjun just play Ivan's gambit against Nodirbek? Wait, what, chat? Have you seen this before? Have you seen this before? This used to be like a... This is basically a gambit that has been refuted, but Arjun says, not on my watch. It is not refuted until I say so. Wow, we have Ivan's gambit. I don't think, and I don't think I have ever thought that I will be commentating ever on an Ivan's gambit match. Chat, how many of you know this? How many of you know what Ivan's gambit is? Have you ever seen this before? King's gambit pata hoga aapko, I'm sure. Do you know what King's Gambit is, chat? So King's Gambit is when you play e4, e5, f4. And Ivan's Gambit, this what he just played, by the way, this is every chess player's first repertoire. At least in India, at least in, like, where I grew up, this was one of the first openings you learned, because you sacrifice one pawn and then you play d4, you sacrifice this pawn as well, and then you go queen b3, or you go short castle, and then you sacrifice the third pawn as well. And generally आपको third pawn c3 पे नहीं मारना चाहिए. So him playing this is absolutely, I mean, unbelievable. And by the way, bishop a5 could be a surprise for him, because let me tell you, chat, that after a move like c3, so Ivan's gambit, at least for me, is refuted, because after c3, black has this move bishop to e7. जिसके बाद if you play d4, which is the only move, black के पास knight a5 रहता है. And the point is, you put the bishop on d3, I play d6, and then you capture, and then you have to capture back again on e5. And once you capture on e5 again, it is no longer a gambit, because आपने एक pawn दिया, मैंने वो उस pawn को वापस दे दिया, and black just plays some knight f6, short castle, and इसमें वो gambit नहीं आती है, and position is completely equal. And इसकी वजह से इस line को बहुत मतलब historically this has not been let's say a working weapon. But Nodirbek went for bishop a5. This is also one of the most popular moves. White plays d4 here, and Nodirbek is thinking right now, bhai, get your popcorn ready, because kuch crazy hone wala hai is game mein. And I'm very, very excited to see what he has in store. But this is a huge, huge, huge surprise for me. Ivan's gambit, by unbelievable. And the person saying Kasparov versus Anand famous game, by, you know your history. So well done on that. Even I didn't remember that, but you are absolutely correct. Kasparov Anand was a very, very famous game in this variation, which worked out very well for Kasparov. So yeah, what a surprise this is. Why are today's games so early? Because it's the last round, and they need time to do closing ceremony, and also there is a potential finals tie break that could happen between Sindarov and Abdusattorov. Agar, for example, Abdusattorov is able to draw, or Sindarov is able to win, then they would be on the same points, and then potential tie break could happen. If you remember, chat, last year, this exact tiebreak happened between Gukesh and Pragg in the finals. So you need to keep some room for that. You also need to keep some room for the closing ceremony. This is like a very normal practice in every major chess event. हमेशा last round थोड़ा सा जल्दी होता है. In fact, यहाँ पर last round सिर्फ 2 घंटे पहले है. Generally speaking, ये last round it can happen at 10 a.m., 11 a.m. as well for the players, and that's a very normal practice. I'm sure in Grand Swiss also something similar happened as well. So not anything new. Oh, he plays queen b3 and queen d7. Looks scary for Arjun. Right now, I will disagree with you. Right now, I will tell you that this looks very scary for Nodirbek, because Arjun is still in his prep. And by the way, he's playing the best move so far, d4 पे d6. ही खेलना था. White goes queen b3 to attack the f7 pawn. He plays queen d7 to defend this pawn. Queen को आपको e7 पे नहीं रखना है, chat, because after queen e7, I have this very sneaky d5. And the point is that once you move this knight to d8 or wherever, आपको knight d4 खेलना है, but knight d4 में point अच्छे से आपको समझ नहीं आएगा, तो I'll play knight d8. The idea is queen b5 check, and you win the a5 bishop, and इसलिए queen d7 पे रखा हुआ है, ताकि d5 के बाद there is no queen b5 queen a4 check that takes away the bishop. So still very much in opening territory here. We have around 300 games in this position, and historically, I mean, this line does very well at a lower level, but at a higher level, very difficult to say what's going to happen. But I love this choice regardless. Very exciting stuff. So let's see what happens. Not because of position. I'm scared for Arjun, because that's crazy fan has won Arjun shirt. Because is that true? Can we go full screen and see what that fan has won? Yes, he has won an Arjun shirt, and by Arjun, aaj hi us spell ko todega bhai, and Arjun is going to win today. I'm telling you, it's looking very, very interesting what he has played. Short castle played. He's right now already a pawn down, that b pawn that he sacrificed, and he has gotten some activity. Queen on b3, bishop on c4, knight on f3, and of course he has castled as well. Whereas black's pieces are not looking as active in this position. Of course, the king hasn't castled either, so difficult situation. And here, by the way, only move for black is to play bishop to b6. If you play knight f6, Then there is pawn takes pawn. If you go pawn takes pawn again, then there is rook d1, and black basically can resign because queen e7, bishop a3, and this pawn on f7 is going to fall. This queen on e7 is going to fall, and that's very bad. So he has to play the move bishop b6, only move in the position to keep things balanced. But let's see what Nodirbek is going to go for. At some point, I mean, this preparation is going to show. So some very, very exciting chess there. Loving
Yo,
it so
bhai,
far.
what's up?
Bhai,
भाई
Arjun has played Evans Gambit.
भाई आज इतना धुलाई हो चुकी है इस टूर्नामेंट में कि अर्जुन इज लाइक अब आखिरी गेम में कुछ क्रेजी ही करते हैं भाई एंड आई एम टोटली इन अर्जुन्स बोट भाई वो बोट डूबे या फिर वो बोट अंटार्कटिका तक होके आए आई थिंक आज अर्जुन कुछ क्रेजी करेंगे तो मजा आएगा एंड ऑफ कोर्स नोदिरबेक इज आल्सो अंडर प्रेशर राइट उसको ड्रॉ पे ही इज pretty much guaranteed at least a tie break. So he's looking for a draw potentially, and Arjun यहाँ pressure डाल सकता है. Have you looked at the Gukesh game?
We have not this much though.
भाई
We
ये क्या हो
left
गया
it
गुकेश की गेम भाई?
we left it somewhere here. He played queen e7, knight d2, very normal. Knight c4 to attack this pawn. He plays knight d7, knight e3. Bhai, ये knight यहाँ से यहाँ, यहाँ से यहाँ, यहाँ से यहाँ, in 3 moves just. Black plays f6 and knight f5 again, touching the knight. Black goes queen f7, rook e1, and he plays h5, which is this is a surprise for me. This move h5.
Yeah, and to be honest, Vincent Keymer has had a great comeback. 7 point पे बैठे हैं and h5 is it prep because it does feel like prep क्योंकि 4.5 मिनट ही यूज किए हैं उन्होंने. And if it is indeed prep, what is the idea? Is it like मैं h4 खेलूंगा and the knight is kind of it'll be kicked back again with g6?
Or you just play g6 straight and कभी white को आप g4 वगैरह नहीं खेलने दे रहे to attack on the king side. That could be a plan. But yeah, this h5 move, I think threw Gukesh off a bit. You can see Vincent is not even on the board and Gukesh is taking his time to think. So maybe Vincent has some interesting idea in store here. Why there is a off chance. By the way, Vincent is coming off of 3 wins in a row. Yeah, he's defeated Arjun, Pragg, and Van back to back. So 3 wins back to back for Vincent Keymer. If he wins today and Nodirbek loses today, then you could see a potential tiebreak between Vincent and Nodirbek.
No, of course, and let's not forget कि 3 मैच तो जीते ही हैं. He's also playing his own first. विंसेंट काइमर सेकंड थे गुकेश के एंड हो सकता है कोई ऐसी प्रेप h5 हो जो गुकेश खुद के वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच में ही निकाली उन्होंने. तो मतलब मेरा ही वेपन मेरे अगेंस्ट, मतलब मेरी बिल्ली मुझे म्याऊं इज व्हाट गुकेश मस्ट बी थिंकिंग इन दैट सिनेरियो. वेलकम चैट, क्या हालचाल? मैं थोड़ा 5 मिनट लेट हो गया, सॉरी, कुछ अर्जेंट काम था, अभी फिक्स नहीं हुआ, बट आई थिंक आई हैव डन इट काइंड ऑफ. क्या हाल है चैट, क्या लग रहा है भाई, कौन जीतेगा टाटा स्टील? हमने स्टैंडिंग्स देखिएगा साज भाई आज?
नहीं, हमने स्टैंडिंग्स ही देखी. एक बार लगा लो.
हाँ, जस्ट टू सी, बिकॉज कल हम मिस्ट्री में थे कि पहले हाफ में कोई है कि नहीं, देन वी कैलकुलेट की चांस ही नहीं है. एंड एक्चुअली नंबर 9, 11, 12 और 13, सहज भाई, वी नीड एट लीस्ट वन गाय इन द फर्स्ट हाफ भाई. दैट इज द बेयर मिनिमम.
भाई 2 तो हो ही नहीं सकते ना, एक ही हो सकता है.
हाँ, एक ही हो सकता है.
तो 5.5, वो तो 5 पे 6.5 पे है, वो जीत भी जाएगा तो भी नहीं आएगा.
Exactly. So I think Gukesh needs to win today at all costs. Hopefully he defeats Vincent and will join Vincent on 7 points. At least that will be a decent finish for the world champion. Considering, I think, what has also gone... this is not the ideal event, yeah? By the way, मैंने Fabi की video देखी. If you can have the cameras back. जहाँ पे Christian Chilla is asking him कि भाई Fabi कैसे गलती कर दी भाई, गुकेश ने कैसे गलती कर दी ये? वो कहता है भाई ये तो मतलब न्यूरोलॉजिकल इशू है, मतलब ये कभी जिंदगी में एक बार होता है, यू मिस समथिंग, इट्स सो, देयर इज नो पर्टिकुलर रीजन फॉर इट, एंड वो इसी टूर्नामेंट में हो गया. सो आई थिंक दैट गेम वाज जस्ट प्योर लक. इसमें कोई एक्सप्लेनेशन हो ही नहीं सकती. सो इफ बैड लक के साथ भी मुकेश अपनी रेटिंग मेंटेन रखते हैं and finishes in first 5 places, I think that's not a bad tournament for him, but he still has to win this one, and that's not going to be easy.
Correct, by coming off of 3 wins back to back for Vincent Keymer. Of course, for Vincent, winning this match is more important because, for the standings, we just took a look at it. He's on 7 points. If Nodirbek goes down, then the tournament completely opens up for Vincent and there could be a potential tiebreak. So Vincent might take more risks as well with the black pieces because he knows he could potentially win.
And risk se aaya Sahaj bhai, have you looked at Sindarov's game? Because Sindarov ने F pawn जो दे धनाधन आगे फेंक दिया है, मतलब without any respect for the center of the game. क्या लग रहा है साज भाई, मतलब he is going all in, yeah? He wants to win Tata Steel 2026.
Yeah, And let's remind everyone, yesterday, Sindarov took a very early draw against Pragg. The white pieces, that bishop e5, bishop g3, Indira goes in, बहुत जल्दी draw हुआ वो, and he's currently undefeated. He has, made a couple of like quick draws, but overall, I think he knows कि ये वाला match अगर वो जीत जाता है, तो Sindarov for sure is going into the tiebreak, because Nodirbek beating Arjun with black is not something you expect. Yeah. So Sindarov could very well be in the tiebreaks today.
I have to agree. And Sindarov is in great shape. As somebody pointed out in the chat, I think it was Kanhaiya Sabuji. भाई ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग नाम है. And एक भी गेम हारे नहीं है इस इवेंट में. So 12 गेम्स में से no losses, including wins against Bluebaum, Erdogmus, as well as Arjun. So Sindarov has played amazing chess in this event, but can he finish off in style and write his name in history, Sahaj bhai, as the winner of Tata Steel? Let's see क्या होगा. बहुत interesting game. F5 फेंक दिया है, and that's gonna raise the stakes, of course, because king side open हो रही है black की.
Some rook
By the way,
f3
having
sack
said,
by incoming. I'm just gonna call it right now. Rook takes f3 sack आने वाला है भाई. So we know Sindarov is gonna go all out today, because Van has not. By the way, it's an interesting strat. Yeah, Van has lost. Did you know this? Van has lost 4 games in a row.
अरे
This
बाप
is
रे.
his 5th game. Bhai, he has lost to Erdogmus, Arvind, Hans, and Vincent back to back. That is a
बाप रे.
horrible state of mind to be in. I mean, I'm sure at any event you lose 4 games. I mean, you're not playing like yourself for sure.
Yeah. I lost 4 games once in my life and then defeated Pragg. So kai baar Sahaj bhai, it happens. There's a comeback incoming for Van Nguyen here, and let's. How is it pronounced?
Yes. Somehow, I just have this urge to say I feel sorry for you, but because you said Pragg, because you defeated Pragg, I feel for Pragg, bhai.
भाई भाई प्रग के बेचारा को ट्रॉमा तो रहा होगा उसको 1 साल तक
भाई
उसके
वो
बाद,
तो
बट
रहा
स्टिल
होगा.
that's
Yeah.
why he's not world champion. It may be, but anyways, jokes aside, I think Van के पास यहाँ पे I think he has to be very careful. Of course, he knows his opponent is coming at him with everything he has, so that's an advantage psychologically. He know कि भाई opponent को तो win करना ही है, so I might as well can utilize it to my advantage. Must win may black. So Sajbhai, let's switch games. Have you looked at Pragg's game?
No, we haven't. Let's take a look at Pragg as well. Pragg, actually, we missed completely. Yeah, we haven't looked at the opening yet. So let's take a look. We have a Slav in front of us. By the way, he's playing against Jordan. So knight f3, knight f6, c4, c6. This is the Slav. Knight c3, and black plays a6. And chat, if you don't know this has a very interesting name. It's known as a Chebanenko Slav. I'm not sure. बहुत interesting names आ जा रहे हैं. एक एवांस गैम्बिट हो गया, एक चेबनेंको स्लाव हो गया. So some new variations are being tried here. Pragg plays c5, which is one of the best moves here. Black goes bishop f5, and now knight h4 and bishop c8. And are we seeing another
Why?
draw by Pragg?
Why? देखो, this time he has white. So black
He
ने तो
also
offer
had
कर
white
दिया है.
before. Well, that was Arjun, but he also had white. Arjun also had white. Right? Again, you wanna cut the
नहीं.
bleeding bhai.
But I mean, is Pragg got a draw yesterday against Sindarov, right? With the black pieces in a similar setup,
Yeah.
knight h5, bishop c1, like similar setup. Bishop g3,
Yeah.
sorry, not bishop c1, bishop e5, bishop g3, and now his opponent is again offering him the same. So he is getting draw after draw after. But what does Pragg do? Because this has not been a good event for Pragg. And it's technically supposed to be practice for the candidates, right? That is the purpose of this entire event from Pragg's perspective. Rather than winning this, if he can gather some valuable experience and insights into his play that he can work on, I think that's more valuable. So looking at that, I think Pragg is going to say no to this draw for Sarve. What are your thoughts?
I think Pragg, if Pragg draws this, I mean, it's very clear that he's not feeling comfortable, he's not feeling confident. Because generally, I mean, white से अगर आप 50 पॉइंट ज्यादा हो अपने opponent से तो आप draw नहीं लेते हो कभी भी. And also from Jordan, it's a bit strange, yeah, because Jordan is on 7 out of 12. And if he wins, he could also be, very close to being a tournament winner. So, yeah.
I think
Pragg
Jordan is
not
like,
taking the draw.
Yeah, I think Jordan is like, okay, I have black against Pragg. He's likely going to not take the draw anyways. And what are my realistic chances to win this tournament? First of all, Nodirbek has to lose. Then Sindarov has to, draw and not win against a guy who's lost 4 in a row. And there are other players, by the way, who are playing on 7.
Vincent,
So yeah, so I think
Hans,
maybe
I
it's a
think.
practical decision, yeah, for him. Let me just see if it's a draw. It's a draw. I get a comfortable draw. It's a respectable result for me. I don't want to just lose on purpose and go all in. That's not what he wants to do. So
Hmm.
maybe it's a fair decision. I think the owner lies on Pragg because he has the white pieces. He needs more data for his candidates prep. He should play on.
Let's see why Pragg is right now thinking. And by the way, knight f3 is one of the best moves in the position. And maybe after bishop f5, it decides to do something else. He goes knight f3. So first set of repetition has been done. So
Why?
अभी black bishop f5 ही खेलेगा यहाँ पे. And Sahil bhai, would you like to change your thoughts?
No, I think Pragg doesn't repeat.
Chad,
There
what
is
do you
no way he
think? Does
repeats.
Pragg repeat? Yes or
I am
no?
in for a Maggie Saj bhai, if you
Of
want.
course not, bhai. Of course
I am
not.
+2
Chat को
already,
थोड़ा
so
entice करने दो ना. Chat को
भाई
थोड़ा. There
विंसेंट
is
की
no
लुक
way
देखो ना
Pragg takes the draw,
विंसेंट की
but
लुक देखो ना भाई अरे इट वाज सो ऐसे चीकी
Chad, what do you think? Does he take the draw? Yes or no?
chat come on no yeah I mean it has to be no I mean depends see he didn't finish his water bottle Pragg didn't finish his water bottle मतलब अभी पानी की आगे requirement है and that means he's not going to take the draw
अभी
समझ रहे
नाइट
हो
एज
साज
पे
भाई समझ
खेलना
रहे
है
हो
ना वापस.
मैं खेल दिया तो I'll be in complete shock like I'm gonna like I'm gonna faint for like 10 seconds then. Don't expect commentaries आज भाई. थोड़ा manage करना पड़ेगा आपको. There is no way he's gonna play knight h4 and take the draw on move number 7.
भाई बट लेकिन वो थॉट तो आएगा दिमाग में भाई. अगर ड्रॉ कर
Of
लिया तो
course.
टूर्नामेंट खत्म है भाई.
Of course. I think this after tournament गया है. It's not been ideal. And maybe
Hmm.
ending the misery sounds very tempting, to be honest. But he has to have faith कि भाई I need to fight on here because this is just not about Tata Steel. Like if Arjun draws like this, even Gukesh draws like this, I would still understand. But Pragg needs more practice. He's not playing any more events. By the way, he's not playing Pragg Masters. Pragg Masters nahi khel raha hai. So I think he needs as much data. Maybe there's an opening. He unless this is like his candidates prep. Unless we have directly gone into his candidates prep, that's a bit different. Then he can hide it. I think he should play on. He should play on. Malo 95 or Queen B3 is his candidates prep. Okay, you don't play then, you take the draw. Fair enough. But otherwise, he has
That's
to
a
play on.
good point, bhai. I think you have touched something very interesting here, actually. If he doesn't want to show his candidates, but that could be a very difficult spot. But okay, if he doesn't play this, then it could also tell his opponents, "Okay, ठीक है भाई, there is, we'll avoid the Chebanenko's law from now on."
No, I mean, anyways, in this position, you would expect White to push on with something apart from Knight H4. So his
Hmm.
opponents still have to consider Queen B3. They have to consider Bishop F4. Apparently, H3 is a move here. Don't ask me why. E3 has also been played, but okay, not to great success. So I think it doesn't really reveal everything, to be honest. And also, Chemenko Slav is not something you will see offer in the candidates, to be honest. So either this is his candidates prep, he doesn't want to change it because it's a high effort item. Okay, draw fair. Otherwise, he should play on 100%.
You never know, bhai. You never know. I do agree with you. You should play on, but it remains to be seen what he's going to do. Chat में someone's asking, Saj, bhai, can chess players think better than chess engines? So calculation wise, no. We are very, very, very miles, kilometers, or countries apart when it comes to calculation. But I think chess players can think more creatively. फॉर एग्जाम्पल चेस प्लेयर अगर आपको सोचना है कि एक ह्यूमन यहाँ पे किस तरह की गलती कर सकता है तो वो एक ह्यूमन ही सोच सकता है वो इंजन जनरली इज वेरी अनफॉरगिविंग व्हेन इट कम्स टू दोज थिंग्स बिकॉज तो अगर आपको इंजन के साथ काम करना है तो दिस इज अ मिस्टेक जो बहुत सारे अप एंड कमिंग चेस प्लेयर्स मेक which is ke they are always looking ke theek hai bhai agar if the computer shows 0.2 advantage okay I can play on if it shows 0.0 I okay it's a draw and so on but the
Saj bhai,
the eval bar doesn't show the whole story always.
I have a very interesting observation, which is not little Tata Steel. And chat, let me know if it means something. Maybe again, I'm dwelling too much into details here. But Pragg Masters की final list आ गई. So Masters में it's as discussed, it's Gukesh and Arvind from India. But दोनों challengers as well as Masters में एक spot खाली था when I last checked. That last spot has been filled up by somebody in the Masters. I didn't see who it was, but not an Indian. Challengers में it is Surya Shekhar Ganguly. Now, Surya has helped Vishesar, I think, right?
Yeah.
He is also
He
helped
also
with
has
it.
helped like a couple of the Indian youngsters as well. I'm pretty
Yes,
sure.
right. So he has been a regular second in the Indian ecosystem, and I've not seen Surya play too often. So is it like a just I'm just adding two and two equal to five here, Sahaj bhai. Could it be possible that he's a second of somebody? Who knows who?
I think like to be a second of Gukesh or Pragg, I don't think for anyone it's going to be a surprise. Because Ganguly is, I think,
But
one of the best, maybe the best theoreticians we have from India.
yeah,
And
exactly my point. So either I don't know, Gukesh, maybe it's Gukesh, so I think it's too urgent because he's playing the world championship because it was a last entry, right? And it could be Prague, it could be any of the women players also, actually, who are playing in the can. In fact, Divya is playing that very event. So, I mean, I'm just adding two and two Sahaj bhai. I mean, it could be any of the Indians who are taking help from Surya because he has the experience. So, I would not be shocked अगर एक Indian जो candidates खेल रहा है चार player में से, he has Surya as a second. I will not be shocked.
yeah, but I think Surya helping anyone is not a shock. I think for any of the opponents, it's not going to be a shock because
Hmm.
Surya is like the core, um, person of your team. So let's see what happens there. By the way,
By
Pragg
the
is
way,
thinking,
they're
bhai.
thinking.
Okay, let me tell you something about chess psychology here, chat. The more Pragg thinks, the more likely it's gonna be a draw. By the way,
हाँ.
that's the rule here. क्योंकि you are trying to convince yourself. आपको लग रहा होगा कि सोच रहा है मतलब वो नहीं करेगा, but जितना आप सोचते हो ना, उतना आपको लगता है कि ठीक है ड्रॉ कर लेना चाहिए because then you also think यार अब तो मेरा टाइम भी कम हो गया, तो अब तो मेरे पास रीजन भी है. तो
Hmm.
that is the more you think. By the way, he goes knight h4 again.
Oh my God, no! He has played knight to h4. That is crazy, chat. So it is what we thought, Sahaj bhai. I think he's not showing his candidates prep. He had seen bishop f4 or queen b3 as his preparation.
Or he
Sahaj
just
bhai,
wants the misery to end. Or he just wants the misery to end because it hasn't
nice,
been
Sahaj
a
bhai.
great event for
I
Pragg.
think we know how resilient Pragg is. Mental conditioning will definitely be part of his training. I think he's avoiding candidates prep. I think this is exactly what he would have seen if this opening had
भाई अगर
been
ये
the
सच है
candidates.
तो ये मत ही बोलो अभी, क्योंकि ये तो किसी और ने नहीं सोचा तो शायद वो ना ही सोचे
तो
तो
हिंदी
बेटर
में
है.
बोल सकते हैं भाई, हिंदी में बोल
हाँ,
सकते हैं.
हाँ, हिंदी में बोल दो चाहे वो
हाँ.
बेहतर रहेगा.
बेहतर रहेगा. ओके. So I
हाँ.
think मेरे वो तो okay, people will understand. Yeah, I mean anybody analyzing
भविष्य
Pragg
की
will
जो
if
भविष्य की जो प्रतियोगिता है उसके उसकी उसकी तैयारी कर रहा है हमारा
so
प्रग.
साज भाई, अगर आप अपने कान एक तारीख पे दे दे तो
हाँ,
उस
हाँ,
प्रतियोगिता का में
हाँ,
हम देख सकते हैं ये
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ. समझ
कान
समझ समझा
दी
समझा.
तारीख. हाँ
भाई वो फिर से सोच रहा है. अभी अगले
भाई.
10 मिनट सिर्फ इंग्लिश नहीं करनी भाई, अगले 10 मिनट सिर्फ हिंदी में बोलना
नहीं,
है,
आई थिंक
शुद्ध हिंदी.
नाउ तो इट्स वेरी ऑब्वियस. आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी
नहीं, नहीं,
नाइट
नहीं,
एफ
इट्स
थ्री.
नॉट भाई, अभी भी जीतरी खेल सकता है वो.
भाई उसने तो वापसी की ट्रेन करवा ली यॉर्डन ने. अब तो करने खेलना पड़ेगा. और ट्रेन बड़ी महंगी होती है नेदरलैंड्स में यार. यू कांट रियली डू दिस. लेट्स गो.
हाँ भाई, मतलब लग तो रहा है कि ये आधा आधा होने वाला है. बाय द वे, Nodirbek is
हाँ.
now slightly worse. Bhai, look at this. Look at this. Some advantage for Arjun. Yeah, kuch crazy prep has worked. Look at this. He played bishop b6, knight d2, knight a5 aya, queen here, takes. So taking was not the best, by the way. Queen c6 he plays, takes again, and now captures everything on e5, attacking the queen. And black plays queen e6, not the best move, and now allows him to play f4. Bhai, Arjun is winning today.
गुड
एक एक
चांसेस आई थिंक
मैगी,
नोटिफिक.
अर्जुन इज विनिंग टुडे. बोलो
यार,
और बताओ भाई,
हाउ कैन
टूर्नामेंट
आई
लीडर को हरा रहा हूं मैं. और बोलो.
Why? How can I bet against her? Okay, I'm gonna go for the bet because just I love betting Maggies, but I mean it's hard to bet against Arjun though, yeah. It's really hard.
कुछ और
Oprah
खेला है क्या
played.
भाई? हाँ नहीं, वो खेला है भाई, खेल रहा है वो. नहीं, नहीं होगा भाई ड्रॉ.
Oh, he plays on, yeah.
भाई भाई थोड़ा डर लगा था भाई. लेकिन अगर ब्लैक ने अब नाइट एच पे खेल दिया तो ईगल्स बिशप c1 हो गई ड्रॉ फिर से.
भाई
ओ,
that is 95 पे उसको Bishop E3 खेलना है, which is already very like that's the only move.
हम्म.
And actually you can't go C1 because then there is E5 and black is clearly
हाँ,
better.
हाँ,
So
ऑफ
I think
कोर्स. वो तो मजाक कर रहा हूँ, बट या दैट्स यू आर राइट, वो तो नहीं होगा, बट अच्छा हुआ कि
भाई
प्रग
साहब।
खेल रहा है। एंड आई थिंक
हाँ।
यॉर्डन के हिसाब से भी ना, लाइक आई थिंक ही विल फील अ बिट बेटर, क्योंकि वो अगर इससे उसके जीतने के चांसेस भी रहते हैं, बिकॉज वो जीतता है तो वो
हम्म,
टूर्नामेंट एटलीस्ट टाई ब्रेक्स खेल सकता है, यू नो ही कैन विन द टूर्नामेंट। 2021 में वो जीता भी था वो।
हम्म।
सो
I'm not sure if Vidit is helping Anish, by the way, for the candidates chat, because I don't think Vidit asked Anish's help for the candidates, as he mentioned in the live Twitter video. So I don't think the alternate will also be true. And also, like Anish, um, like maybe a little bit, yeah, maybe some side help, but not as one of the main seconds for sure. Very unlikely. What do you think about that, Saj?
आई थिंक हो सकता है भाई।
हो
आई
सकता है
थिंक
क्या?
आई थिंक आई थिंक हो सकता है, बिकॉज उनका स्टाइल बहुत सिमिलर है विदित और
Hmm.
अनीश का। तो आई थिंक, लाइक टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लाइक आई डोंट नो इफ एनी अदर प्लेयर कैन अंडरस्टैंड ईच अदर दिस वेल as Virat and Anish, like as chess players. So it can be of huge help to both of them.
Hmm.
जैसे विदित ने मतलब हिकारू का टूर्नामेंट खराब किया था, वैसे अनीश भी हिकारू का टूर्नामेंट खराब खराब कर सकता है। स्टाइल में उतना फर्क नहीं है उसमें।
भाई ये क्या लिख रहा है बंदा कि बजट 26 अनाउंस्ड, साहिल भाई 50% इनकम टैक्स फॉर चेस स्ट्रीमर्स। वेट व्हाट? भाई साज
भाई
भाई, बुडापेस्ट में मुझे जगह मिल रही है क्या भाई? ऐसा कुछ है क्या, कोई चांस? मतलब बुडापेस्ट में
आ
कोई
जाओ
कमरा
भाई,
खाली हो आपका?
आ जाओ भाई, आ
मतलब
जाओ। इज दैट ट्रू क्या चैट?
चैट मजे मत लो यार। आई मीन बड़ी मुश्किल से थोड़ा पैसा कमाना मैंने चालू किया है, वो भी भाई। एनीवेज,
नहीं
ह्यूज इफ
भाई,
ट्रू
कुछ
नहीं भाई,
लिखा।
इट्स नॉट ह्यूज। ऑन ए मजाक है भाई, प्लीज मजाक लिख दो सबके सब। देयर इज नो वे इट्स ट्रू भाई।
ओ, इट्स ऑन
चैट
ऑल
जीपीटी।
स्ट्रीमर्स अपेरेंटली।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, चैट मजे ले रही है भाई। वैसे भी आई एम नॉट अ स्ट्रीमर भाई, आई एम अ कमेंटेटर, सो डजंट काउंट, नो साज भाई,
हाँ,
आई होप।
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली
अपने
एग्जैक्टली।
चैनल अभी बंद कर देता हूँ मैं सारे। जॉली सारी स्ट्रीम प्राइवेट। सारी स्ट्रीम
फिफ्टी
प्राइवेट
परसेंट
करनी पड़ी।
टैक्स ऑन यूट्यूब इनकम सोर्स भाई, वाओ।
क्या
गुड
बात
लक,
कर रहे हो भाई?
गुड लक
हाउ इज
भाई,
दैट
गुड
पॉसिबल?
लक। चेस असिस्ट, लेट्स गो।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
साहिल भाई, जिस कमेंट्री छोड़ो भी
भाई
तुम
मैं
भी।
सर्च कर रहा हूँ यार, अच्छा कंटिन्यू प्लीज। फिर तो सीरियस हो जाएगा भाई, फिर तो बहुत सीरियस हो जाएगा।
शायद भाई, आपका फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन है भाई? आई थिंक करंटली, ओके, ऑल टाइम में मेरा मतलब सेम ही है। आई वुड से अर्जुन इज वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट प्लेयर्स, बिकॉज आई
नहीं
आई
भाई
आई
कुछ
डोंट
नहीं है,
अंडरस्टैंड हिम भाई। हाँ,
कुछ भी नहीं है भाई। ए मजे मत करो यार तुम लोग। थोड़ा ख्याल रखो यार, मतलब मेरी हेल्थ का भाई, वीक हार्ट है मेरा यार। इतनी बार दे चुका हूँ, टूट चुका है, कम ऑन। 50% टैक्स। डरा दिया था भाई सच में यार। एनीवेज, कमिंग बैक टू द रियल इश्यूज हियर, साज भाई कितना टैक्स होना चाहिए फिर?
भाई आई थिंक 60% तो होना चाहिए कम से कम। आई डोंट नो, स्ट्रीमर्स पे,
दिल्ली का एड्रेस दिया होगा आपने कहीं, पैन
जिन्होंने
कार्ड में, आधार
जिन्होंने
कार्ड में, साज भाई?
यूट्यूब पे, जिनके नाम में CH आता है यूट्यूब के नाम पे, तो वहां
मेरे में
पे
नहीं है भाई। ठीक है, डन। डन भाई डन।
जहां पर भी एक फुल स्टॉप आता है एट द एंड।
नहीं है, डन। डन, उस
वो
पर
भी
भी
चेंज
नहीं,
कर
नहीं है,
दिया।
डन। डन डन डन, चलो।
अरे 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 अरे।
50% tax on chess commentators. Okay, bro, I'm not even a commentator. मैं तो भाई, I'm a official cheerleader right now.
हाँ
So with pom poms, where are the pom pom? Pom poms लाया नहीं हूँ मैच, but I'm a cheerleader भाई. Meanwhile, Saj भाई, so Pragg is playing on. That's good news. Jordan कह रहा होगा भाई मैं तो almost mentally check out कर दिया था. तो let's see क्या होगा. उसके अलावा गुकेश गेम में कुछ प्रोग्रेस है. Let's have a look कि क्या चल रहा है H5 के बाद वहां पे.
H5 के बाद ही प्लेड C3, तो बेस्ट मूव नाइट B6 खेला उसने, अगेन बेस्ट मूव, एंड ही गोस बिशप P3। सो यहाँ पर Vincent is maybe thinking for the first time, yeah? First long think. And bishop E3 was not the best in this position. Apparently, if you take on F5 first, supposedly, white goes EF5, and then you take on E3, white
Question,
takes maybe
question,
rook.
question, 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 chat. Do you take with the pawn? Do you take with the rook? Come on, chat. Very important.
भाई बहुत मुश्किल है तो।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अरे सिंपल है भाई चैट के लिए। कम ऑन चैट, किससे मारना
जो
चाहिए
खराब चाल
हमें
है ना,
यहाँ
वो
पे?
मैं अभी खेलने वाला था।
देखो साज भाई, देखो चैट को पता है, चैट नोज व्हेन टू कैप्चर विद द पॉन. सो
Hmm.
चैट, इंडीड F takes E3 is the move, connecting your pawns a bit. एंड कल को ये पॉन E4 पे भी जा सकता है एंड F5 खुल चुकी है, नाइट H4, नाइट G6, who knows, we can utilize later as well. So yeah, nice move.
Connect a bit. And then G6 करके कुछ ब्लैक को कुछ queen मतलब किंग साइड पे अटैक करना है basically. So long castle, G5 even it's possible. And yeah, the game continues. So Vincent maybe has equalized, but the question is, does he know or does he take on F5 or not? Because if he doesn't take on F5, let's say if he takes on E3, then White can capture back with the knight, which is very good.
Yeah.
Now this is back to being comfortable for Gukesh. So let's see what Vincent goes for. He has plenty of time. Let's see
Yeah,
what he goes for.
क्वाइट स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन यार, पॉन से मारो, रुक से मारो, रुक ऑलरेडी ई फाइल पे है तब भी पॉन से मारना है, ब्लॉकिंग द ई फाइल. सो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है इसे डिसाइड करना. एक अच्छा सा एक पॉन जबल हुए, अनडबल करते, अच्छा सा एक हबसा बन गया वहां पे सारे हमारे प्यादों के लिए. सो लेट्स सी क्या होता है. मीनवाइल साहज भाई, लेट्स गो टू द गेम ऑफ आई थिंक अर्जुन अगेन. एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू गेट योर थॉट्स हियर कि मतलब व्हाई इज इट बैड, लाइक इज इट जस्ट बिकॉज कि F1 आगे आ रहा है, बिकॉज डजंट White also have some issues like A2 C3 weak lag rahe hai, some C5 G1 diagonal could be weak. Like let's say I play 97, how do you continue here?
So firstly, I think we have to address its opposite colored bishops. So जो भी साइड अटैक करेगी वो एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन से अटैक करेगी. एंड अगर आप पॉन का डिनोमिनेशन देखो यहाँ पे, यू हैव क्वीन साइड पे ब्लैक हैज 3 पॉन्स, व्हाइट हैज 2. But of course, black cannot castle on the queen side because A4, A5 is going to be super scary. Rook is already set here. तो long castle तो आप भूल ही जाओ because C4, C5 भी आ रहा है of course. Short castle is the way, and वहाँ पे already white has a majority with the pawns. Knight is sitting on E5. This simple plan, playing C4, putting the bishop on B2 and F5 looks very, very scary because then the attack has been launched on the king side and black is going to struggle there. I feel यहाँ पर if Arjun has prepared this far, then and if he knows a couple of moves here, I think very soon Nodirbek could be in deep trouble. And वो जो एक वो रूटीन बन गया है, एक टूर्नामेंट लीडर लास्ट राउंड टाटा स्टील का हारता ही है. That just continues if
Yeah,
if this happened.
it's very common. And let's see क्या होगा. फिलहाल के लिए तो he is still thinking, he knows कि a loss space suddenly Sindarov might just win his match against the last ranked player and the weakest player on paper at the tournament. So he knows कि अगर वहां पे Sindarov जीत जाते हैं, then automatically he will have no choice and he will be, yeah, मतलब टाई ब्रेक भी नहीं मिलेगा उसको and he will be
भाई
second
सिंडारोव
place.
तो
तो
नहीं
he
जीत रहा भाई.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Sindarov नहीं जीत रहा है position. We have it in front of us. I mean, like, how do you win this? Yeah, position is too simple. I'll go rook c2, queen check, and okay, at some point I'll throw c5 also. फिर आप जीतोगे कैसे? So most likely Sindarov is gonna take gonna go for a draw. Very, very likely. I think it would take a huge blunder from Van. And अगर वो हार जाता है Abdusattorov, then we could see a tie break actually.
Yeah, and he will be cheering for Arjun like crazy right now. So suddenly India has a few Uzbek supporters as well. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, हम एक सारे बोर्ड स्क्रीन पे ला सके, would love to ask you कितने results हम expect कर रहे हैं आज ओवरऑल 7 में से, and of course कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स में बोर्ड बाय बोर्ड क्या रिजल्ट आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो. I'll be back in 30 seconds, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, sure. वाह, सवाल पूछते ही चले गए भाई. Crazy, huge. ये कैसे हुआ भाई? Oh, by the way, chat, Fedoseev Arvind, I think looks very comfortable for Fedoseev. But too early to say यहाँ पे result होगा कि नहीं. But I think Fedoseev is very comfortable. मतलब I think he has good chances. Pragg के गेम में कुछ भी ट्रेड नहीं हुआ तो we can't really say. It's too early again. Arjun के गेम में I think he has very good chances of having a result. I think Arjun is taking this one. Especially with how the first few moves have gone. Evans gambit by OP. And Gukesh and Vincent game, I think it's looking very, very solid-ish, type of a position. So far only one game जो मुझे लगता है amongst Indians जो लगता है मुझे एक रिजल्ट की तरफ बढ़ रहा है. सिंडारोव का गेम, as you can see चैट के, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे माइनर पीसेस ट्रेड ऑफ हो गए हैं. And pawns have also been traded off. It feels like it's a simple enough position that should fizzle out into a draw. That's my feeling. And all the other games are still very fighting. But let's see what happens. Saj, bhai, have you played against any players from the Masters section? I've played Aravindh. I've played Jorden. I've played Pragg, Fedoseev. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm not counting title Tuesdays though. So मैं सिर्फ over the board classical की बात कर रहा हूँ. Oh, I've played Bluebaum as well actually. I played Bluebaum when he was very young. So I've played 5 basically out of these plays out of 14. So not really a lot, yeah. Okay, so which game shall we go to? Shall we go to Arvind? Let's check out what he's doing because we haven't taken a look there. In Arvind's board, basically after knight bd7, why I'm saying कि this looks very very comfortable for Fedoseev is because यहाँ पे सारे pawns same जगह पे लगे हुए हैं. You have A, B, E, F, G, H. White's bishops are super nice. Knights are super nice. White can just castle, put his rook on C1, the other rook on D1. And it's like a typical ideal position without any risk whatsoever. कोई imbalance नहीं position में. So I think Fedoseev is going to have. I think he's going to press here for a long time.
या साज में apparently बाहर कुछ पता नहीं आग लगी हुई है. I don't know intentional है कि accidental है, but
बाहर
कुछ हाँ घास में कुछ आग लगी हुई है.
अरे crazy. भाई be safe.
नहीं भाई मतलब सब सेफ है. हम तो
उन्होंने
भाई
देख लिया होगा ना वो
हम तो रूम में
50%
लगा
टैक्स
चुके
तो
हैं
लग रहा
भाई.
है स्ट्रीमर्स को उसका प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा होगा.
हाँ प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा होगा. यस दैट्स ट्रू. सो प्रोटेस्ट करने से याद आया सहाज भाई, नाइट H5 प्लेड बाय यॉर्डन. you know I would argue it's still possible. Bishop E3, knight F6, bishop F4, knight H5.
तो मतलब 50-50 यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है, 50-50 वहां पर भी हो रहा है.
नहीं आप गलत समझ रहे हो. वहां सिर्फ 50 हो रहा है, यहाँ 50-50 हो रहा है.
जो
यहाँ पे
50% आपको रखना भी नहीं है, आपको 50% आप चैरिटी में दे दोगे.
नहीं यहाँ पे दोनों को कुछ ना कुछ मिल रहा है. वहां पे वहां पे एक ही को मिल रहा है भाई. एनीवेज आग लगा दी. हाँ भाई आग लगा दी भाई. किसी ने, मैंने नहीं. मीनवाइल साज भाई नाउ आई मीन प्रग जिस हिसाब से सोच रहे हैं, आई स्टिल गेट द फीलिंग ही इज कंसिडरिंग इट. लाइक ही इज नॉट
बट
हेल
बिशप
बेंट
E3 में
की.
वो नाइट F6 क्यों जाएगा भाई?
आई मीन बिकॉज ही
I don't
कैन सेंस कि
understand.
प्रग ड्रॉ लेगा.
Okay, but I think for Jordan also he wants to, but Jordan also wants to play for a win. Nah? If he wins, he has a chance to he can go into the tie break. I mean that's great for him. So
fair enough, but I also feel कि प्रग बॉडी लैंग्वेज से उतना कन्विंस नहीं लग रहा अबाउट प्लेइंग ऑन. दैट्स माय
हाँ, but Jordan लग
प्रॉब्लम
रहा है
विद
भाई.
दिस. Jordan लग रहा है. I agree, but I think Jordan could also be putting in that face अपनों की भाई अपन डरता नहीं है, तू खेलना भाई, तू खेलना. अंदर से विश कर रहे हैं कि भाई ड्रॉ हो
12
जाए.
में 7 पॉइंट है उसके यार. I mean he has had a pretty successful event. He defeated Anish, Arvind and Vincent. And Vincent को भी उसने कैसे हराया था? You remember that match? I mean, so
हाँ
he's
true,
had
that's also
he's
pretty
had
fair.
also he's a former tournament winner. So I mean, I don't know if
That's
he's
also fair भाई. सेकंड और थर्ड प्लेस के लिए टाई ब्रेक होगा क्या? नहीं, आई थिंक ओनली फर्स्ट प्लेस के लिए. एंड एज इट्स नॉट गोना बी बिटवीन इंडियन प्लेयर्स, वी लाइकली नॉट गोना स्ट्रीम इट. बट आई थिंक यूजुअली टाई ब्रेक किसी भी इवेंट में, नॉट जस्ट दिस इवेंट, इट्स ऑलवेज फॉर द फर्स्ट प्लेस. लाइक वही चीज मैटर करती है. बाकी सब में द प्राइजेस आर शेयर्ड यूजुअली एंड it's never really a separate
yeah, correct.
so
By the way, let's go to Arjun because यहाँ पर तो वो सोचेगा I think.
एक
Because
बंदा कहता 50% टैक्स 40% एलिमनी. साहिल भाई इसको ब्रो तो भेज देना भाई, मुझे यूपीआई कर देना भाई, थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट हो जाएगा भाई. मीनवाइल नाइट के बाद साज भाई नोदरबेक स्टिल थिंकिंग या चल दिया. अच्छा ही प्लेड नाइट F6.
yeah, knight
Oh,
F6 and now Arjun thinking he's got the position that he wanted. Basically, वो nice dynamics on the board, opposite colored bishops and a nice kingside attack incoming as well. The move here is C4, by the way, with the idea of bishop B2 and F5, I'm guessing. And
but
then, I
looks very
mean, some
logical
problems. Very logical also.
because
You go
chat यहाँ पे
castle,
आपके पास. या sorry, continue please.
bishop B2. No, this is where I wanted to leave it. Yeah, this looks very scary for Nodirbek.
Yeah, Chad, what you want to do is keep the pawns and the bishop complementary. So bishop dark square hai. So ideally you want to push your pawns to light squares. Taki C4, E4, F5, taki bishop khulta rahe all the way to the black king. And kal ko rook bhi aayega, rook F3 maybe at some point. Queen to of course is ready to join in. The second rook can come somewhere. Rook E1, rook E3 is also possible. So I think the setup here is amazing for Arjun. But does he have the confidence? Does he have the understanding of the position to execute what's possible in this position? That's the question, yeah, Sajai. Because let's not forget, like, how many points? Arjun, 4.5 points. This really has been a nightmare tournament for Arjun. Like, there is no doubt. Like, second last place, Arjun Erigaisi, world number 4. He was 2775 at the start of the event. And now he's like 2750, I think. Yeah, 2750. 25 point gaye, yaar.
Yeah, that's a lot. But okay, when it comes to confidence, I think is position mein confident feel karna is very normal. Because okay, you have a nice attack, you got your prep on the board, you took a big risk in the opening, which has paid off. I mean, surely you feel very comfortable with that. And also Arjun seems to do well against Nodirbek as well, so that also has to play a part.
Let's hope so, Sahil. I'm really cheering for Arjun. Not only because of Arjun, but also it makes the tournament interesting. Then Sindarov knows ki, we might have a tie break. It might be fun. And also Arjun will gain some confidence back. We need some confidence back. And last time he did win the final round against Gukesh. So with this time he can do it against Nodirbek. So chat, यहाँ पे Arjun looking fiery, ready to go. और कौन सी गेम पे हम जा सकते हैं साथ भाई?
I think he's still thinking. So Pragg is also thinking भाई कि वहाँ पे draw करना है क्या नहीं. And let's go to Gukesh versus Vincent, because Bishop E3 के बाद Vincent has been thinking for quite some time, 15 minutes. And remember we were talking about taking the knight and taking the bishop in that order. Bishop E3 पहले मारे तो मैं knight से capture कर सकता हूँ, and that is good for Gukesh. So let's see what Vincent goes for here. Long think here.
As he thinks, Sara, just a point for the Pragg game. We should also keep in mind, chat, ki Pragg did actually play on in one of the games when he had the draw in hand. So I think that was against Vincent. He had the draw. He played on, played F4, went for the ambitious line, sacked a piece. It was a crazy line, but he was literally lost 2 moves after the draw could have happened. So that's also a reason potentially jahan pe he might think, you know what?
Oh,
I think this has not gone well for me in this event. Let me
we
take
have
the
a
draw.
draw. We have a draw
क्या बात
incoming.
कर रहे हो?
Anish versus Hans. It's ending in
Oh
a draw.
wow.
Immediately. They are just yeah, that is it. Wow, correct time पे हम एकदम.
And that is not even a surprise, chat. Usually जो final round होता है उसमें जो players are not fighting for the first place, they will often take a draw. Hans technically
But
was, but
yes,
he
he
didn't have
was.
black pieces.
I mean, but yeah,
Black
okay, if
pieces, yeah?
Anish like just forces a
Uh,
draw, I mean, not really much he can do, but yeah.
yeah.
So quick draw there from Anish and Hans. Let's see how the
Also,
other players.
also they're kind of friends, yeah, to some extent. I think they do banter a lot on Twitter and talk to each other, have played a match for Hans's platform. So there is a bunch of camaraderie there. And yeah, I think as you mentioned, Sadbhai, if Anish forces a draw, not much Hans can really do. So one result already, just I'm going to say less than an hour into the broadcast.
Absolutely, bhai. Not surprising whatsoever. By the way, we'll switch. Again, I think Arvind is still thinking as well. So maybe let's go to
Sajbhai,
Pragg.
do you think now that seeing the draw, Pragg is like, चलो उन्होंने भी कर दिया, बहती गंगा में हम भी हाथ धो देते हैं. I mean, it's possible,
Why? But
right? It
लेकिन अब
makes
draw
it.
का option नहीं है हाथ में. Like I don't think it's possible to draw now because black is not going to repeat. पहले था वो ऑप्शन आपके पास नाइट h4 नाइट h3, बट अब नहीं है वो ऑप्शन आपके पास.
Interesting. But maybe like, bishop e3, knight f6, like maybe, yeah, although why would Jordan repeat? That's also
Why
the
would he go
question.
knight f6? Yeah, in this position. I mean,
Hmm.
clearly it's his prep as well. So
Yeah, super interesting. मजा आएगा साज भाई. I think we're going to see a couple of 2-3 very quick results and then 2-3 very very long games. तो एक वो spread होगा, I think, यहाँ पे between how the games between people who are fighting for first place, between who are not.
yeah.
So yeah,
Looks like, by the way, Bluebaum has had some monster prep against Erdogmus. And वहाँ पे already 50 मतलब 40 मिनट का around difference दिख रहा है हमें गेम में. Not really like very surprising for Erdogmus, but yeah, still 50. It hasn't been enough time. एक ही घंटा हुआ है, and he has been thinking for basically 40 minutes. out of that 1 hour. So यहाँ पर रिजल्ट आ
Wow.
सकता है भाई. Good chances. And by the way, दोनों प्लेयर
Wow.
6.5 पे हैं यहाँ पे. So they're gonna move up to 7.5. Whoever wins.
So Bluebaum, I think, started off very well, but I think he lost that game to Nodirbek. So he's gonna be a bit tilted from that game potentially. So, and we saw his reaction yesterday, yeah, like when he threw that pen, like he was not happy at all. And he
Hmm.
surprised everybody in this event by playing some amazing chess. So he wants to end on a high, chat. Let's keep in mind, Bluebaum playing the candidates. He also wants to end on a high in this event, wants positive memories to look back on.
Correct, Bhai. And by the way, we have 2 updates in 2 different games. So firstly, let's go to Vincent because Vincent has finally played Bishop F5. There are almost 20 minutes of thinking, best move in the position, and Gukesh does not take the bishop on F5. He takes on C5 instead. And now Vincent just goes Bishop E6. And suddenly the position becomes very interesting for Vincent. I mean, his chances become quite good now because firstly, opposite color bishop hai. Secondly, black has this idea of G5 and launching an attack on the king side. And lastly, this pawn on D3 is a bit weak.
But why did he take on C5? I feel that's like a concession. I think he didn't want to change the pawn structure and control the D5
This looks
square as
ugly,
well.
no? To take on F5 with here and take here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he
Yeah.
wasn't comfortable with that.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, Sahar, like again, we talked about the bishop complementing the pawns, right? The bishop on e6 complementing the dark square pawns, g5 aega, then h4 and so on. Like black's moves feel a bit okay. White also has some attack. ऐसा नहीं है a4 b4 बहुत जल्दी आ सकता है. But
भाई पर उससे भी
as of now,
अटैक थोड़ी
black
ना
looks
आ रहा है.
comfortable.
उससे भी अटैक
हाँ
कहाँ ही
मतलब
आएगा.
हाँ
Knight
मतलब like there
D7
is
just.
potential. Yeah, but I think I would choose black right now. Like in this moment at least, black looks very comfortable. No issues
Yeah.
whatsoever.
And in the other game, Arjun has ended up playing the move C4, so best move. And he has gone short castle. And if he goes Bishop B2, golden opportunity for Arjun to take over.
Wow. Okay, let's check here. Arjun, come on. This is the moment. Bishop B2, very logical. I think C4 ka idea hai wo yes, so I don't expect Arjun to think much here. Let's go Bishop B2. At some point, Sahaj, would you also put the king on H1 or do you think that's wasting too much time? We have to go all in instantly.
Right now, it's too much time. Right now, it's Bishop B2, F5, and just जो भी बस फेंक दो बस attack करो बस. Just attack as much as you can. That's it.
Got it. Got it. Oof, Arjun, we need that win. By the way, in this event, Arjun has only won one game, and that was the first one against Pragg. He's not won a single game since round one, and he could finish off with, he starts with one victory, he ends with one victory. It will be like very harmonious at least, right?
Yeah. कल मतलब पिछले साल भी 2 इवेंट्स हुए थे उसके बट दैट वाज बैक टू बैक फॉर हिम एंड दोनों गेम्स बहुत जल्दी खत्म हुए थे. आई थिंक ही इज ऑन दैट ट्रैजेक्टरी आई थिंक ही इज गोना टेक डाउन Nodirbek. Bishop B2 looks very very logical. That's why he plays C4. तो ये तो मतलब हैंड मूव ही है यहाँ पे. And he's basically dominating after this. Very healthy advantage.
Yeah,
Arjun.
very comfortable advantage actually. So, Nodirbek, of course, still great shape, by the way. I was checking. He's defeated Pragg. He's defeated Thai Dai Van. He's defeated Gukesh. He's defeated Vincent, and has only and Bluebaum as well. So a lot of victories. Maximum number of victories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Yeah, and he only lost to Anish Giri in this entire event. So he would also love to end with a good result here. But as of now, Arjun in the driver's seat.
Correct, bhai. Chat पूछ रहे सहज भाई, what are the chances of Sahil winning the candidates in challenge Gukesh bhai? What do you think?
I think close to 0%.
I think 50-50, yeah? Just like the taxes.
No, Saj bhai, I think taxes are clearly not zero. I mean, there should be zero, but ideally ज़्यादा है, तो let's not compare. I think candidates का तो 0% ही होगा chat. Maybe next time, I think I will have more chances if I enter the chess ecosystem. Like कौन सा tournament खेलना चाहिए मुझे if I want to qualify to the candidates? Like which format do I have the best chance? FIDE Circuit या World Cup या क्या खेलना चाहिए मुझे?
Grand Swiss जीत जाओ ना भाई, एक ही tournament, just one shot, finished. By the
हाँ
way,
उसमें क्या
Gukesh has made another slight inaccuracy in the game. Supposedly, he's gone Queen E2 in this position. And now, if Black goes Knight D7, by look at this idea, Knight D7 to kick this bishop. Bishop goes to E3. g5 and now the idea is ये knight अब f8 पे जाके g6 पे बैठेगा and वहां से फिर g4 knight f4 looks scary, no?
And the problem is, chat, black is not forced to commit his king just yet. He can keep it in the center for a while. Like first play knight f8, knight g6, maybe knight f4 at the right moment, h4. And when white decides to do something, then he can put the king somewhere in the corner or even, I don't know where you put it. So it is scary actually. It definitely is. And Vincent, of course, would know a thing or two about how Gukesh thinks in general because he was his second. तो मुझे थोड़ा डर लग रहा है भाई गुकेश के लिए यहाँ पे.
हल्का सा भाई, हल्का सा. Already he has a good advantage. I mean, a slight advantage for sure. More comfortable for black. Gukesh already on the back foot from the opening. That's new, bhai.
Oh man, this is scary for Gukesh. And to be honest, he's the Indian player who's performed the best, and he's in trouble. So कहाँ से आएगी हमारे पास win, Sahaj bhai? Already Gukesh worse. Have we looked at Aravindh for a while?
We
Aravindh
did.
के बारे में क्या ख्याल है?
He played knight b7, bishop d3. Okay, b6 नहीं देखा हमने, but that was a slight inaccuracy. I think before also I said कि I love this position for Fedoseev. Very healthy advantage, and अभी because pawn same जगह पे है, तो there is no counterplay for black as of yet. Apparently b6 was an inaccuracy by Arvind, and now some short castle, bishop b7, and basically bishop f3 आप allow कर दो, like rook f d1, bishop f3, gf3, and just play with the double bishops, and that's it. And very good position for Fedoseev. So bhai, not turning out to be the best last day, I have to say, bhai. Okay, so Arjun is better, Gukesh is slightly worse, Arvind is a lot worse right now, and Pragg, bhai, Pragg में आधे घंटे का फर्क है time पे. Like, okay, the position is we are still in the opening, but
he's not
definitely
played.
behind on the clock.
He's not played since then. Why draw लेना चाहिए था मुझे लग रहा है. Can we go to Pragg's game? He's still thinking after knight 5. I think I'm not even sure if he's considering all the options. I think he's thinking draw lena hai ki. I'm telling you, like that's on his mind somewhere. Like otherwise, what is he thinking?
भाई नहीं है ड्रॉ इधर पोजीशन में, आप नहीं कर सकते ड्रॉ एनीमोर. इट्स टू लेट.
Sahaj bhai, that's what they told me about my chess career. It's too late. You're 23 now, but I came back, Sahaj bhai, and अब देखो कुछ हुआ नहीं. But भाई कुछ तो कर सकते
हुआ नहीं, बट बोलने में मजा आ रहा है.
बोलने मजा आ रहा है. अरे यार डर लग रहा है साहब भाई थोड़ा सा. क्या करें?
आधे घंटे का फर्क इज टू मच भाई. जब अपने ऊपर आधे घंटे का फर्क आता है, यूजुअली वी आर यूज्ड टू सीइंग दिस द अदर वे. अपोनेंट का आधा घंटा कम होता है हमेशा.
Oh man. And Pragg still not. I mean, oh wait, what?
Bhai, after takes, does he want to go e4? Please tell me he doesn't want to play e4.
Bhai, e4 के बाद black
he wants to play e4.
Bhai, black is better. And look at this. E takes e4, g6, e takes d5, and now not c takes d5, but bishop g7 is the crazy move for black. If you take on c6 now, bc6, and black is -1 with rook b2 and bishop d4 incoming. -1.2. भाई ड्रॉ ले लेना चाहिए था यार.
वो तो मैं एग्री कर रहा हूँ, ले तो लेना चाहिए था, बट इट्स टू लेट भाई. He plays e3, doesn't go for e4, so safer choice there.
भाई माइक जी, अगर आपको कमेंटेटर पसंद नहीं है इंडियन प्लेयर, फिर तो क्यों हो भाई. जाके चेस कॉम टर्की देखो ना भाई, वहां पे क्रेजी वॉचिंग है भाई. एक्चुअली भाई 15,000 वॉचिंग चल रही है भाई. इंसेन वॉचिंग yesterday by the way when he won, like it was crazy.
Wow.
Beginning ending भाई. I don't want Pragg to lose this because chat आखिरी गेम का टेस्ट ना कैंडिडेट्स तक रहेगा. By the way, he plays e3, so it doesn't go for something crazy ambitious, but still black seems to be better.
मतलब if black goes g6, maybe he wants to go f4 पे e5 है मेरे पास, क्योंकि knight is hanging, right? Yeah, f4 पे e5 है मेरे पास. Yeah, that's actually winning for black. Crazy. But yeah, so no f4, maybe knight f3 तो then 4 से हो गया. What has he looked at here? What is he? I mean, sure, for sure, this is not looking like amazing for white. I think black is the one more comfortable here for sure. Huh, interesting actually. Do you think Chebanenko Slav threw him off maybe a bit?
I think he was trying to hide his prep, is my guess. I would still stick to that explanation because, I mean, you've seen this multiple times as white. He just really wanted to push as white, but he also didn't want to reveal his prep. And dimag mein, should I take the draw? Should I not take the draw? I have to push, meri prep. It led him to making a suboptimal decision. It's not bad. I mean, but somehow bishop pair dena, especially when your knight is also in the corner, right? It's not like black ne time waste kiya. Even you have wasted time with knight h4. So it feels like black got the better end of the stick here. And now he plays
Opening wise, besides Arjun, Pragg is slightly worse, Gukesh is slightly worse, and Aravindh is also slightly worse. Sirf only Arjun is better right now, bhai. Oh, chat is asking Gukesh's match, bhai. Let's take a look. He did play knight d7 and bishop e3. हमने already decide किया था, मतलब discuss किया था. And now g5 is the move. Decide नहीं भाई, discuss.
Decide किया था
क्या हो गया मेरी English को? English थोड़ा confusing लगता है कभी-कभी.
हाँ, actually sometimes फिर ऐसे
English
निकलता है,
is
8.5 minutes, like this is what
it
happens.
can be a bit confusing actually, chat.
So
happens.
Yeah, and chat now, Gukesh is under pressure as we discussed, and g5 is the move. And Sahaj, usually जब corner में pawn फेंक के जाते हैं, तो central break is the best way to challenge it. So can we just go d4 here and challenge black in the center?
The thing is कि यहाँ पे it's not really a break because I'm not forced to capture on d4. You're not forced to change anything. Basically, with some like a simple calculation, you can understand कि जैसे आप pawn takes e5 मारते हो, तब मैं g4 खेल सकता हूँ. क्योंकि then आपका knight हटेगा, then मैं knight e5 मार के, and I think I'll just solidify in the center again. So for example, black can go, I don't know, h4 in this position. You take, and g4 looks very, very powerful. Knight d4 and knight e5. This looks very, very good for black. It's like a dream position basically for black. So basically, center break ho nahi raha because I can just leave the pawn here. I can even just go long castle. This is also fine supposedly because I don't have to change it. If you take here, I play g4.
अरे बाप रे. Intermediate moves are always tricky, and देखा ना black wait कर रहा है. Black is not castling just now because castle कर लोगे तो मैं भी a4 b4 फेंक दूंगा. So right now a4 b4 makes no sense. So that's why black is delaying castling जितना हो सके. And
तो भाई लॉन्ग कासल आप कर नहीं सकते. लाइक पीसेस आपके सारे डेवलप्ड हैं. बेसिकली आप फोर्स कर रहे हो ना ब्लैक को g5 खेलने के लिए.
हाँ, true.
Actually, second best move is rook g8 to play g5.
Why this is not good? This is not good. I am stressed. In fact, look at this chat. You wanna go crazy? Third best move देखो साज भाई, कुछ दिख रहा है उसमें. Bishop g4, white plays h3, and chat. Apparently there is g5 possible here. भाई साहब.
Some monster prep there. मैंने देखा जो थर्ड प्लान था ना मेरे लिए वो ये था कि पहली मूव इज g5, दूसरी मूव इज रुक g8 and g5, एंड तीसरा आइडिया इज क्वीन g6 to play queen f7 again and then g5. So g5 is incoming here, chat. I think because long castle आप कर नहीं सकते, रुक्स आपके डेवलप, मतलब आप कनेक्ट कर नहीं सकते, पीसेस आपके डेवलप्ड हैं, तो कोई चाल बची नहीं आपके पास बेसिकली. या स्केरी हो रहा है भाई, स्केरी है डेफिनेटली. I think Gukesh is in some trouble for sure. I'll just be right back in a minute.
Yeah, and chat यहाँ पे Gukesh under pressure, not at the board right now, but Vincent Keymer trying to find a way to put as much pressure on the world champion. Let's not forget, उनके second तो थे Vincent, but now he's ahead of Gukesh in the rankings, in the ratings, and to be honest, in form as well. 2025 के अगर हम result देखें, Vincent Keymer का result better रहा होगा Gukesh से, and he would love to be the next one, maybe in 2028 to qualify for the world championship cycle. It's not just the world championship, right? Total world championship, ये world championship, वो world championship, इस साल बहुत कुछ है. So Gukesh को हराना चाहेंगे Vincent Keymer, and this game matters a lot. Sadu, dogs or cats? I mean, neither, to be honest. Like, I'm not a crazy pet fan. Would love to have one day, like maybe, I don't know which one, to be honest, but अभी तो ऐसा कुछ क्रेज नहीं है मुझे, पहले खुद को संभालना सीख लूं, बाद में पेट्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लूंगा। अ, अर्जुन की नजर हटाओ, नजर उतारो कि हटाओ? केवल का लॉन्ग कैसल करके पॉन पुश नहीं हो रहा है भाई, बट ही विल नॉट कैसल फर्स्ट। सो कैसल करके ही आपने अपनी ब्लैक किंग की लोकेशन रिवील कर दी है, सेंड मी लोकेशन हो गया है आपका। उसके बाद व्हाइट इंस्टेंटली बी4 फेंकेगा और आपका जी5 जी का टाइम ही नहीं है। सो ही विल कीप द किंग इन द सेंटर, फर्स्ट स्टार्ट अटैकिंग, जितना प्रोग्रेस ले सकता हो ले लो, उसके बाद कैसल करो ताकि व्हाइट को मौका मिले अटैक करने का। अर्जुन गुकेश एंड प्रग को नजर लग गई। किसकी नजर भाई? कौन है वो इतना पावरफुल आदमी, इसकी नजर लग गई भाई? Nodirbek in World Blitz semi-finals. Yeah, I remember that one, भाई बहुत चुबा था वो। And he lost 3-0 or 2.5, something like that. Chat, by the way, stream like करो. I know we started the stream early today. 2 घंटा पहले चालू हुआ, final day of Tata Steel. Do like the stream. Let's have more people come in. अब तो हम धीरे धीरे करके पहुंच रहे हैं उस स्टेज पे जहां पे नॉर्मल स्केड्यूल टाइम भी हो। एंड ऑफ कोर्स इंडियन स्टिल फाइटिंग फॉर सम इंपॉर्टेंट रिजल्ट्स, बिकॉज अंत अगर अच्छा होगा तो अगले टूर्नामेंट के लिए अच्छा मोमेंटम बनेगा। प्राग मास्टर्स आ रहा है, कैंडिडेट्स आ रहा है भाई लोग। डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गो। अच्छा, कल की मेंबरशिप पेंडिंग है, ठीक है? सो एट एनी पॉइंट वी कैन आस्क अ मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन। 500 लाइक पे एक और, बट देयर इज वन मेंबरशिप पेंडिंग फ्रॉम यस्टरडे। सो तैयार है ना भाई? कभी भी सवाल पूछ सकते हैं मैं और साथ में, कभी भी कुछ भी अच्छा मूव आएगा क्रेजी वी कैन आस्क। तो स्टे रेडी, स्टे ट्यून्ड इन। जब से आपकी शादी हुई है इंडियंस खराब खेल रहे हैं। हाँ मतलब मैंने खर्चा किया, अपना भी खर्चा किया और उनका भी खर्चा करवा रहा हूँ। हाँ बिल्कुल। चेस इज नॉट चेसिंग फॉर इंडियन प्लेयर्स भाई। नहीं, चेस चेस भी करेगा और चेस लूडो भी करेगा। तुम वेट करो, थोड़ा इंतजार करो। साज भाई चले गए हैं, बोर्ड चेंज कर दो साज भाई, यू नो जल्दी से। बकने ने, रहमान डकैत है भाई, डकैत नहीं है। H4 कैसा मूव है? H4 बहुत ही बढ़िया मूव है भाई, बट आई थिंक ओपोनेंट को थोड़ा डराओ। G5 भी खेलो। H4 also possible though. I think it's definitely a move you can play in this position as black. Would make sense. And Gukesh gets up again. So that's a common thing we've noticed. I think पहले 2024 में Gukesh used to never get up. Nowadays he does so quite often. So he's changed his, strategy there. By the way, chat, I also wanted to. I think I just saw. I think it was Alien Roberts, right? I was curious if she won. Yeah, she did actually win her game yesterday. So 2 out of 12. So glad to see her gaining some points. Hopefully, the Indian players can also do the same. 2.5 Nodirbek took a draw in the last game. Exactly. So वही like it's वही मुझे याद है कि I wasn't sure. And Nodirbek did crush Arjun, but Arjun did play very well in the league stage, right? So it's a debatable. Arjun lost 25 yellow points. Taiwan regain those points this year. भाई 25 yellow बढ़ाने में साल लग जाता है यार. And Arjun lost it in less than 2 weeks. So I'm just wondering, like, how much of a toll emotionally it's gonna take on Arjun. I think we should be very happy कि Arjun won the World Rapid Blitz में 2 medals. बाद में क्या ही yawn ली वहाँ पे रिवाम ने. Otherwise, combined with the World Cup, this would have been heartbreaking. So I'm quite happy Arjun won that medal, a couple of medals there. It would really give him momentum कि चलो भाई कोई बात नहीं. This is the one off. We can continue pushing.
भाई आप बोल रहे थे कि बोर्ड चेंज करो, आई एम हियर।
हाँ साज भाई, तो
कौन से बोर्ड पे
बोर्ड चेंज
जाएं?
करते हैं अब। लूडो का बोर्ड लगाते हैं साज भाई, लेट्स गो।
किसका?
लूडो का।
लूडो का? ओके ओके, डन भाई डन।
कौन सी
ओ
गिट्टी है भाई गुकेश के पास?
आई
ब्लू है
थिंक
क्या?
अभी तो हाँ ब्लू ही होगी भाई। दैट्स माय
अच्छा।
फेवरेट भाई, दैट ऑलवेज विंस। बाय द वे, देखा आपने धुरंधर नेटफ्लिक्स पे आ गई?
हाँ आगे क्या? हाँ मैंने सुना कहीं पे
मैंने कल रात
नेटफ्लिक्स
को
इज।
देखी भी भाई वापस। सो गुड।
अच्छा। सो बेसिकली नेटफ्लिक्स इज नॉट प्रमोटिंग इट राइट नाउ बिकॉज दे डिड एक्सपेक्ट कि थिएटर्स में अब तक चल रही होगी। So they've asked Netflix apparently not to popularize it till Monday. By the way, Arjun has made a slight inaccuracy.
भाई मैं
Slight.
यश भाई को ब्लेम कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, तब से A4 बिशप A3 चिल्ला रहे थे, वो उन्होंने खेल लिया वो। आपका आइडिया आ रहा है भाई यश भाई? इफ यू आर इन द चैट स्टिल, यू मस्ट फील गुड।
जरा 2 तालियां यश भाई के लिए सब मार दीजिए। यश ताली, लेट्स गो भाई, यश ताली इन द चैट। जल्दी से भाई, जल्दी से भाई, जल्दी से। Saltiku, he's very volatile, can again lose 25 points in very short time. I don't think so, actually, because Arjun, first of all, I don't know which tournament he's playing next apart from freestyle, which doesn't count for classical chess. Do we know which is Arjun's next classical event? I don't think so.
नॉर्वे होगा भाई, नॉर्वे चेस.
I mean, Norway, again, he's not playing GCT.
ऑल्सो भाई
He's
वो जून
not.
में रहे, ऑफ कोर्स कोई कुछ ना कुछ तो रहेगा ही बीच में.
Yeah, I don't think so. There are any events because maybe it's like Tepe Sigmund because Arjun has played this before once. So maybe that's the one he plays. But I don't think there's any confirmation of the next classical event. It will take a time. It will take a time. It will take some time.
It
I
will take
don't
a
think
time,
there's any
yeah, yeah,
tournament. Yeah,
yeah,
take a
yeah.
time.
Take a
Take a
time.
time, Sajbhai.
Take a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
बिशप ए3 में c5 होगा, करेक्ट भाई, c5 होगा, बट c5 खेलना नहीं है ब्लैक को, बिकॉज आपका पॉन्स थोड़े खराब हो जाएंगे यहाँ पे. तो इट्स ऑल्सो, दिस इज नॉट लाइक आप बिशप ए3 आप थ्रेट कर रहे हो, इट्स लाइक यू आर एक जस्ट एक नजर है. You know, it's not, you know, there is a saying that threat is better than execution. And I think this is exactly how you can summarize a move like this. Like, I don't think he's going to play bishop a3, but wants to have the threat of bishop a3, if that makes sense.
And Chad, I think this is very interesting, such an interesting position. For example, the best move instead of a4 was h3. And now after the move knight d7, you had to play knight to g4. And
h3 क्या चाल है भाई?
yeah, this is very interesting. And if let's say black is going to waste a move with c6, now you can play rook f3 and it's already winning for white apparently after rook g3. So this could have gotten really bad. And now when you play a4, let's say black plays knight d7, apparently it's like knight g4 is no longer possible. That's the difference because knight c5 ke baad e4 is attacked, g4 is attacked. So basically वो knight hanging है and now suddenly black is better. तो
knight
that's why I
f3
think,
जाना पड़ेगा बेसिकली, या फिर आप knight takes d7 भी मार सकते हो ना.
हाँ, but that trades pieces, right? And that's an attacking piece gone for a defending piece. So I
अपोजिट
think
कलर
that's
बिशप्स अभी भी हैं, अटैक है आपके पास किंग साइड पे, लाइक यू कैन स्टिल गो rook
true.
f3.
That's a good point.
Maybe his plan is rook a3 rook g3 bhai, you never know. Rook a3 looks
Oh,
interesting bhai. Rook a3 is very devious here.
Yeah, maybe that is the plan, Sajbhai. That's definitely possible. So knight d7, knight takes, bishop takes, rook a3. Very interesting move there. Apparently, it's not the best, but practically might still show results. The best move there seems to be Sahajbhai. It's something like h3 again or f5. Just trying to go for the attack instantly.
Yeah, but let's see Nodirbek if he goes for knight d7 or not. a4 first, sort of slight inaccuracy from Arjun. And good opportunity for Nodirbek to make a comeback, but let's see what happens. By the way, Pragg has okay, not many updates there, but he's basically just developing his king side. But without that bishop on f4, actually we can switch. But without that bishop on f4, it feels like कि position में venom नहीं है. You know, अगर वो bishop रहता अपने पास, एक bishop h2 पे रहता, तो it will be amazing.
सर भाई कहानी अधूरी लग रही है मुझे, वो गाना याद आ रहा है, हमारी अधूरी कहानी. लाइक इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक कुछ मिसिंग है वाइट की पोजीशन में. एंड विदाउट दैट बिशप it just doesn't feel like a position which you want to enjoy playing. For example, black e5 आराम से खेल देगा कभी ना कभी. I don't like playing this position as white without the bishop on f4.
Correct, bhai, correct. I don't like this also. I completely
By
agree
the
with you.
way, बिग मिस्टेक बाय विंसेंट काइमर. भाई ने उल्टी जगह कैसल कर दिया भाई. ही कैसल किंग साइड.
So he didn't look at the idea of g5 at all. Maybe it was a bit risky for him. And now Gukesh is more or less back, yeah?
Yeah, and that h. Okay, now if you play g5, you're also weakening your king. So double edge there. By the way, a4, nice move by Gukesh, fixing the pawn on a5. Chat, remember कि हमारे पास डार्क्स का बिशप है, so जितने एंड गेम में आप डार्क्स और pawn fix कर रहे हो, उतना it might be helpful. And now suddenly white is the one who's slightly better, Sahaj, like because his pawn structure is slightly better maybe. But what I've missed from Vincent, I think there was practically great chances there.
Yeah, great winning chances actually with g5. But yeah, okay, if you don't know this, it's very hard to play this. Yeah, क्योंकि आपका king side मतलब center में एकदम पड़ा हुआ है, long castle आप कर नहीं सकते. Yeah, practically maybe not the easiest.
Sanjay, I have a question. Has Gukesh finalized his team of seconds for the World Championship?
No, not yet.
Not yet, yeah. मतलब
I
maybe
don't
it's
think
like
so.
maybe if he has, then Vincent like चलो भाई draw करते चलते हैं भाई. But
I
yeah,
would
it'll
like
be
in
very
Vincent
interesting.
भी I think I'm not sure अगर if he helps Gukesh again. I don't know. If maybe he will
Yeah,
also see ना कि भाई candidate कौन है.
true, true. So very interesting. But of course, yeah, we're just kidding around. But uh, king side castles, that's crazy.
Oh, by the way, अब chat में someone was asking if G5 is possible now. I highly doubt that. I think it makes no sense because your king is also getting passive there. Also, castle करने के बाद आपको रुक h8 पे नहीं है तो like you know after g5 you might want to play h4 and g4 to not allow the knight to go to h4, which is not possible now. So it wouldn't make sense to play g5 anymore. And yeah, I mean now there is a healthier मतलब equal position, maybe slightly more comfortable for Gukesh. But let's see because black ने h5 खेला हुआ है. h5 is a bit weird in this position. h7 पे होता तो it would have been completely equal.
True. And meanwhile, Arvind game we have a update, and the game is now again close to equal. I think a couple of missed chances there by Fedoseev. Arvind found a couple of nice moves. H6 was the only move there. Bishop h7 check. Why do we play this Saj bhai? मैंने सुना है कि usually आप king को एक worse square पे लेके जाते हो. You feel like end game में this might be useful. Is that the reason?
Yeah, probably he wants to go bishop e4 actually, but yeah, अच्छा idea आपका because if you capture everything, then okay, the king on h8 is a bit worse, yeah, in the position. But black has to go queen c8 supposedly here. You take, 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 and queen e4, and okay, वो end game आ गई position में, and king h8 पे थोड़ा सा खराब है king g8 की मतलब
Hmm.
बजाय तो that's the point. But okay, Arvind is more or less fine here. But yeah, that Russian endgame technique still possible in this position if the queens are traded off the board. So let's not discount this game. I still think Fedoseev has good chances. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, काफी interesting position chat. So chat, as we know, again the tide is turning. We had like a situation जहाँ पे we had Arvind was worse, now it's equal. Gukesh was worse, now it's equal. And Pragg was, equal, now he's worse. Arjun was much better, now he's slightly better. By the way, knight d7 played by Nodirbek against Arjun. And now Arjun has to choose between two moves essentially. One is knight f3 back, but after knight c5, essentially you're kind of forced to go e5 here, which is not
Hmm.
something I want to play unless I'm sure I'm going to manage f5. Second option is taking on d7, and that leads to an opposite color bishop endgame. Sajbhai, again, as we discussed, huge potential, but also अगर endgame आ गई तो dead draw.
हाँ क्वींस हैं अभी भी बोर्ड पे तो not really a dead draw, but yeah, best move from Nodirbek. But I personally would have gone for knight f3 here just to keep the knights and keep my attack alive. But Arjun, I think, has thought about something here. Let's see मतलब what he goes for. Knight takes d7 also is looking okay. But e5, I think,
Hmm.
forced you होगा भाई at some point from white. Although it's not ideal, but you have to play it, I think, because e pawn अब बचाओगे कैसे?
Hmm.
भाई क्वेश्चन मतलब चैट में काफी लोग पूछ रहे हैं कि लाइक कैन दिस प्लेयर हेल्प गुकेश और दैट प्लेयर, बट व्हिच इज द प्लेयर दैट यू वुड वांट गुकेश टू हेल्प in the world championship, like as a second? Okay, not you can't say Magnus. Anyone else? Tyler, what do you think?
Uh, Quite a tough one, Sajbhai. Like, matlab, I mean, Magnus would be an easy answer, but I don't think it's gonna be Magnus. Um,
Okay, Sachin and Anish तो नहीं होगा भाई. Anish is playing himself, so he cannot do it. Fabi, okay, we cannot choose players जो candidates हैं already, obviously.
Obviously, chat. Come on, add two and two chat. What is this chat? What is this? What is this chat? Someone who's good in end games. Rapport का second का, I'm not sure. Rapport के बारे में.
No,
Actually,
Rapport did lead him to victory, yeah, Dingleren in the previous match against
true,
Nepo. So
true.
Rapport, Dubov, I'm seeing Arjun. I'm seeing a lot. That would be interesting actually if Arjun helps him.
Hmm.
Actually, Levon is a very, very interesting option here because Levon and Arjun
Cool.
are kind of similar in that sense, yeah, with those opening choices and creative ideas.
Why Levon would be amazing actually.
Imagine
Like
Levon
the
and Arjun helping. Okay, that would be insane, I think.
Yeah, Levon would be amazing, but I think Levon maybe won't have as much time. Like Suhani Shah for mind reading. Yeah. For sure. I think that will surely be helpful. I still don't know how these guys do it. Like they can guess the word you're thinking, but how much are seconds paid, Saj bhai? पूछ रहे हैं Mr. Neura Cap.
And depends by आपका role क्या है, but quite a lot I would say, especially at this level, a lot. Because you're working 24/7. I don't have exact numbers, but it's very good.
And lot is subjective chat.
It
Chess के
depends.
terms में it's a lot, not in
Yeah,
objective terms.
depends like आपका role क्या है, depends like कि आप कितने seconds हैं, and whether you're experienced and all of that.
25 lakhs per month लिख रहा है एक बंदा साज भाई.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Hmm.
Okay, so knight d7 played and Arjun still thinking. I think time भी लगभग बराबर. So sounds pretty cool. But points का difference देखो. Did we think कि points ये होंगे 4.5 और 8? भाई साहब, it just looks like a completely different league in terms of both the players. Yeah, किसमें खेल रहे हैं भाई? That is insane.
Almost double points हैं उसके यार,
I mean, if he wins,
basically.
it will be double, like literally double. So
हाँ.
that is crazy.
एंड नॉर्दर्बे को सिर्फ ड्रॉ ही होल्ड करना है यहाँ पे. इफ ही होल्ड्स अ ड्रॉ देन आई थिंक टाई ब्रेक नहीं होगा, बिकॉज आई डोंट सी सिंडारोव विनिंग दिस मैच. एक नजर सिंडारोव पे मार लेते हैं. लाइक
Hmm.
डू यू थिंक ब्लैक कैन विन दिस? नो चांस, नो. लाइक लाइट स्क्वायर्स आर जस्ट लुकिंग टू exposed. Bishop on e5 is
I
just
mean,
not looking good.
yeah, I agree. I think the only way you can win this is some sort of end game जहाँ पे you win. Oh, nah, no chance by rook b7. I think you need the c4 pawn for free essentially. That's how you win, but it's just not going to happen. Very likely.
Yeah, so Sindarov I think gonna draw. So if Nodirbek draws, then he's a clear मतलब sole lead वाला champion. No tie breaks incoming.
Yeah. Arjun lost 80 points here. क्या Dr. Stein कह रहे हैं he will be 2860. I think it's a bit different because if he had a higher rating, he would gain lesser points in all his remaining games. I think you mentioning all the Tata Steel games he's played. So not exactly, but yes, I think he would be closer to 2800 than he is right now. But it happens,
2860 is
yeah?
crazy, भाई.
Yeah. इतना तो नहीं होगा though. I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean 28, like I mean world number one पे मतलब he would be very close actually, yeah. But yeah, huge if true.
2860. Yeah, I'm waiting for that day, by the way. कोई Indian होगा who's gonna, reach that level. Like जहाँ पे he's 2850, like way out of the others. Like maybe not even the next Magnus, but close to him. Let's say close to him.
2850 लेकिन is very difficult, no, with the rating deflation as well.
Even 2820 I'll take. Like I'm ready to
2800 is very
compromise, Sajbhai.
impressive, I think, in for anyone, I think. अगर सब players मतलब regularly मतलब खेलने लगे तो besides Fabi, Magnus, and okay, maybe Hikaru, like I think not many players will be close to the 2800 level right now.
Fair. Meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai and chat, Rook B7 के बाद I think Sindarov is not going to win this likely. So which game shall we go to next? Maybe Pragg. I
Gukesh
think
has played.
खेलते क्या? चलते वहीं चलते हैं.
अच्छा नहीं, उसने A4 पे सोच ही रहा है वो तब से 10 मिनट से. So this is the update.
Let's go to Pragg then maybe because Black has just castled. And explain to me, Sahaj Bhai, like why did Pragg go for this? Like I'm still confused. Like it looks very comfortable for Black.
That is true actually. Maybe he thought कि कुछ B4, A4, B5. He has nice queenside attack. But yeah, this is just such a weird decision in this position, I have to say. But okay, maybe it's an imbalance he's going for. एक bishop versus knight तो मिली गया आपको. But yeah, it's a weird decision. Hard to explain. But it could be that he's trying to hide his prep, yeah? Because Shebanenko's Slav is not very well, it's not played at the top level as much. Like 2600, 2700 mein it's more common. Like in open events, it's very common, but generally you don't play it a lot. So it's possible that he had something up his sleeve when he didn't want to show it.
Yeah, but he partially showed it and still kind of didn't get the best deal out of it. So it's the worst case scenario. Hikaru said while streaming, no one can reach a ties for more in the future, not like many players. Is it true, Sahaj Bhai? Krish Damir पूछ रहे हैं भाई. That's a I mean, I disagree. Hikaru, he did it himself, so I don't know why Hikaru is saying that though.
बट हिकारू तो 2800 पहले था ना स्ट्रीमिंग के, मतलब he was around 2780 2790 like for a
हाँ.
very very long time before even he became like a full streamer. So and I
So
think
मतलब
in,
जैसे
in,
कि
in that way like fast chess में it has helped him a lot, like he has grown so
hmm
much.
hmm
भाई हिकारू
तो
वाज दैट गाय जो आईसीसी में मतलब लिटरली इंजन को हराता था बुलेट में. I've seen it live. Like he used to beat Stockfish. मतलब वो टाइम पे आ रहा था स्टॉकफिश को. ही न्यू एग्जैक्टली कि उसको कौन सी मूव. ही यूज्ड टू प्ले लाइक G6 बिशप G7 स्लो मूव्स एंड वो टाइम पे आ रहा था स्टॉकफिश को. ही वाज दैट फास्ट. ही वाज दैट गाय.
hmm meanwhile castles का इंतजार कर रहे हैं हम लोग from Prague to keep his king in the corner safe and sound. He's still thinking. Gukesh, by the way, Gukesh's opponent is still thinking. Arjun is still thinking. And Arvind's opponent is also still thinking. So,
यागिस इज
yeah,
आल्सो
Sahaj
थिंकिंग. भाई
bhai,
वो तब से सोच ही रहा है. वो खेला ही नहीं है वो. यागिस और उसके अपोनेंट में 1 घंटे का फर्क आ गया. 1 घंटे से ज्यादा एक्चुअली.
baap re.
Yagiz has 45 minutes. He's taking a very quick look. 45 minutes Yagiz has, and his opponent has 1 hour and 51 minutes. That is too much. Time management, I think, is a huge problem, I think, for Yagiz, yeah, going forward. Something he has to, consider for sure. And
Oh,
and do you see this,
100%.
Sahil? After Queen E7, there's Rook F7.
Arre baap re. Wait, what? Rook F7?
Then Queen G6. Apparently, it's good. It's working.
Arre baap re. Oh, right. That makes sense. Bishop E6 is avoided and now.
Bishop G4 only move, by the way. Rook F1, Queen takes C3 check, King H1, and Rook F8 or something, and okay, position is equal. But yeah, maybe that's what he's
Wow.
thinking about. Yeah, Rook F7 is incoming.
Wow.
Okay, so by the way, I think Vincent has played a move. Yeah, he's gone C5. So solidifying his stance on the center, not allowing D4. But D4 probably is the best move here. And let's see
But
what
at
black plays.
least he gets off his double pawn. That's the pro. The con is, however, key. You're trading off your central pawn on e5 likely now, and regardless of how white grabs it, like your king is becoming a bit weaker, Sahaj. That's the let's say d4, c takes, e takes, bishop takes. Suddenly, I feel like black's king came out slightly weaker here. The bishop is now pointed in the right direction.
You pawn H6 पे दे दो बस, and then it's amazing. But yeah, H5 पे
Huh.
you're right, it's weak.
So I get a feeling the bishop dominating the knight. Potentially, you could have other e5 ideas at some point. I think Gukesh has some chances here now, is my
Yeah,
take.
but that is if he plays D4. He has to
Ha.
go D4, like a critical move. Yeah, if you don't play D4, then you give black time to set around his pieces, against D4. Actually, G5 ka plan could be in the cards too. Like I'm seeing it happen in different variations. So it is still possible.
Hmm. So
Arjun has played as well. He's gone knight f3 back, and now blue arrow on the board. Knight c5 only move for Nodirbek. If he doesn't play knight c5, he is going to be a lot worse in this game.
but knight c5 now, I think Arjun also has to play e5. Otherwise,
Huh.
black is the one pushing because there's a play rook e1, there's bishop d7, and that's bad for
Yeah,
Arjun.
but rook f e1 थोड़ी ना खेलूंगा मैं. rook a1 खेलना है ना मुझे.
हाँ.
So
But
I
e4
I
बढ़ रहा है ना
I
Sahaj
I
bhai.
will gladly give this up, like as bait. But okay, I'll go e5, and then again kind of an only move for Nodirbek again, yeah, to play g6. Because look at this, Sahil bhai. If he goes bishop d7 from, I mean, this is another move that's popping up for me. f5, bishop takes a4, and just, I don't know, something like queen e2. This looks scary for Nodirbek.
Apparently, you have to play f6 here and then allow e6 and rook
Even just rook
fd8.
e1, but e6 also. I don't know, this looks
And
scary.
yeah, the bar says black is better, but honestly, with the pawn on e6, you will have to really, really, punish me with this concept as black. So, काफी interesting. And knight c5 only move for Nodirbek. Of course, he finds it though. I don't think he'll mess this up.
Yeah, I mean knight c5 is logical, and that's why you played knight d7. So
Hmm.
makes sense. What is cloud evaluation of Arjun? Bhai, लगाते हैं. I'll let you know in a bit.
No, a bit. Meanwhile,
I think it's zeros. Cloud will just say it's zeros, but that's my take. But let's see.
आज crowd थोड़ा कम है actually. Cloud का पता नहीं. We still see the guy in an Arjun shirt, but आज crowd थोड़ा कम है. Maybe it's an early, early timing. Maybe that's one of the reasons we might see the crowd come in. It's a Sunday after all. More people will join in.
Yeah, bhai, as predicted, it's 0-0-0 essentially. Agar actually, if he didn't play a4, it was like 0.6 for Arjun.
Oh
So that was
wow.
a golden opportunity missed from Arjun there. So अब it's 0-0-0.
But कोई ना. I think मौका मिलेगा. Nodirbek देंगे मौका एक और. And Gukesh still thinking. Pragg. Pragg did castle, and Jorden played bishop g4. Not the best move, but a decent one.
Ablash,
And yeah, but how, Tablash bhai? How?
take and put the knight back and e5 at some point. I don't know.
White to play, no? What will white do first?
Good question. By b4, I guess.
b4.
b4
Oh,
is what I'm
b4.
thinking.
b4 थोड़ा tactically nightmarish लग रहा है भाई. Knight c3 hanging है ना?
Oh,
Like
bishop f3,
e5 के
bishop
बाद.
f3, e5 straight. Crazy.
अरे बाप रे.
Bishop h5, ed4. What? ed4, no ways. gh5 कैसे खेलोगे इधर भाई? No chance. No, no, no,
I
no.
mean, खेल सकते हो भाई, because at
भाई
the end you get the
black
g4
की
pawn, yeah?
better है ये. How is this possible?
But d4 मिल रहा है ना भाई. Queen h5, bishop d4. I mean, it's not that crazy.
Hmm.
And now
Yeah, but
suddenly knight you
looks.
can't move. You have to play rook a c1, again waste another move, and now bishop g7 back. I have a protected pass pawn.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But let's see. Let's see what he goes for. Tablash होता है. In Spanish, you say tablash is offer draw, basically. So a lot of chess players, when they offer a draw, sometimes they say tablash actually.
भाई एक बच्चे की हिम्मत देखो, लिखता है अर्जुन 24 अंकल्स प्लीज शो गुकेश गेम. एक तो पहले भाई तुमने अंकल बोला, उस पर तो तुम्हें शर्म आनी चाहिए. दूसरा
ये
अर्जुन
प्रग का गेम
24
है.
कैसे भाई?
ये प्रग का
आई मीन
गेम है
आई
भाई.
हाँ, आई वुड आर्ग्यू लिटरली कि भाई बेचारा अर्जुन, लाइक बिकॉज दिस टूर्नामेंट इज नॉट गोइंग वेल, वी हैव लुक्ड एट हिम द लीस्ट अमंग ऑल थ्री इंडियंस, टॉप वाले एटलीस्ट. तो कुछ भी.
Okay, so Bishop G4 के बाद अब Pragg is thinking half an hour का difference. अर्जुन तो वैसे यहीं पे ही आ गया.
तबला
Nodirbek is thinking.
is an Indian instrument which you bang. I think नहीं नहीं भाई, I think Magnus को बताना नहीं, लेकिन that will not be great for Indian tablas. Yes.
भाई वो मेंबरशिप वाला क्वेश्चन हो गया क्या? जो कल जो
नहीं,
करना
पेंडिंग
था.
है भाई. पेंडिंग है. वी कैन आस्क
करना
एट
है.
एनी पॉइंट. बट
एक
चैट
क्वेश्चन
थोड़ी
है.
सी एंगेज लगनी चाहिए. जब चैट थोड़ी सी फास्ट फास्ट टाइप करेगी ना, उस टाइम पे पूछेंगे चैट क्या तुम्हारे मैसेज फास्ट होंगे. आई डोंट नो सहज भाई.
आई थिंक होंगे भाई. ये तबलाश से मेरे को एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आया मेरे दिमाग में, तो आई कैन
ओह
आस्क
नाइस.
समथिंग.
अगर चैट थोड़ा तेज टाइप करने लगे, कुछ इंसाइटफुल इंफॉर्मेशन या सवाल पूछने लगे, तो मजा आएगा साथ में. फिर सवाल निकलेगा सडनली. व्हाट डू यू थिंक चैट?
चैट इज राइटिंग भाई. यस यस यस, लेट्स गो. अप टू यू भाई. आप बताओ.
ठीक है भाई, लेट्स गो फॉर इट. लेट्स गो फॉर द फर्स्ट मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन जो कल का पेंडिंग है. एंड चैट ध्यान रखना, आंसर स्पेस योर यूजर नेम दोनों नहीं होंगे तो नहीं काउंट किया जाएगा आपका आंसर. लेट्स गो साज भाई.
यस, सो चैट आपने रेडी लिख दिया, तो आई जस्ट जंप इन विद द क्वेश्चन राइट अवे. चेस में जब आपको अपना पीस एडजस्ट करना होता है, उसको इंग्लिश में एडजस्ट बोलते हैं. इन इंडिया वी से एडजस्ट. बट उसका ऑफिशियल फ्रेंच वर्ड क्या है? जो विच इज बेसिकली फ्रॉम फीडे. It is known as the official word. How do you say adjust in French basically in chess? That's the
एंड
question.
वी डिस्कस दिस
Oh,
लिटरली ऑन वन ऑफ द डेज, या स्ट्रीम पे ही.
we have it. Already have it.
इस कौन सा है भाई?
Arnav Champ is what I can see.
भाई एक उससे पहले जदूब लिखा है एक बंदे ने.
जादू लिखा उन्होंने तो.
जादू नहीं, जदूब ही लिखा है उन्होंने.
जादू.
अपॉस्ट्रोफी के बदले he's written A.
Oh, okay has also written Jadub actually.
हाँ, okay, वही तो that counts I think. Okay, it's not
Okay,
exactly
okay
the.
counts. Yeah, okay, one, two, three, A, B,
हाँ,
C, two.
पर उनका
Yeah.
यूजर नेम गलत है. उनका यूजर नेम गलत है आई थिंक.
Papai HFHG.
अच्छा नहीं, है सही है, सही है,
है,
सही है.
मिल गया. तो वो
ठीक
congratulations
है.
भाई, you won. Let's go.
यू गेट 1 month डाउन. अगला वाला चैलेंज करेंगे हम लोग चैट एट 500 लाइक्स. तो जल्दी से लाइक करते चलो ताकि एक और हम दे पाए.
Hmm. So Jadub होता है when you say adjust in French. Basically, this is because FIDE is a, it's based in Switzerland, but FIDE is उसकी full form is also French in there. So Jadub is what the official way to say adjust is in chess.
By the way, Gukesh ने adjust कर दिया pawn. But the Pragg also found 95, the best move in the position. So that's great. That's completely equal now. And also, Gukesh has played d4, the move you're considering. So he is slightly better now. That is great news.
Very nice. That was a critical move, yeah.
Wow. And now Vincent under slight pressure, chat. I think Vincent Keymer was clearly better. He should have gone queenside castles. I don't know, he got a bit complacent. He underestimated his position maybe. And by the way, mistake by
Yeah.
Nodirbek. He played f6 and now Arjun is again better.
Like golden pawn. Golden pawn was touched. You see? It's a mistake. It's always a mistake, bhai.
Saj bhai, that's the point. कोई कहता चैट में सवाल क्या घटिया पूछे. सवाल सही है. अगर गोल्डन पॉट टच करना है तो जदूब बोलो. Then it is fine. जदूब नहीं बोला एक्चुअली. उन्होंने टच कर दिया भाई. And now it is gone to f6.
Correct, bhai. And now after f6, supposedly the follow-up is very, very hard for Arjun. He has to play f5 in this position. Generally, you want to go rook e1 and e5 and just break open, the king side completely. But f5, that looks very, very interesting. So knight c5 aata hai, and then you go rook e1 to defend this pawn and sacrifice the a4 pawn, bhai. You can take it. So if black goes rook takes a4, then you go e5. And this is very close to being winning for Arjun, actually. So f5 is a critical move here.
Bhai, it's very, very tricky actually. Kya hi position hai bhai? I mean, you're giving up the a4 pawn, essentially just giving up on the endgame, just going for this attack. And very important, f6 ka idea kya hai? So if you play and goal e5, we are trying to go for e5, right? Rook e1 and e5. But if you play e5 directly, I think black can just play f5 now and close everything. The bishop is now blocked by the pawn. कल को knight c5, knight e6 या knight c5, bishop e6 and ये सारा का सारा जो pawn avalanche हमारे पास है completely block हो गया. So that's why first you play f5 ताकि black cannot, and then you play e5 and break open the diagonal and the files for the bishops and the rooks.
Correct, bhai. Correct. Absolutely correct. कोई लिख रहा है chat में, thank God Sahil bhai didn't say Nodirbek blunder.
भाई दिमाग में वर्ड पहले वही आया था मेरे, but I controlled myself, impulse control, super important.
Control is
chat.
everything, bhai. Exactly.
हाँ.
Sindarov is a champion again, guys, and he will be the candidates winner up for bet anyone. Bhai, he's looking scary. I will give you that. Also, like finishing this tournament without a loss is very impressive. Like not many players have actually achieved this in the past also. That's very, very impressive from him.
Huge statement actually. Ki, in a top level event, I'm simply not going to lose. What you gonna do? And candidates may, I think, chat why Gukesh won is because you only lost one game. Like he controlled the number of losses. In fact, there was in fact, chat, I remember this, somebody did this study of the candidates 2024, why Gukesh won. And what they came up with was during the entire tournament, Gukesh only had a greater than -1 position only once in the entire candidates. So he never had a position which was more than -1. So everybody else had 5 or 6 or 7 games, 4 games, 8 games where they were -1 or more. But Gukesh had it only once in the entire candidates, and that's when he lost. So his position, Yeah. So the
वो भी
point
जीत
is,
ही रहा था वो, I think. That game also, he
yeah,
was like, he had a good position, I remember. And then Firuza had less time on the clock also. And then Firuza did Firuza things and just managed to win that. But yeah,
yeah.
that is
Just
an
Google this up.
insane like
I think
stat.
exactly, and because Google, you will find this somewhere. I remember checking this out and just going mind blown. Ki bhai, so it's not about exactly winning the game. It's more about not really losing. So if you never lose, you essentially will get opportunities. You capitalize on the ones you get, and you never give your opponent one. So I think वो स्टेबिलिटी चाहिए भाई कैंडिडेट्स में, जो जो बार बार जीत रहे हैं हार रहे हैं, दे माइट नॉट मेक इट टू द एंड. देखते हैं क्या होगा.
क्या
एंड वही
suggestion है, right?
स्टेबिलिटी मिसिंग है.
Like to just basically in any tournament, just don't lose. And that's it.
But Sajma, he did it during the candidates. That's the crazy part. He did it, and that's why he won.
Agreed, by also that last round, what how he played and how he defended with the black pieces was very, very impressive
Yeah.
for Gukesh. So yeah,
Okay,
that
won
was
because with it defeated Hikaru twice. I mean, let's say Hikaru with से एक बार जीत गया होता and किसी और ने Hikaru को हरा दिया होता, it would have still been the same. Of course, with it should get credit, but he wasn't really fighting for Gukesh. He was fighting for himself. And with its move Bishop S3, what an opening preparation piece that was in game one. So that's one of a kind. Yeah, I mean, it's very rare you surprise Hikaru with the with the black pieces in round one or round two, I think it was, of the candidates, whatever, and just crush him with the black pieces in round two by some crazy Bishop S3 opening idea. So it happened last time, might not happen this time.
Yeah, absolutely. So after f6, Arjun is thinking, by the way, f5 is the move. Any other games that have an update, Sahil? Oh, by the way, in Pragg's board, after knight e5, he did end up taking this knight on e5 and he captures back with the pawn. So knight is going to go to d4 and maybe some f4 ideas and maybe some hope for Pragg.
Yeah, true. I think it definitely looks better than what it was. But on the other hand, not as many pieces. I mean, I do see knight coming to d4. That's a nice move, square maybe at some point, but black is also very solid by. I think draw still the likely result. In fact, the bar prefers black slightly. So, and without the light square bishop, no crazy active pieces. I don't see an attack. So I think still a draw, very, very likely.
Yeah, I think I will agree with that. Gukesh, by the way, increasing his advantage on the board and off the board. Half an hour difference more or less against Vincent Keymer. That's also great news. जो भी हो भाई, लास्ट राउंड बढ़िया होना चाहिए बस, ताकि मेमोरीज अच्छी हो टूर्नामेंट की,
Agreed, bhai. Absolutely agree.
ऑल्सो लेफ्ट साइड पे एक प्लेयर को तो देखना है भाई. सो गुकेश, दिस इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी भाई.
हमारी डिमांड्स बहुत कम है यार.
Hmm.
लाइक दे आर नॉट दैट हाई कि आखिरी 7 में से चारों इंडियन ना हो बस. दैट्स व्हाट वी आर होपिंग फॉर, चैट. है ना? इट्स नॉट टू एम्बिशियस. इट्स प्रीटी फेयर.
Yeah, correct. You want to see Fabi versus Gukesh? By me too, actually. Fabi versus Gukesh or Hikaru versus Gukesh would be insane. Pragg versus Gukesh also be dekhna hi hai, but I feel like they have more time. Like it can happen in the next few years as well if Gukesh retains his title. But Fabi versus Gukesh is going to be amazing.
I think my preferred order would be like Pragg versus Gukesh number 1, so that we are not losing the world championship. Number 2 will be Hikaru versus Gukesh, because Hikaru is going to stream and it's going to revive chess quite a bit and maximum number of content possible. And because imagine world championship recap day 1, yeah, world championship भी recap कर रहा है बंदा खुद ही.
वो तो
That would be
वैसे भी
crazy.
करेगा ना recap तो.
हाँ, but खुद का कर रहा है भाई. That is crazy,
हाँ.
like that's insane. And आज मैं ये खेलने वाला था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में, and then Magnus will do his own recap on take. That will be hilarious. So I think second would be Hikaru versus Gukesh, and third will be Fabi versus Gukesh. But I think Fabi would be like not as much of a favorite as we think he is, because Gukesh has a good record against Fabi. Although match situation में क्या होता है, only time will tell us. Yeah.
But I think Fabi wins and then Gukesh retaining the title against Fabi would be huge.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see, bhai. I'll still take Fabi because I think Fabi also played against Magnus only. Yeah, Fabi has won the candidates. I mean, he's been consistently world number 2 for a very, very long time. So that will be a very, very exciting match.
It is, by the way, last day of Tata Steel chat. So it is the day which will tell us who the winner is. Likely. It is. Likely it is, or likely ka bhai likely ban gaya bhai. So likely it's gonna be Nodirbek, but yeah, Sindarov and a couple of players still fighting for it.
Okay, so ab
Like la.
it will be Bluebaum Gukesh crazy.
Oh
But
damn, that'll be insane.
हाँ भाई वो तो है.
Meanwhile, वहां पे भीड़ बढ़ती हुई पीछे दिख रहा है, लाइन आफ्टर लाइन लगती जा रही है प्लेयर्स.
Are they looking at Sindarov's match? Actually, I'm curious. Is this the match they're looking at? Yeah, it is. Yeah,
No,
more or
no,
less.
no, no. I think it's one on the right of this. Which one is the right of this?
Pragg? This is Pragg?
No, Gukesh it is, I think. Gukesh के सामने सबसे ज्यादा crowd है, I think.
Mukesh is
नहीं, Gukesh भी
completely
नहीं
on
है.
the left.
Which is that game? जहाँ पे वो ब्लू शर्ट वाला किस गेम के साथ? हाँ, ये गेम है. Yes, it's this game actually which has the maximum crowd.
Yeah, Arjun. Okay, let's go to Arjun. कि अर्जुन में ही सबसे ज्यादा मतलब मीट है, राइट? बिकॉज ही इज गेटिंग दैट F5 and he's getting that king side attack. By the way, not Fedoseev, Bluebaum has sacrificed that rook on F7, bhai. It has happened. That line we were looking at.
Wow.
So most likely that's going to be a draw, but लेकिन Erdogmus has very little time on the clock. Only half an hour left.
या कुछ मैसेज किया व्हाट्सएप साथ में आपको पढ़ लेना. Meanwhile, I agree with you. I think half an hour less is a lot.
Yeah, likely, bhai.
Like
Likely to be true.
I think Esipenko
You
will win.
just
I think
likely.
Esipenko right now has the least number of odds for me to win, and it's not because he doesn't have chances to win. It's just we've not seen him play as much at the top level recently. So he could throw up a surprise win, like a couple of surprise wins against very strong players. But for him to win the candidates would be surprise. Like, yeah, not possible. I feel very unlikely.
I don't know, bhai. I
Unlikely.
think कहीं पे भी कुछ भी unlikely नहीं है. I think Esipenko is a very strong player, like very solid and very principled. So, and in candidates, I think solid style is perhaps a bit more preferred because games are long. So, if you have the stamina
But
and you have the, that style, I think it can be very dangerous.
But Saj bhai, like the fact that we saw what is going to win you the candidates is basically essentially not being -1 in more than 1 or 2 games in the entire candidates, which is going to last 14 rounds. I mean, it's very unlikely that
कोई
Esipenko
भी
like doesn't lose like two,
कोई भी
three
player
games.
लेकिन वहां पर नहीं बैठेगा ऐसे तो. Basically, I think
हाँ, मतलब
candidates में like first two rounds is a very big indicator
हाँ,
of who's
true,
going to win. Because
true.
momentum and being solid, that's what matters. And choosing the right opportunity to strike, basically. Not going all out on every single game.
Gukesh was also not likely to win according to Magnus. But the point is, Gukesh was never um, like at the bottom of the predictions, right? So I think he was in the middle somewhere. Even for Magnus, like it was not in the bottom. If you had to choose one player who had the least number of odds, let's say percentage से divide करना होता, very likely you would put Esipenko at the bottom. So ये मुझे लग रहा है.
पहले actually Bluebaum था, but I think now probably not
Yeah,
not as much. क्योंकि वो, I mean, I don't know if he's 27 or no because he lost yesterday. So what is his current rating?
I'm not sure,
He's
but
not 27, I think. Yeah, 2697. Yeah, he dropped below
for him,
27.
a win then means a lot, right? Because he crosses 2700. That will be amazing.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah. Which and when is next tournament? For whom? For us, for players. I mean, it's for whom by?
Right, let's see. 58 minutes for Arjun. Almost 20 minute का difference. By the way, Pragg के match भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई? सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स आज टाइम पे थोड़ा कम दिख रहे हैं. Pragg having what 40-minute difference against Jordan here? That's a
But I
problem,
think,
no?
yeah, but I think it was self-imposed. No, जब वो opening में इतना सोच लिया, then he chose an option of bishop b8, which is already novel. Then you, of course, will spend more time to think of solutions. I'm happy that there have been a lot of trades. So now maybe it's not as complicated as it could have been. Black is not going to get e5 in at least for the next few moves. So white's position is stable. Knight will come to d4, and it becomes difficult to play f6 because there is knight e6. So I kind of like this version than what we had 3 moves back.
एक्चुअली f6 अभी खेल सकते हो, बट knight d4 knight d6 के बाद you have to go knight g7 to defend
Hmm.
this, and white can play knight f3 to defend this now. And now something
Hmm.
like b6 is very good. But
Hmm.
yeah, it looks uncomfortable for black though, for now at least.
Yeah.
Very, very likely.
Yeah. True. And Arjun still has not played, by the way. 57 minutes for Arjun. He has to play f5 as we discussed. He can play rook e1 also. I think that will likely transpose. But f5 is a nice idea. And we love that idea. Hopefully he finds it, Sahaj. And
भाई
very
रुके E1 में
important.
पूरा घर जा रहा है यहाँ पे क्वीन साइड पे. Like black can play queen b4,
Hmm.
targeting this e5 only move. Rook takes a4, पहला pawn, rook e3, queen takes c4, second pawn, and okay, just rook c3 apparently. Okay, you can win c7, but yeah, maybe not rook e3. You were losing the c4 pawn as well here. Like you can play something like queen d1, queen c4, and rook f2. This is
By
possible,
the
yeah.
way, yeah, and this looks strong.
पूरा
Meanwhile,
घर जा रहा है.
Vincent. प्राग घर जा रहा है?
नहीं, I mean पूरा घर जा रहा है क्वीन साइड पे.
अच्छा,
a4 और
मैंने कहा
c4 दोनों जा
प्राग
रहे हैं.
घर क्यों जा रहा है भाई? अरे प्राग क्यों घर जा रहा है? गेम पेंडिंग है घर. चैट तुम्हें क्या सुनाई दिया? मुझे सुनाई दिया प्राग घर जा रहा है. मैंने कहा
पूरा
क्यों भाई?
पूरा घर जा रहा है, तो मैंने वो.
अच्छा, मैंने कहा उदास हो गया प्राग, या ऐसा क्या हो गया यार? बाय द वे,
Are you saying Vincent match?
yeah, because d4 के बाद he did not take, he played b6, which is a slight inaccuracy because of the move d5, and which kind of forces black to give up the bishop after bishop g4, h3 takes and takes for the knight on f3. And Saj, who benefits more from this trade? At first glance, it feels like it's white.
Because white has f4 push at some point, so definitely it's white. Because black कभी f5 खेलेगा तो e5 का pawn weak हो जाएगा आपका. तो black के
Hmm.
पास break through नहीं है, white के पास break through है. So yeah, for sure, white. I mean, technically, like you will think if the knight is superior than the bishop, and maybe because the knight is not ideally placed. Yeah, knight has to be on d6 here, and not
Hmm.
only like you cannot even reroute the knight to d6 anywhere. Like think about it. You have to knight f6 जाना होगा, pawn है यहाँ पे. Knight b6 c8 जाना होगा, यहाँ पे भी pawn है. So you can either go from c8, e8, f7 and b7. Right? b7 तो भूल जाओ, ये तो possible ही नहीं है. f7 maybe is still possible, but for that knight f8, knight h7, knight g5, knight f7, knight d6 like this, that's so
Yeah.
long. If the knight
Yeah, I
was on
think
d6, this would be great for black. But with this, I'm not so sure.
yeah, knight f8, नहीं पहले rook e8, knight f8, knight g6, knight e7, knight c8, knight d6, तब तक के लिए 4 किंग मार दिए होंगे white ने black के. So
Yeah,
doesn't
ये
look like a
possible ही नहीं है
practical
भाई.
plan
h5
at
मर
all.
रहा है. जब आप g6 पे आओगे,
हाँ,
h5 मर जाएगा.
fair, also fair. So I think this looks difficult, and Vincent Keymer is now, after d5, could be plus zero point 0.7 the evaluation for
Hmm.
Gukesh. So I think अच्छा मौका Gukesh के पास. Ooh, Arjun has played.
Yeah, and he
Why
goes rook
he didn't
f e1.
find? He played rook f e1. He's being a bit cautious with the pawn, Sahaj bhai. It's a, again, it looks like a lack of confidence, not wanting to take too much risk.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. मतलब normally मतलब अर्जुन पूरा एकदम यहाँ पे सैक कर चुका होता, मतलब पूरा घर सैक कर चुका होता अब तक.
Okay,
But
this is not
lack of
convincing anymore.
confidence, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, maza nahi aa raha, Sahaj bhai. I think because we needed the rook on f1, and now suddenly the attack is not as strong, and likely Nodirbek is gonna avoid the worst attack he could have faced in this position at least.
Hmm. Okay, so but knight c5 right now basically an only move for Nodirbek. इसके अलावा Arjun is basically back. He has good chances to win. But Nodirbek को knight c5 निकालना है यहाँ पे. He has time though, 20 minutes difference. That's a lot. By the way, chat is telling us that Yagiz played that line completely. Yep, that is true, bhai. Look at this game. Sahil bhai, he played bishop g4. There were two brilliancies played, yeah? After queen e7, we saw rook f7 was a brilliancy. Takes queen g6, and now bishop g4, another brilliancy on the board. And basically, this is headed towards a draw.
Wow. So Yagiz Khan took like a lot of time, but he came up with the best moves. And rook f1, queen e3, king h1, rook f8. Apparently, there's bishop e2 as well. Baap re. भाई ये क्या चाल है यार? Giving the rook on f7 for free.
Free का रुक है ना?
भाई साहब.
Yeah, bishop e2 or even rook f8 is very simple, bhai. Because you take this, King goes to h8. Up queen g4 you have to take, and rook f7 and back rank f. You cannot capture back.
Okay, I mean this is a dead draw. Yeah, ऐसे कुछ
Yeah,
सोचने
draw
की
हो गया
बचा ही
भाई.
नहीं है.
Yeah. So basically, Bluebaum
भाई तो
doesn't
भाई
end the tournament with 2700 rating.
भाई उसका छोड़ो, अपना पकड़ो भाई. Pragg has made an error. Queen d4 and now he's worse slightly.
Okay. Knight d4 खेलना था. We were looking at this. Knight d4 and then knight f3 to defend the pawn, but he chooses the queen to defend the e5 pawn. And now the problem is black can play knight g5, knight g7 and knight f5 and kick the queen away. Maybe even knight e6.
But why queen d4 if the queen will get kicked anyways? Like it doesn't make any sense, no?
Maybe he doesn't like knight d4, knight f3. He had to defend the pawn on e5 somehow.
Yeah, this is not looking great to be honest, chat. Pragg playing queen d4, a centralizing move. And if the knight was on f6, maybe it's, at the perfect distance, but knight g7 and knight f5, anyway, black probably wanted to play because the knight is not as active on h5.
या
Now
साहिल भाई, लेकिन अब
suddenly,
ना थोड़ा चैट को नॉस्टैल्जिया हो रहा है यार. अब ब्लंडर नहीं बोल रहे हो यार. अब आज आज आप बिल्कुल भी दो सिचुएशंस आ गए. अब
यार,
चैट भी मतलब पॉइंट पिन पॉइंट कर बोल ही दो भाई. अब तो
हाँ कुछ बड़ी गलती हो गई ना भाई. ये तो बिल्कुल तो छोटी
बड़ी
गलती थी
गलती है
भाई,
ना भाई.
छोटी.
ये तो क्वीन डी4 ब्लंडर भाई, सीधा.
ठीक है, डन भाई. अगली बार कुछ भी होगा ना, अगर .2 से .21 भी चला जाए तो ब्लंडर ही बोल देना है मैंने.
डन भाई. देख लो चैट, वी आर लिसनिंग टू यू.
लुक एट फैबी इन द ग्रीन हुडी. भाई फैबी कहाँ है यहाँ पे भाई? फैबी तो वीडियो बना रहा है यूट्यूब पे. वेल
एक्चुअली वो
प्लेड
जो
नाइट जी
पीछे
सेवन.
है, दैट गाय लुक्स अ बिट लाइक नेपो ना. वो
कौन
जो
सा
स्वेट
बंदा?
शर्ट के एकदम राइट साइड पे है. The white sweatshirt, the guy right close to Pragg's head. Pragg is blocking him now. He kind of looks like Nepo, no?
हाँ, he looks
A
like a
little bit.
mix of Nepo and Magnus, like the guy who actually
Yeah.
won the World Blitz. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah,
won
yeah.
the World Blitz in 2024 actually, I
हाँ
think.
हाँ हाँ,
This is the guy.
exactly exactly. Co-champions दोनों वही थे. By the way, 97 played and Queen C3 on the board.
Okay, so this was the idea apparently. Hmm. But okay, I'm not convinced with the pawn structure we have after f takes e5, f takes e5. This looks quite, yeah, this looks broken, just like the camera right now, Saj bhai.
मुझे लगा
Hi,
भाई यहाँ पे X का जोक मारोगे, but sad.
नहीं, Fabi का मारने वाला हूँ. Fabi said he wasn't invited to Tata Steel. What could be the reason, Saj bhai, he wasn't invited? What do you think?
I'm genuinely shocked by that actually. Maybe because Fabi was, because his candidates is happening and that's why they didn't invite him. I don't know. Maybe they thought Fabi will say no anyways, but I don't know, bhai. That is surprising for me though, that Fabi wasn't invited. मुझे लगा Fabi जान के नहीं खेला.
Yeah, because the time he actually won the candidates, he played Tata Steel and it was a horrible event for him. So maybe he would love to kind of play it. Yeah, keep it exactly the same and history repeats itself. He declined the invitation as well. But उसने बोला invite ही नहीं आया तो decline क्या करेगा भाई? It's like saying कि
Invite नहीं
भाई,
आया तो फिर.
हाँ, इट्स लाइक स्कूल में जा रहे हो और दोस्त कह रहे हैं कि भाई यार उसकी बर्थडे पार्टी में जा रहा है. भाई कौन सी बर्थडे पार्टी? अरे भाई उसकी, तेरे को आया नहीं? नहीं भाई, इनवाइट आया नहीं, तुझे बुलाया ही नहीं उसने बर्थडे पार्टी में. इट्स लाइक अरे यार तो मैं जाता भी नहीं भाई. मैं ऐसे जाता है, टाइम थोड़ी है, बिजी हूँ मैं. साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? इट रिमाइंड्स यू ऑफ दैट, नो?
2:12 p.m. 1st of February.
भाई आईएसटी में लिखो ना यार.
नहीं भाई,
रिप्लेस करके
मैं
क्रैक
ऐसे
कर.
मैं ऐसे लिखता हूँ भाई, तो मेरे लिए इजी
अच्छा
रहता
अच्छा.
है इस मतलब करना है ना. आई नो एग्जैक्टली टाइम स्टैम्प पे कहाँ जाना है एंड ऑल ऑफ
हाँ.
दैट. ओ भाई सोच किंग ने लिखा एनालॉजी टाइम लिखो सहज भाई. अरे 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 अरे.
भाई गुकेश ने गलती कर दी भाई. ही टुक ऑन E5.
ओ भाई, बट लेकिन क्या था, ये तो गलत हो गया भाई. कुछ और बोलना था आपको.
यार,
मिस बस सब लोग ही मिस कर रहे हैं आज. कमेंटेटर्स भी मिस कर रहे हैं आज. आई फील.
I mean, it's a good move still. Like you have to take on e5 with the f pawn, so that pawn can be weak, right? Because knight takes e5, knight takes, pawn takes. Now bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop g3 was my plan, and I just put a lot of
बट
pressure on
भाई
that
मेरा
pawn.
बिशप भी b3 पे आ रहा है.
Hmm.
सो आई डोंट नो.
साले आप प्यार से हार क्यों नहीं जाते हो? लड़ना जरूरी है. प्यार से हार जाओ ना यार. प्यार is the future.
मैं विंसेंट नहीं हारेगा ना प्यार से भाई.
Why is Arjun worse? Why?
Oh,
Wait a second.
he just made a mistake. Yeah. A big one, by the way. After f5, ये position थी chat. He played e5, which e5 was not correct. यहाँ पे f5 was correct. We were looking at this, but e5 के बाद f5 आ गया, जो साहिल भाई का plan था, to block the bishop, and then he goes bishop knight d4, and अब knight e6 आने के बाद knight f5 नहीं मर रहा, by the way, यहाँ पे for some reason. Why not? This queen f7, and you just take on f4. Okay, that's simple. And Arjun is slightly worse now. भाई नॉदरबेक अगर ड्रॉप पूछेगा तो मान लेना चाहिए अब राइट.
ड्रॉ पूछना अलाउड ही नहीं है भाई. आई विश. आई थिंक इट्स गॉन. आई थिंक द ट्रेंड इज सेट साथ में. नाइट e6 के बाद, I mean, what do you do? f4 is hanging, so you have to take, I feel. Bishop takes e6, and how on earth are you winning this? In fact, bishop a3 only move, or you're lost. Bhai,
Yeah,
only
this
black
is
can win this,
sad.
honestly. That is
Yeah.
just sad. Yeah, complete miss from Arjun. There's no chance of winning, honestly, because e5 fi ke baad, there's absolutely no chances for an attack. e6 blocked hai. Bishop on b2 is now just useless, I feel.
Yeah. Knight e6 is too powerful. अगर ये knight straight हो गए, bishop e6 पे बैठ गया, तो like no chance to win. I agree. You would much rather not have the pawn on e5, yeah? ताकि bishop खुला रहे यहाँ पे, तो रुक e3 रुक g3, कुछ attack आ जाए यहाँ पे.
अरे
Do you
यार.
think Tata Steel is a curse for Arjun? I think, you know what, I think it's a learning opportunity for sure. I mean, you don't necessarily win um everything in that sense, so I think it's a good learning opportunity. It points out ke kahan pe he has to work, and so on. So I,
और
I
ये
think for
कोरा का
sure it
मैंने
was still better than last time though.
कल भी कंप्लेन किया था ना, फिर मेल आ गया भाई. ये क्या है भाई? 100 कैसे, कितना घटिया वेबसाइट है भाई ये. सच में से घटिया से
Quora.
मैंने देखी जिंदगी में नहीं देखी भाई.
Quora.
हाँ.
Oh.
द वर्स्ट वेबसाइट इन द वर्ल्ड भाई. जितना ब्लॉक कर लो भाई, मेल करते रहते हैं. एनीवेज, हाँ, मूविंग ऑन.
यार this is looking sad. Yeah, Ivan's gambit से आया था, मुझे लगा कुछ exciting चीज होगा, but you might be right. Yeah, it must be a confidence thing now. Because Arjun has not won a game in what 12 matches. Pragg के बाद he has not, okay, 11 matches, but he hasn't won a single game.
You know, Chad, it's like from Arjun, it's a confidence thing. There is no way on earth he would play rook fe1. अर्जुन से बेटर पॉन सैक कोई दुनिया में करता ही नहीं. कोई पैदा ही नहीं हुआ भाई आज की जनरेशन बेटर ऐसे सेक्रीफाइस करता हो. सेक्रीफाइस करता हो इस मैच में.
Sacrifice.
भाई क्या हो गया? मेरी अंग्रेजी भी उड़ गया. इतना घटिया से चल रहा है भाई, मजा ही नहीं आ रहा है यार. आई एम गोना कमेंटेट इन कश्मीरी नाउ भाई, मुझे लग रहा है.
कर लो भाई.
आई एम नॉट हैप्पी यार चैट.
रेडिट ट्राई करो सब हिडन. हाँ भाई, मतलब आई थिंक मैंने, आई डोंट नो, मैंने भी अगर कोरा का कोई ईमेल बनाया, आई डोंट थिंक मैंने कुछ बनाया होगा, बट मेरे को भी हर रोज आते हैं, एंड आई हैवंट विजिटेड द वेबसाइट इन लाइक इयर्स. मेरे को भी हर रोज आते हैं.
अकाउंट भाई, इट्स जस्ट वियर्ड वेबसाइट यार. जितना तुम स्पैम कर दो, रिपोर्ट अनब्लॉक कर दो, ये सब चलता रहता है. सो या it's like an ex who never stops texting. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, going to the live position, an Arjun game. Now, do we kind of tone down the game and go for the draw? I think, is that the best bet for Arjun? Like just exchange everything.
Hey, we have to understand कि अर्जुन ने सोचा क्या है यहाँ पे. Clearly not knight f5 because there's queen f7. Unless there is some g4 I'm missing, or some knight e3, knight d5, I don't know, that I'm missing. This is the only critical line here. अगर ये काम नहीं कर रही तो I think Arjun he has to defend. I don't know. Did he look
Exactly
at
my point.
knight e3
Like,
perhaps?
what
Knight
did he even
f4.
see here? Like, that's the point. Like, what did he see? Like, I don't get it. Like, he must have seen something, right? The something can't be exchanging pieces and going into a worse endgame to draw. Like, I'm not sure what he
No,
saw.
he looked at knight f5, I think. That's my understanding. Or knight b5. Knight b5 में क्या हो रहा है? I still have bishop a3 as a threat. मतलब f4 मर जाएगा. That's not very good actually. So not working.
Bhai,
Knight d6 पे knight
knight
f5.
b5.
It's very bad, no?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think he's gonna take on f5 and he's gonna play knight e3 is my guess. And here he thinks, okay, maybe I can throw e6 or something and get my bishop active. But yeah, it's not enough. Why? This could be a problem for Arjun also. He could have to defend.
Yeah. He likely will have to defend Chad, in fact. Either by the 96 played, so crucial crunch moment now for Arjun. Is he gonna create complicated chances with like knight f5 or something else, or is he gonna just, exchange on e6, go for a slightly worse endgame and hold the draw? भाई ये तो पूरा उल्टा ही हो गया यार. अर्जुन की गेम में चांसेस थे.
Yeah, correct. Gukesh also looking kind of equalish now with pawn takes pawn. So, and your Pragg is defending, bhai. So, not looking like the great, the best finish today.
Absolutely. Sajay, मैं 2 मिनट में आता हूँ. Let's go full screen and maybe we can stick this game. I think यहाँ पे ये move बहुत crucial है. I'll just be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. No worries. So, what's up, chat? Does Sindarov have a chance? Sindarov is, I think, basically, I wouldn't say a dead drawn position, but like, I don't think Sindarov के जीतने के chances हैं यहाँ पे. Like, to be very frank, most likely ये match draw होगा. That's my take. I mean, provided there are no tactical problems for either side. He also has a huge time lead here as well. And from the looks of it, Abdusattorov की position भी, matlab, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I mean, he's technically he's not playing to equalize anymore. So, if Nodirbek draws, then he's a clear champion. So, Sindarov would have to win this match. I mean, maybe he saw the game, maybe he saw the developments, but so far ऐसा लग रहा था कि अर्जुन पुश कर रहा है वहाँ पे, but now the tide has turned. So for Sindarov, I think maybe he finishes on 8 out of 13, still undefeated, but he'll be second. That's what I think. And by the way, Gukesh versus Vincent, this is the current position. He has taken the pawn, and Vincent is now thinking about knight से capture करना है pawn से, but of course pawn से आप capture नहीं कर सकते because there is knight g5 and the e6 bishop hangs, and then the h5 pawn is gone for free. So a pawn से नहीं मार सकते. Maybe he's thinking कि भाई bishop c4, this intermezzo, kick the queen away somewhere to c2, and then okay, you take on e5, maybe with the knight or the pawn. And he's trying to understand कि भाई what are the similarities. Like if I take this now or if I take after bishop c4, how are these two positions different? That's what Vincent is trying to figure out here. Arjun just loses. नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है. I really don't think so. I think, yeah, it's just been a bad event. By the way, Jorden has made a move against Pragg. He has taken the pawn on e5, and now white has recaptured pawn takes pawn. And now rook takes rook. Mar sakta hai. Knight e6 aa sakta hai. Knight e6, I think, looking very, very juicy. Played. And a point taken, knight d4 pe. Is this hanging? The pawn on e5. Ah, no, maybe there's a tactic. Yeah, if you go knight d4, queen e5, there's knight takes e6 perhaps. That's also looking a bit tricky for Pragg because takes, check, king here, takes, and okay, ye pawns, even though white is a pawn up right now, ye pawns today scattered se. So knight c7 kill I can defend, and then this knight on e7 could also be trapped potentially in the game. So some practical problems for Pragg. He's definitely, now it's very clear that Pragg is not better here. I mean, it's because position ekdam balanced and knight, all the pieces are the same, and the only difference is Pragg's pawn structure is broken. This pawn on e5 and pawn on e3. Whereas black basically has no mistakes, no weaknesses. So optically, of course, Pragg is trying to defend now. But let's see what he goes for. Gukesh ka kya hua bhai? Gukesh is still playing. He has taken the pawn on e5 and he has a sizable time advantage against Vincent Keymer, who just, by the way, went below the 40-minute mark. And if we can just take a quick look here, Gukesh ke board pe, Vincent has to play 22 moves in 39 minutes. So some time pressure issues could arise, more or less. But right now, as we said, he's thinking कि भाई knight से capture करें या bishop c4 खेलने के बाद knight से capture करें. He's trying to understand the differences there. So let's see what Vincent does. So far, I think the only good thing here for Gukesh is that Vincent has very low time. And same can be said for Pragg as well. Pragg also has very low time on the clock. So yeah, that's not looking the most ideal. There was a time in this event when Arjun was the favorite to win and Aravindh was at the last Indian point west. Now they are sharing the spot. Yeah, right, true. Because Arjun won his first match and he was looking so dominant. And then, after his first loss, I believe it was against Fedoseev, felt like the tournament just fell apart for him. Yeah. So that definitely is going to hurt Arjun. Maybe it's the Tata Steel. Maybe it's like, a lot of risks that Arjun took in the opening, and perhaps that's what cost him this. But yeah, okay, he goes bishop c4, attacking the queen. Doesn't take the pawn immediately. Now queen c2 or queen d2 are two possible moves, and then knight takes e5. ये तो आप pre-move कर सकते हो knight e5 यहाँ पे. But let's see what Gukesh goes for. He has a lot of time on the clock. He can take his time to think. Despite the time duration, is Vincent winning or Gukesh? No, no one is winning right now. Especially in high level chess, we avoid saying winning or losing unless it's absolutely certain. In like the first 2 to 3 hours, it's very hard to say if any side is going to win. By the way, Gukesh goes for queen d2. That's the best move. And now knight takes e5 is forced. Pawn takes me again, knight g5 is a threat. So knight e5 is basically forced now. Unless he's thinking about pawn takes e5 now. Really doubt it though. If one game can shadow your confidence, then it is not a good sign, is it? Yeah, true. Maybe it's I mean, that game I think could hurt anyone, like on a more personal level, because Arjun was, I mean, maybe not winning, but he had a clear advantage after like the first 10 moves or something like that. So, and losing that with white pieces will be relatively quite quickly. It can definitely hurt your confidence. It can shatter your momentum. So it's not just one loss. I think it could hurt him personally. Maybe that's the reason, yeah. So let's see. So after queen d2, now again Vincent is thinking. Gukesh playing relatively quite fast. That's a great sign. Again, knight e5 is the move. Takes, and bishop g5 is what you play to not allow rook a d8 in this position. White goes f3. And okay, it's long-term pressure on the e5 pawn. But black also has this pressure on the a4 pawn. Let's not forget that. So some bishop b3 and queen c4, moves like that can capture this pawn. And, we'll see some action there. So this is looking, for me, it's still looking pretty solid for Vincent, but Bar seems to like Gukesh slightly more. So let's see. And by the way, Arjun has just taken that pawn on f5, which was a huge inaccuracy against the tournament leader Nodirbek. And now after queen f7, knight e3, and knight takes f4, Nodirbek has a great position. Although still some attacking chances for Arjun, but he still has a great position though. Bhai, this is very, very scary. He took on f5.
भाई मैं एक हल्का सा प्रोटीन रखा गया जल्दी से. प्रोटीन सारा निकल गया मेरे अंदर ऑलरेडी. ये क्या था भाई? डर लग रहा है यार.
Some miscalculation from Arjun for sure. कुछ तो गलत हुआ है यहाँ पे. Not sure exactly what he miscalculated, but we'll see. Maybe it's just misevaluation.
भाई साहब. And now I think there is no other option apart from knight e3, no? Or knight g3. Which one is better? I mean, knight e3 because I have knight d5 ideas.
Yeah, and then knight f4, and then bishop goes to e6, and I don't know, knight d5 you play anyways, bishop goes to e6. कोई e6 का प्लान नहीं है आपका. Maybe कुछ
Oh, look at this.
e6 मैं यहाँ पर फेंक सकता हूँ क्या? Yeah.
So knight d5, bishop e6. And apparently the best move of white is quite interesting. Rook a3. And look at this. Now, if rook a e8 for black, chat white to play, find the best move for white. So maybe, just as maybe, we might be underestimating what Arjun has here. But the queen hasn't played. Chat white to play best move. Come on.
So we are going to see this line, or at least some form of this line very soon.
I'm hoping we see this exact thing. Otherwise, we're just busted. At least worse. So,
यहाँ
chat, come
पर
on.
भी
What's white's
worse
best
ही है.
move? True. Fair enough. But at least we are doing something. I think chess needs to be popularized in India because many people show interest, but it's not as clear because of live watching. Thank you you guys are doing a great job. Thank you, bhai. I think it's not about that. I think there was a lot of support when Indians do well. I think this tournament has not been close to even average from Indian players. And it always happens. I think Indian cricket team agar haar rahi hai, खेल रही hai, I don't know, Kenya se, and Rohit gets out for 0, Virat gets out for 0, of course, like thoda bahut interest kam hoga. I think it's pretty understandable, and whenever Indians will do well, the interest will also be high. Baki, we'll be there regardless. Interest high ho, whatever it is, we'll always be there to bring the action to you. And hopefully, people enjoy it and do like the stream chat. And Saad, can we show the move now? Kya hi crazy idea hai white ke paas?
There's knight f6 check apparently. You
Baap re.
take and rook g3 check. King goes to h8. I mean, you just
I think
ideally you
this
just
is
want to
already
take on
equal.
f.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, this is very, very unlikely. Yeah, h4 here.
And now f5, h5, king g7. Bhai, ये तो थोड़ा सा crazy लग रहा है भाई.
I still like black's position, bhai.
Of course. But the queen of 7 play. At least it's something. At least the action is going on. Look at Nodirbek, by the way. He's like, भाई Arjun भाई, क्या कर दिया तूने यार? अब तो मैं better हूँ.
Yeah, this looks scary, bhai. I think it's fine. By the way, Vincent has made a move. He has gone rook d8, so he has not taken the pawn yet. And now some good opportunity for Gukesh to take this pawn, go knight d5, and yeah, he's looking quite good.
But is he going to lose the e4 pawn, right? Because
yeah,
after e takes f6, knight takes f6, e4 is attacked, and queen c2, there's bishop d3.
Queen c1 only move. Black has to go knight e4. And now knight e5 only move, by the way. Queen e6. And then bishop g5 only move. Bhai, this is not easy.
I thought knight c4 hoga, because knight c4, now if I take on c4, queen takes c4, essentially I'm a pawn up on the king side, and your double pawns don't really mean much. Your knight will be well placed on d3, which is not easy to get. I'm taking
black here, bhai.
Really?
Yeah, bhai. I love the knight here. Knight can sit on d6, no? It can go to c4, I don't know.
But queen c2, or do you play?
Queen c2, knight d6, maybe you have queen g6.
Yeah, and now rook d1 is my idea. Queen d3. But I like this. Queen takes, rook takes, maybe rook d1, my king comes to e2. I would love to play this endgame. Like I can push a little bit, no?
Yeah, maybe.
Push a bit?
But at most it's equal, I would say. Yeah, you'll press, but at most it's equal.
Yeah, 90% draw chances. So let's see how this happens. Vincent taking a lot of risks, and पहले जब risk था तब Vincent ने लिया नहीं, and now he didn't had to take a risk. Now he takes. So very interesting. By the way, Pragg is clearly worse by blunder by Praggnanandhaa.
Oh. That's music to my ears, bhai.
भाई
आपका blunder बोलना, not the actual blunder, but the you saying it a blunder.
भाई, so this is actually a big, yeah. ये क्या हो रहा है chat? Because after rook f5, pawn तो गए हो, knight d3 and now knight e4.
Oh, this looks bad.
This looks very bad.
Good knight, bad knight.
So Ajbhai, I'm only used to bad knights, and I can totally relate myself here with bad knights. This is gone, I feel. This is very bad.
I think more worrying part is कि उसके पास 35 minutes ही हैं. That's, I think, the more critical part.
And I want to show something very simple. So simple chess is basically lost for Pragg. So let's say you play knight e4, knight d3, only move, knight e4, queen d4, which I think is the engine's first preference and also the best move. Now just rook b f8. And let's say you are a bit casual. In fact, best move is rook f5, white key, according to the engines. And now the white key, the engine suggests that bhai a4 khelo, which I don't know. But okay, let's play you play rook f1. You're like, I want to trade rooks going to the end game. Suddenly it's completely lost already. Rook f1, king f1, and queen to c8 or queen to d7. And you can essentially resign here.
Yeah, knight is bad. Queen also is in the center, but it's blocked completely.
Yeah.
If you get it active, you have to play queen b2, queen f2 bhi nahi aa raha, queen b2, queen e2, queen f3, something like this. So yeah, if rooks get traded, this is very bad news for him. And Jorden, if he wins, he's going to be on 8 out of 13. Bhai, he might win the tournament.
And now now he's locked in. And chat, Sadhbhai, to your point, sorry to interrupt you, but the point is, this is exactly what he needed. Like उसके हिसाब से like a position जहाँ पे he can push, like normal circumstances में से ज़्यादा push करेगा जो, because he has a chance to win the entire event.
Correct, Brian. By the way, Jorden is now world number 25, yeah? If he wins today, he will be world top 20, basically.
Wow. Wow. This is crazy, chat. This is insane. I don't know what the super chat was. I didn't even read it, chat. So I'm gonna avoid it for now. कुछ तो होगा ऐसा modern lead किया है तो. But meanwhile, knight f4 के बाद Pragg is close to objectively lost if black can find rook to f5. So Pragg is close to lost. Arjun is worse. Maybe not much worse, slightly worse. Aravindh is slightly
Rook f5
better.
played.
Oh.
Looking scary, bhai. And now knight d3 only move, otherwise you lose the pawn by 4. So we are going to see that line jahan pe rooks are going to get traded off. So now knight d4, knight d3 played, by the way. Knight d4 is what we were looking at. Queen kahin hategi, and then you trade this, you bring the other rook, and that's it.
सहज भाई मौके पे मारा चौका, रानी ने दिया धोखा. भाई क्वीन d4 पे रानी कर क्या रही है यार? शी इज जस्ट नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग.
Rook f8 he plays.
F8. Because knight d4, queen d4 is, you can play anytime, chat. So it doesn't change anything. And I feel like we are not the only ones surprised with the performance of the Indian players. Even the other players must be. Like 2024 mein, 2025 mein, when you play these guys, like you are under pressure and suddenly everybody is losing. And Sahaj bhai, in hindsight, maybe the real blunder came on move number 9 in this position when Pragg played bishop f4.
Exactly why. Bishop f4 and then bishop takes b8 was the problem. But I think, like, in general also, like, a lot of blunders happening at elite level chess, yeah, which is not something that I'm used to seeing as much in the same. I mean, it felt like यहाँ पे ज़्यादा blunders हो रहे हैं, not just from the Indian players, actually overall. Like, think about Anish, that king pawn ending, and then Anish also blundering in the first round as well. Vincent blundering in the first round as well. I mean, so many blunders we are seeing left and right, and from elite players, which is a bit strange.
Yeah. So Pragg now under pressure. Apparently he has to find a move like rook to f4, which essentially, gives the option of black to go wrong. Let's say rook takes f4, e takes f4 would fix white's structure. It's still bad for white, but I think he's back. So rook f4 could be one solution. And then you double
White
up
and knight e4 and g5.
Arey baap re.
By how bad is the evaluation for you?
It's minus 1.26. So that's like...
Okay, so it's still savable.
One mistake away from a loss, essentially. Like
by 32 minutes also, yeah. That's a bigger... I'm telling you, why time is a bigger problem here.
For sure, bhai. For sure.
32 minutes, no increment to play 16 moves is ridiculous. So I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah?
Yeah. When you cannot afford a single mistake, then I think the time becomes a even bigger factor. And right now, Pragg, if he loses, by the way, chat, let's not forget. Oh my God, I just completely forgot. If Sindarov were to win today and Arjun and Gukesh were to... Okay, Gukesh will have to lose. That's not going to happen. But there's still a possibility that there will be no Indian in the world top 10 after the day ends. It's a slight possibility. Sindarov will have to win for it. And I don't think he is gonna. But wow. And Pragg, if he loses, oh my God, Pragg, if he loses, he will be world number 18. Oh my God, he'll be world number 18. Om Shavai, I don't know what super chat was. I think I didn't see it and the mods deleted it. I don't know क्या लिखा था उसके ऊपर कुछ होगा थोड़ा सा controversial. भाई, that is insane. Pragg world number 18 भाई याद ही नहीं है यार. When was he world number 18? Oh my God, that is so shocking. Wow. And if Arjun were to lose, I think he still might be world number 10, depending on if Sindarov wins. But that is crazy to me.
क्या हुआ भाई? I heard something.
Bhai, if Pragg loses, he'll be world number 18.
Oh, wow.
That is unbelievable to me. 18, bhai. He was world number 4. He'll be world number 18. And if he were to lose another, he'll be world number 20 से ऊपर भाई.
एक राउंड और नहीं है ना भाई, एक ही है, इट्स फाइन.
But
ये बचा लो बस, बहुत है. Like, I mean, I think ending a tournament on a loss is it always
भाई
hurts you.
ये दुख का है खत्म नहीं होता है साज भाई. भाई गुकेश ब्लंडर.
अरे भाई,
एक ही गेम तो जीत रहे थे भाई. वहां पे ये मिस्टेक. That's a big one.
यहाँ पे तो भाई मैं ब्लेंडर को प्रोटेस्ट भी नहीं कर रहा भाई. इट लुक्स बैड.
It does look bad. I mean, I think he wants the B2 square for the queen. But I'm guessing. But
टेक CB4. तो पॉन जो डबल थे वो अनटैंगल हो गए. एंड नाउ CB4 के बाद नाइट टेक C5 इनकमिंग. या
Saleh, where to check the rankings? Actually, 2700 chess is I think the traditional way of checking this. उसमें जो भी games होती हैं live rating daily basis पे game basis पे change होती हैं and you can see कि count कितना ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है. And somebody saying our guys are okay. I can't really read that one. But yeah, I think it's a bit disappointing though. And Sajbhai, if Sindharo were to win somehow, I should check that game. It's very likely that we're going to have no Indians in the world top 10 if Arjun were to lose and Sindharo were to win. Arjun ki losing ke chances to abhi zyada hi hai. So can Sindharo win this, Sahaj, is the question.
नहीं, I think Sindarov, I don't think is going to win. I think this is very close to being equal, like very, very close to a repetition somehow. I'm getting a feeling यहाँ पे repetition आने वाला है बहुत जल्दी. I think ये तो draw ही होगा. So I think Arjun will remain on. Arjun or Gukesh will be world top 10 for sure. Yeah.
हाँ भाई, मान लेता हूँ साज भाई. मुझे तो डर लग रहा है पर्सनली, बहुत डर लग रहा है एक्चुअली.
नहीं, बट ये जीत नहीं सकता ना यहाँ पे. कैसे जीतोगे आप? क्वीन E7 ही मार दिया तो लाइक हाउ? इट्स वेरी वेरी
भाई वर्ल्ड
डिफिकल्ट.
नंबर 18 कैसे है प्रग यार आफ्टर दिस लॉस? आई स्टिल कांट बिलीव इट.
Yeah, just hasn't been a great event. Arjun is worse, Pragg is worse, and Gukesh okay. Gukesh is equal now, more or less. By the way,
But
Vincent
okay,
का
the tide
time,
is.
if we can take a look there, Vincent has very little time on the clock, yeah? 34 minutes only to play 19 moves.
They are all preparing for Valentine's. I thought candidates लिखा होगा बंदे ने. I literally read the statement. I thought they're all preparing for candidates.
Vincent looking a bit tired as well. I don't know. Maybe the match is a bit early and players are used to playing at a certain time, yeah,
Yeah.
every day. So
It's pretty normal chat. Like Olympiad, मुझे याद है 2022 when the women's team was basically just cruising to a gold. And last round, they just had a shock loss to the United States. And I'm pretty sure like the timing had some, of course, like you can't give an excuse, but like it just changes your pattern a bit. Like it makes it a bit difficult. The chances of making a mistake become higher. You think differently slightly. I mean, if a commentator, Sajbhai, like the fact that when we sat down for commentary, that I didn't have to switch off my light in the room. Yeah, and it was still daylight in the room. Like it changes how you talk, changes multiple things. And I'm sure like the 2 hour early start, you have less time to prepare for your opponent. That means less opening preparation and so on, does have an impact on the actual result.
yeah, agreed. And by the way, both Arjun and Pragg hitting that 30-minute mark, yeah, both. Why time pressure हर जगह लग रहा है. Besides Gukesh, everyone is I
Saj
think
bhai,
looking a bit. Yeah.
I think पढ़ रहे हैं chat में भाई. Would you prefer कि like I mean at this point, you know, sometimes when you have a very very harsh tournament, like you take it very seriously. So I'm almost thinking like maybe like this is okay, yeah. Matlab like the last match should not be a cushion maybe because then the players will work harder. Do you feel that's an okay way to think here? Because it does feel like we're not going to have a great day today also.
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, it's a wake up call I think for everyone. And candidates is of course the main event. जहाँ पे Pragg needs to be awake by. He needs to definitely get back. And world number 18 is not ideal for sure. And by the way, इस game में there is a repetition incoming, Sahil bhai. Because if black goes 95 fe5 queen पे attack है, the queen has to go somewhere. Let's say to b2. Then rook d6 The idea is rook g6, rook takes g2, queen check, and that's a repetition.
Okay, let's take it back. I'm good. I'm absolutely good, Saj bhai. I think we can agree to that. I'm okay with that, Saj bhai. Are you okay?
Are you okay with it? Are you sure? Or
Yeah.
you're
I
okay
think
with it, yeah?
I'm not sure if I expressed this, but I'm completely okay with this. Like,
Okay.
I'm taken with 5 hands, Saj bhai. I will grow 3 just to accept that draw. So I'm
Mhm.
okay with that draw, Saj bhai.
So I think
Because
it's happening. But अगर black knight c5 खेल देता है, एक बार कंप्यूटर की बेस्ट चाल बता दो मेरे को यहाँ पे साहिल भाई.
बाप रे, क्वीन सैक करना पड़ेगा क्या? क्वीन टेक्स D8. अरे बाप रे.
Rook d8, bc5, bc5, and yeah, then the position
Yeah.
opens up. This is
Good luck
Vincent trying to
explaining.
play for a win.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to your girlfriend before Valentine's Day. Why you sacked your queen? So Saj bhai, मुझे तो stress हो रहा है. By the way, he's about to play. Let's see what he plays because crucial moment, right? 95 or knight c5.
Yeah, he's going for. He will go for the knight for sure. Only the knight has to move. All the other moves are worse for him. Knight c5 or knight e5. Knight c5 looks very interesting. Knight e5 maybe there's a repetition, but knight e5 is what the computer prefers for me.
Yeah. I think because the structure is so broken, maybe the queen isn't able to exactly take advantage of it. Also, white has extra pawns on the king side, so maybe the queen sack does give white a solid position, and that's why it's preferring knight e5. But knight c5 is the way to play on. I think. Also, there I think you can. It's not forced. I think to play the queen sack. So,
Hmm. But लेकिन you have to do it. Otherwise, knight d3 पे बैठ जाएगा and then it
हाँ,
attacks the rook, attacks the pawn. So it can be a bit
yeah.
scary. But
By the way,
regardless, I think
Vincent,
he's spending a lot of time. Right? 31 minutes only. Knight c5
Vincent
played.
is. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? क्या बात कर दी सहज भाई? Knight c5.
And now queen d8. So queen second coming from the world champion. Basically forced now.
But I have an alternative. Can we take on c5 here? Because I might just get the bishop on c4. And I think I prefer that version, Sahaj.
But in this
Because,
version, you lose the pawn on e5, no?
but I can get the one on b6. Takes on b6, takes on b6. I'm just wondering if that's a better version somehow.
White doesn't have any weaknesses. A5 and e5 can be a target. Yeah, looks interesting for sure. तो क्वीन
Wow.
सैक तो आ ही रहा है भाई, फोर्स्ड है.
हाँ, चैट क्वीन से करना पड़ेगा वरना फिर वी आर लूजिंग ऑल गेम्स टुडे. आई मीन वी आर वर्स इन ऑल गेम्स टुडे देन. So hopefully Ukesh finds queen takes d8 or b takes c5. Either way, it's not an easy decision.
Because if he goes queen c3, वहां पे भी sack है ही भाई. A b4, queen b4, knight d3, and you're losing the exchange. So in either scenario, in any scenario, you're losing something.
Saj bhai, meanwhile, as Ukesh thinks, we'll come back to this soon. Arjun game, we are seeing that situation. So queen f7 was played, knight e3, queen takes, knight takes f4, knight d5 khela, bishop e6, and now that move you're waiting, rook a3. Arjun has to find, otherwise he's just worse.
Why Nodirbek, I think he's playing now. I don't think he's going for a draw anymore.
Bhai,
He
let's not
wasn't, I
forget,
mean.
Nodirbek crosses 2770 today if he wins. So
Wow.
he's doing a speed run to a Taiso. Like also, let's not forget Sindarov is hot on his heels. Like Nodirbek has been used to being the Dutch keh raha hu bhai, Uzbekistan number one for a long time, and now suddenly there's a contender.
Yeah, for sure. World number 4 pe ab now, it's Vincent and Nodirbek basically who are fighting for that spot. But yeah, the match is not over. I think for now, he's not thinking about 27-70 as he's more thinking about kitty hai. If I make a draw, am I the clear winner or do I have to play tiebreaks? Of course, Nodirbek wouldn't want to play the tiebreaks for no reason. And Sindarov is the only guy kind of chasing him who does not seem to be winning. The position looks very, very simple there. And एक ही player है 7.5 पे. So if he draws, he should be comfortable enough. But yeah, it's possible actually we don't get any tie breaks whatsoever. Nodirbek looks very, very scary. Yeah, I did hear that, Falcon. We did discuss this earlier, but I'm not sure what could be the reason. Actually, I'm hearing it for the first time here, and it is definitely surprising that that someone like Fabi wasn't invited.
Yeah. I think it's maybe uh, it's also based on previous events, right? So,
Bye.
for example, if let's say you're invited to an event this year, I don't think that's the Queen Sacrifice played by Gukesh. It's a Queen Sack and it is a brilliancy. Whether that works or not is to be seen. But Saj, what a move!
Correct, bye. Correct. I think Gukesh has good chances now, but let's see. But let's see. This looks very good. But the Queen sack मतलब forced ही था. But yeah, he did go for it.
Yeah. And just on that point, Fabio point, I think it also depends on multiple things. If let's say I am an organizer and I invite you this year and you decline the invitation, then maybe me inviting you next time might be, I might prefer somebody else because I think you might not come. Like it might be a mutual thing. Okay, I don't think he's going to come. Let's first invite somebody else and see. And if that guy says yes, then your chance basically gets cut out. Yeah. Now, not saying that was the reason, but I'm just trying to, guess here.
Yeah, that's fair. Good winning chances, yes, bhai. Good winning chances is what I mean, because there's a huge imbalance, and I don't see any clear weaknesses for Gukesh. Like his pawns are perfect, pieces are in good places. When you go EF6 and GF6, I'm assuming you have to take. Then ये king भी थोड़ा सा weak हो जाता है. So I like Gukesh's chances here. I mean, if I had to choose a color, क्या white से खेलना है, black से खेलना है, I'm choosing white because look at black's pawns, yeah. कोई भी pawn connected नहीं है position में. Yes, you have a queen, agreed, but the king safety is the most important thing here.
Agreed. And also, I think it's an interesting piece dynamic itself. So that means players को सोचना बहुत पड़ेगा. Usually, queen is the stronger piece, but black's king could be weak, as you pointed out. And of course, there are a bunch of free pawns, like bunch of weak pawns. A5 weak hai, C5 weak hai, C7 weak hai, H5 could be in a target. So white's rooks can double up and mop up all these pawns. या bishop से attack कर सकते हो. And white's king is very safe actually, at least as of now. So black, what does he? Does he defend those pawns? Does he go for a counter attack? That's also a question he will have to likely answer at some point. It's not easy.
Yeah, correct. So I think a good development in Gukesh's game overall. Time advantage is also there. This looks promising, but let's see. He takes the pawn on f6 now. That's good. No, gf6 now forced, played
Sorry,
also, and now rook c1 best move.
Yeah. So Keymer playing very quickly, takes with the pawn.
Doesn't have enough time. 29 minutes, 15 more moves to be played. So
also imagine the knight landing on f5 here without the bishop on c4. Oh, bishop on c4 is a crucial piece, yeah.
Initially you just want to put your rook on c5. Okay, you can keep an eye on a5, h5, c7. All 3 points are covered if the rook can get to the c5 square.
And let's not forget the a pawn. If I take on c5, manage to take on a5, then I can push the a pawn all the way till a7 and it's defended. I think if you push the a pawn, it's just over. So black has to defend the king, has to defend the outside pawn, has to defend some squares. And legit, there is no counterplay. Where does the rook on d8 go on the d file? Which is a good square? None. So objectively, even now, Sahaj, I kind of like Gukesh's position the more I look at it.
Yeah, agreed. In fact, कुछ ना कुछ आगे जाके Bar is always saying कि कुछ repeat कर लो moves with correct play. But the next move for Gukesh is very critical. You have to play rook c1. You shouldn't allow black to go bishop e6 and c4. You want to capture here with the rook, not the bishop necessarily. So rook c1 if he finds, he's definitely driving the game. सहज भाई अर्जुन का next classical event कौन सा भाई? We don't know actually. कौन सा होगा?
I don't think he has one unless he's been invited to Norway Chess, which, to be honest, looks unlikely because he played last time and usually they don't do repeat invites. And if they do one, they might do it for Gukesh because he's the world champion. So we don't know yet actually which event is he playing. And let's not forget that the next world championship cycle has started. Chat, right? Like it's already started, right? I think.
Yeah,
because
basically.
this is the year. So, and this time it's a 2-year cycle. So you can essentially gain a lot of points again through the FIDE circuit. So if you want that spot, you already have to start thinking about it on how am I winning those tournaments.
Yeah, correct. And so that's the update here. Gukesh thinking. Let's take a quick look at Pragg and Arjun as well, how they're doing. And Arjun's board after bishop e6, he's thinking he has to find rook a3. And if he doesn't find this, he's could be in some trouble. He's already in some trouble, actually. And he has less time on the clock as well. So not turning out to be the best gambit for Arjun there. Yeah, he went for Evans gambit and it has not paid off. And yeah, he has to play some accurate moves to survive. He's not losing yet, but he's definitely worse. And Pragg, on the other hand, I think is very comfortably worse here. Like this is like such a comfortable position for Pragg. Comfortably worse. I mean, I know that's not a term, but it just feels like you have no counterplay whatsoever. कोई attack की कोई possibilities नहीं. Black का king एकदम safe है. Pieces एकदम active हैं. Pawns एकदम बढ़िया से बैठे हैं. White का एक ही mistake है कि e3 और e5 पे pawns है. ये pawn d4 पे होता, knight e5 पे होता तो it would have been equal.
When you said comfortably, because मेरा board दूसरा था, I for a second was so happy कि like he's back. It's like saying your work amazingly sucked. Like I was एक सेकंड के लिए उम्मीद आ गई थी. याद है एक मीम है शेफ का, उसका मास्टर शेफ का, जो KN पीले ने बनाया था, जहाँ पे they are like constantly changing their like this food was so bad. This was such a food कि like I wanted to throw it out. They're like, sorry, chef. Then he's like, because it was so tasty, I will eat it all.
I've seen this. I've seen this.
Thank you, chef. Then he's like, मुझे वो feeling आई suddenly. And comfortably worse is a nice term. I'm going to use it in the future. But Pragg definitely struggling.
For sure. I think this is the game जहाँ पे मतलब it's the most critical for me because there is zero counterplay for Pragg and he has 24 minutes on the clock as well to play 13 moves. So this is actually bad. Then Aravindh is more or less equal now. He had some slight advantage against Fedoseev, but that has subsidized now more or less. I think in the last move he had a5, bishop a6 plans, which could have kept some meat in the game, but he goes queen c6. And now the position is more or less equal against Fedoseev, but his time is also a bit of a worry. 20 minute ka difference.
Sajwa, like you said, there's meat in the game. How do you realize whether there's meat in the game or not?
When there are
How
pieces.
There are more pieces. Yeah, it's just the number of pieces, so more chances of somebody going wrong, maybe. Yeah.
Exactly. Because abhi sirf ek hi minor piece or 2 pawns have been traded, so lots of pieces are left. So there's meat in the game.
Fair. And okay, so Pragg clearly worse. Arjun worse. Gukesh equal with the star asterisk on top, and Arvind also roughly equal. A stare from Keymer for Gukesh there. Both trying to understand the new structure, the completely new structure where Gukesh's queen is missing.
Yeah. Queen is missing, but some accurate moves needed from the world champion. Rook a7, by the way. You see Vedant checking out the game of Gukesh as well.
Vedant has taken some inspiration from Ranveer Singh for his suits, I feel, right?
By the way, Vedant is also in a much worse position against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Basically, like I wouldn't say it's lost, but very close to being lost, yeah.
So can we have all the boards on the screen once? Because मुझे लग रहा है कि Vedant is losing, Pragg is borderline losing.
Oh, Bluebaum drew.
Worse. Bluebaum drew. That's the result we expected. So Vedant losing, Pragg losing, Arjun worse. साझा कितने पॉइंट बनने वाले 5 में से इंडियंस के आज?
1.5, 1.5.
गाली है दिवाकर सिंह, मेरे को लगा ऐसा बीच में यार. 1.5 या
1.5.
1.5 बन रहे पक्का? वो कहाँ से आ रहे हैं 1.5? जरा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे अफसाद भाई, कहाँ से आ रहे हैं?
Gukesh I think has good chances, yeah, to win.
So Gukesh wins and
result. Oh, Arjun just took knight f4 by that's I mean, you're not playing to win there anymore if you take the knight on f4 for sure. Yeah.
Wait, what?
This is bad. This is very bad. Oof.
भाई अगर knight trade ही करना था तो why not trade on e6? Like I'm confused. I might be completely wrong here.
Like in this
but
position,
if you want to trade knights, why not just take on e6 and get an equal position?
Think
why
he
move
misjudged
the
the
knight
position
first to e3, then to d5, and then take on f4? I'm a bit confused here.
And then rook d1 also another. Bhai,
Oh,
this is
that's a
almost
major
winning.
blunder. Wow.
Almost winning now for Nodirbek. Pawns are completely scattered. This bishop is blocked. Black ka bishop is attacking this. Rook is attacking this. I mean, computer is saying just queen trade kar lo and black is winning basically.
He's banking it on queen c4. That's what he's banking on. Queen c4, queen c4, bishop c4, e6 is actually equal. That's what he's hoping for, but it's not going to happen. Queen f5 is winning now objectively for Nodirbek, and he's going to go to 9 points, which is half a point more than what Pragg and Gukesh had last time. Wow.
भाई true यार, he's looking scary. And 2770 also भी हो जाएगी भाई उसकी. Bhai,
So
this would be
Arjun,
Arjun's fourth loss with the white pieces. Do you know that?
bhai,
Against Fedoseev, Erdogmus, Sindarov, and Nodirbek. If he loses this, fourth loss with white pieces. Bhai, that's a clear sign that you are taking too many risks in the opening. I have to say, white
bhai,
set 4 losses is not normal.
after this round, for sure now, there'll be no Indians above 2750, by the way. It's guaranteed. So not even, I think the only one who can be is Gukesh if he wins. Otherwise, there'll be no Indians above 2750. That's not happened. I would love to check this. When was the last day when there was no Indian above 2750? Can somebody in the chat take that responsibility and tell us the date by?
Remember, Vishy sir 2750 the like forever. Like you, ideally that counter will start when Vishy sir dropped below 2750, which wasn't very long ago.
Wow, I'm just completely shocked.
Yeah. If Nodirbek plays Queen f5, this is very very scary, भाई. एक आध मतलब 2 पॉन मरने वाले हैं यहाँ पे c4 और a4 के. Just a matter of time.
1990 नहीं है, तुम चैट जीपीटी से पूछे, वो मुझे भी 1990 बोल रहा है. That's not the answer, I think. I think it must be in the like 2 years previously, yeah, something like 2024 or 2023 maybe was when the
Actually, it's
last.
possible that it was 1990 because when Vishy sir dropped below 2750, another Indian would have been above 2750 already.
साथ में रुला रहे हो. Okay, last time Vishy was 2750 plus. Oh, you are
Yeah, yeah.
right.
Yeah, I'm right,
You
bhai.
are right.
Yeah, 2748. He was in November 2023 and then already Gukesh was 2750 and above.
भाई नहीं, wait, he was 27, अच्छा, he was 2743 actually in May 2025. So उससे पहले 2750 थे for a long time. Briefly he dropped to, no, he was never 2750 in the live ratings की बात कर रहा हूँ साज भाई. Live ratings में मैं 20 पे check कर रहा हूँ. The last time he was below 2750 was April 2025. So of course we had somebody at 2500. So the last time we had an Indian below 2750 is actually Jan 1996. Is that true?
नहीं है
I'm
भाई.
going to ask Rakesh, actually.
Ask the stat guy, bhai. Gukesh was 2748 in 2013, bhai. I don't think that's true, bhai. So,
Wow.
yeah. Pragg, by the way, also Jorden is thinking. And Gukesh finally has played Rook e1, bhai. So, a nice silver lining there. Rook e1 incoming. Very nice. And if Gukesh wins, he can be 2750, no?
Yeah, that will solve the problem. Yes, if he wins, he'll 2750. That's the point. Like, we are
I
hoping
mean,
कि ऐसा हो जाए भाई.
why he could win, yeah? You never know.
I mean, he could. उम्मीद है भाई.
Okay, takes on c5. Bhai, Gukesh has good chances now. I mean, either he goes like Rook d1 and just completely simplifies the position, then draw हो जाएगा.
Wow.
Chat में को लिख रहा है, no, it's 5th October 2023. मैं भी वो check कर रहा था, but I think someone else would have already been 2750 by then. Maybe like Pragg or Gukesh. Maybe Arjun also, but you never know.
I'm check. Acha, maybe hard to know actually, yaar. I've asked the team actually.
Yeah, not Arjun. Arjun wasn't 275 at the time. But Pragg was 2741. Yeah, actually October 2023 में था.
था क्या?
27507. हाँ, था. He dropped briefly below 2748 and then no other Indian was 2750. From what I can see, yeah.
वाओ. छोड़ो यार, स्टार्ट के बारे में मुझे पूछना ही नहीं, मेरा मूड ही खराब हो रहा है पूछते पूछते. पूछना ही नहीं है भाई ये स्टार्ट. गुकेश, कम ऑन, लेट्स गो. जीतना पड़ेगा भाई अब.
Gukesh was 2748 in 2023. Yeah, I mean, that proves my point, no? I think Vishy sir was also 2748 in that time. So no Indian was
कहाँ
at
पे चेक कर रहे हो आप?
2750. 2700 and fit.
ओके. Tough by tough. Okay, anyways, so coming back to the position, Arjun is dead lost. Pragg is dead lost. Uh,
Actually, nahi bhai, Gukesh was 2758 there in 2023 October. So it actually could be right that it's 1996.
वही तो, वही तो.
But yeah, okay, coming back to the games, at least good chances for Gukesh to take the win here. It's good practical chances, but of course, with correct play, he should be able to hold this. But let's see what he has in store. Queen e7 is kind of interesting, bhai, yahan pe, because you're not allowing me to go rook a5. But rook a5 mein maybe queen b4 is possible, or queen e4 is also possible. That's interesting. He has made a move. He takes the pawn on a4, and now Gukesh has a choice. Does he take here or not? भाई ये भी ड्रॉ की तरफ ही लग रहा है मेरे को. इफ ही टेक्स ऑन a5, ओके, हारने का चांस जीरो हो गया यहाँ पे. एंड ओनली गुकेश प्लेस.
Wow. I
Then
agree. I think
h3 is
C
also
pawn
very
को
good.
push करना impossible ही है, yeah? Because C5 is so well controlled by white.
Yeah, but white is playing here to win by
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, yeah. Like there's no counterplay basically. Counterplay नहीं है तो then you expect white to slowly grind it out. A counterplay है, then sometimes it can liquidate, yeah?
Correct. By the way, some updates in Arjun board. After rook d1, he didn't go for queen f5, which was the best move. He went for rook a d8, and he takes on d8, takes, and now goes bishop c1. So still some hope for Arjun. But if black goes queen h4, some problems here for Arjun.
Hmm.
The pawn also is hanging, but I'm not sure if he should take this immediately because takes, it allows white to play e6.
सर और कौन सा 2023 कौन सा महीना बताया आपने जहाँ पे there was some chance of it?
October 2023. October, November onwards. But
Got
नहीं है
it.
उधर भाई कोई.
नहीं है
I
ना?
think Gukesh was 2758, yeah, at the time.
Got it. Got it. Yeah, crazy. Oh, Gukesh does not. He plays knight d4. He's trying to head to f5. Yeah, I think.
Wow, Gukesh. This is Gukesh trying to play for a win, by the way. He doesn't want to. क्योंकि rook d1 खेल के you could trade the rook. He doesn't allow that on purpose. By the way, if I go queen e7, what's your move?
Queen e7.
Surely
Wait,
not
what?
knight f3 back from what I can see on my
Wait,
screen.
e4 pawn?
That's what I'm thinking, no? Knight f5, queen e4.
And rook a5, queen b4 loses. Bhai, रुक गया. Wait, what's the plan? And
Slight
rook
inaccuracy,
h5,
I think.
bhai, rook h5, queen b4 also loses.
Yeah. Of course, you cannot leave this pawn, yeah, on a5. Of course not.
But then you're maybe knight f5 is the plan?
भाई e1 मर रहा है ना?
नहीं, I mean पहले like instead of
Here, yeah, and then queen takes
yeah.
c4.
But now he's worse again.
Yeah.
भाई क्या चल रहा है यार?
Wow. Chat is saying November 2023, both of them went below 2750. And I think chat is right on that. 2746 was for Gukesh in November. So it did happen before briefly. But still
But
surprising, bhai. Very surprising.
उससे पहले it was 1996 then though. Like. Wow.
हाँ नवंबर में प्रग भी 2741 था.
I've asked the team actually.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I checked everyone in November 2023. Every player, Vishy was below 27, Gukesh was below 27, Pragg was below 27, and Arjun was also below 27.
But it would have to coincide, right? कि
2750.
एक ही लाइव रेटिंग किस दिन को देख रहे हैं? Like उस दिन के लिए
November 2023.
But which date?
Published month. November 2023.
Published देख रहे हो ना? Exactly.
हाँ.
But live में भी it was still above 2750, no?
I doubt that, but I really doubt that. But yeah. By the way, Vincent senses something.
Why? That's a big
Gotten up from his chair.
What's the idea यहाँ पे? I don't get it. Why did he? Because the best move is to come back to f3, Sahaj, and queen e4 के बाद just take on a5 and apparently just hope for a draw. Then why just play knight d4? Did he? I mean, clearly you missed something.
No, he maybe wanted knight f5 by queen e4 में some tactic. He's going for queen e7 actually. Played. Moment of truth for the world champion.
Wow.
Okay, world champion sits down. Now knight f3 is not happening. Knight f5 is, I believe, his plan. But then queen takes e4 के बाद, it's just a free pawn. Just a free pawn. And if you give me queen b4 and this a pawn can be allowed to sort of run down, this is a big problem for the world champion. That's a miss, I think, from him for sure. Knight d4. His last move was a huge miss. By the way, Arjun under 20 minutes.
And he's staring at Gukesh. I think Gukesh, look at Gukesh's body language, yeah? And look at Keymer locking in again. Knight d4, a big miss by Gukesh now. Did he miss queen e7? I think that's the only explanation I have here.
Could be, bhai. Could be. He just didn't want to allow rook d1 and just overlooked queen e7. And maybe he overlooked rook a5 में queen b4 and this rook is now hanging. So knight f3 से बचा रहा था. Maybe that's what he missed. I mean, seems too simple, but we're making assumptions, but possible, yeah?
But there are multiple problems with rook a5. Like even queen a3 is equal. Queen, I mean, yeah, I get your point and possible, but oh, look at Gukesh. Yeah, he's not happy. Like he's had that. And look at Vincent pulling up his chair. He's like, bhai. And look at Gukesh. He's not happy.
Yeah.
He's not happy at all. He had that head shake there. He's like, what did I just do? Wow.
Now he has to fight the entire game for a draw. This is not easy, bhai. And he's a queen down. Let's not forget.
I think it's just not going our way, unfortunately. And chat now, objectively, Arjun is lost. Pragg is, well, it's still tough, but like he's much worse, close to lost. Gukesh is slightly worse, like should hold a draw, but he's the one defending now and only has 2 moves here. And Aravindh is the only one who's equal right now. Although practically it does feel like maybe white he's slightly worse, but okay, it's equal. So Sahaj bhai, today there's a genuine possibility actually that we might lose all 5 games actually. There's a genuine possibility of that happening.
No, Arvind, no, for sure not. The only problem there is his time. He has 23 minutes and opponent has 40 minutes. Okay, that's the problem. That's a problem, yes, but position is fine.
22. So there's a possibility, right? Like we don't like there's no guaranteed draw even. Like there's a genuine possibility, like maybe 20% chance even, but that's a huge chance of everybody losing.
Yeah, वो भी 3 whites है.
Oh,
3 player white से खेल रहे हैं भाई.
I can't believe
भाई
it.
4 white से खेल रहे हैं. Oh नहीं, Vedant is back. Let's go. भाई वेदांत इज
बैक
बैक.
या
एक बार उसके गेम पे नजर ही मार लेते हैं भाई. She just made an inaccuracy with Queen F6. Yes, let's go Queen D4, and
भाई
he's back.
अरे यार, इतना बड़ा छलांग मैंने आपको कभी मारते हुए नहीं देखा साज भाई किसी गेम के ऊपर।
भाई मजा ही
इतना
आ गया भाई
तेज।
Queen F. भाई लास्ट मूव में कुछ था उसके पास. Yeah, it was winning for her basically. B5 was a move, but apparently Queen F6, Queen D4, but there is some tactic which is not working in this position. That's my understanding.
Oh, queen d4 के बाद you have to go back queen d8. Okay, that's impossible. So maybe Vedant has some chances actually.
Yeah, Queen E7 खेल सकती है वो. अच्छा knight takes B3 से डर लग रहा है मुझे बस बहुत.
Oh, that's deadly. But okay, queen e7 is admitting kind of something went wrong also.
No,
So,
no, no, no. We are playing Bishop F6 ना. So it's gonna come with the tempo.
oh, got it, got it. Okay, bishop g5, queen g5. I can just keep
Yeah.
moving the queen around. So, but yeah, Vedant has to find queen d4 or he's literally lost and Bibisara would be winning.
भाई थोड़े chances हैं यहाँ पे. Let's go. By the way, Arjun has just made a move. He went rook e4. So he did play queen h4 there. The best move. Rook e4 was also the best move. And now Nodirbek just has to
Sahaj bhai,
put his queen somewhere. Yes.
I have to. Rook e4 looks worse, but I think there's a genuine chance. Genuine, matlab, there's a slight chance now. We will have no Indians in the world top 10 because Thai Dai Van has an only move, okay, an easy only move, but an only move, otherwise he's -4. And he has to play 13 moves in 7.5 minutes. Now,
भाई वहां
पूरी
से
जितनी
स्टार्ट करना चाहिए था आपको.
भाई जितना भी ड्रॉ हो पोजीशन, बट जब 13 मूव खेलने होते हैं 7 मिनट में, तो गुकेश टाइप के ब्लंडर होते हैं भाई, जो उसने नोजबेक अगेंस्ट किया था. एंड नाउ इफ सिंदारो वर टू विन and Gukesh and Arjun loses and Gukesh does not win, Sindaro will cross every Indian on the list and he will be the new world top 10 and there will be 0 Indians in the world top 10 at the end of the event. That would be insane.
Yeah, true. 7 minutes is bhai too much. Bhai, let's stay here, no? Like,
Yeah.
I think because of course Sindarov, it's also important to the tournament standings. He goes rook f1, bhai. Rook f1 played.
My
Only move
God.
in the position.
And now I think Black does have the A pawn as a resource, like to potentially push it. But the problem is White ka knight G5 pe aa raha hai. And combined with Queen E7, Queen H7, there are mating ideas. So Sindarov has to be a bit pragmatic, even though he wouldn't like to be here. Shit happens, still happening. Yeah, there are new levels to this shit actually. I think that's what you're trying to say. That's true. It's getting worse.
Yeah, true, bhai. Looking very, very bad. Sindarov की क्या है अभी current rating है 2740 या 2741. Wow.
2741. If he wins, he'll be 2745 point something. And Vishy and Pragg would already be below that. Arjun losing will be below that because he's losing to a low rated player. And Gukesh losing would also be below that. Gukesh draw kar lega, so then again, like he will be ahead of Sindarov. But yeah, I mean,
I think Arjun is still gonna be ahead of.
Nahin, because he will lose more than 5, no? Sindarov will kill more than 4. Like he will go to 2745 points something. In fact, 2746 ke bhi chances hai. And Arjun will lose like more than 5 because his opponent is low rated on the.
Sindarov is also playing Van, no? So 3-4 points तो मिलेंगे.
4 मिलेंगे उसको, I think. 4 मिलेंगे. Because his
It
rating
will
is
be
lower,
very,
no?
very close, yeah. It's cutting it very close, basically.
No, but points say 100%. I can bet Maggie on it by right now. He's Sindarov will be ahead if Arjun were to lose. I think only Gukesh can be ahead if he draws. Like that is pretty clear.
So okay, he's gone rook f1 and okay, 50 minutes for Sindarov. Maybe he's looking at some options, but yeah, 7 minutes is too much. We'll come back to this game. By the way, Arjun also and it's on 16 minutes only, and he has 9 minutes to play. And his last move was also a mistake. Bhai, he played rook e3 and then queen c5. Best move by Nodirbek, and now rook d4, rook c4 incoming, and this is just over. Arjun could be the first one to finish and with a result.
Bhai, ये game तो विश्वास सिंह. This is not Arjun playing. Like this is just. I can't believe this is Arjun's game actually.
भाई पूरा घर साफ हो रहा है पे. rook d4, rook c4 and rook a4 is just hanging. You just take it, everything.
भाई संडे को घर सफाई का ये मतलब नहीं था साज भाई. ये क्या हो रहा है भाई?
भाई वो अर्जुन की टी-शर्ट पहन के आया था वो फैन.
भाई, I mean, I think at this point, like we can't even joke about blaming him. I think it's just a bad game and Rook d4 only move, but I think it's a pretty logical one. Even queen c4 is like minus 1.3. So Nodirbek is not really forced to even find the only move. Damn.
But queen c4, he has good chances to equalize. Opposite color bishop आ जाएंगे, but rook d4 is a bigger problem. By rook d4 के बाद white का next move is also a very big problem. You have to play bishop b2 because remember your rook is pinned here. That's not an easy move.
Oh, that's not an easy move at all. तुम rook hanging है, तुम उसी को undefined कर रहे हो भाई. ये क्या move हुई भाई?
Exactly. Bishop यहाँ से कुछ कर भी नहीं रहा है तो.
By the way, slight error by Jorden. So somewhat. Okay, comeback is a very strong word, but minus 1.3 से minus 0.9 हो गया है. If that helps. But
उसने
still
g5
pressure
खेला
on
होगा ना?
Pragg. हाँ, g5
Yeah,
खेला
let's go
उसने.
to Prague. He played g5, yeah. So he's
भाई
trying to play for a win, of course.
Arvind
But
is the only one who's equal right now. Everybody else is losing. Arvind आज जीत गया ना, he will be the star today. Come on, Arvind.
17 minutes by time pressure के issues भी हर जगह. Arjun in time pressure, Pragg in time pressure, and Arvind also on 19 minutes. So everyone is sort of suffering with time here. Arjun has played the performance of 2630. Haan, by I mean, not considering he had the 4 losses. I mean, it's not surprising, but yeah, after the first round win, how dominating he looked. By I thought it was a completely different event for Arjun this time around. We were talking about him potentially winning the tournament, and yeah, it has not gone his way. So 16 minutes for Pragg. The best move is g3 or queen e2. g3 perhaps is more logical. If you take, I can capture back with my rook, but at least king ke liye ghar khul gaya. Back rank is not going to be a problem. But yeah, 16 minutes is the problem here, chat. 11 moves खेलने हैं Pragg को 16 minutes के अंदर, and he's defending. So that can always be a problem in the long term. And by the way, Gukesh also thinking for over 10 minutes now. And I think he's just trying to digest कि वो जो last move में उसने mistake करी थी, how can he bounce back? Maybe how can he equalize the position? It's very easy to go wrong there as well for him. सहज भाई, चेस में टेनिस जैसा पॉइंट सिस्टम क्यों नहीं होता? आई एम मैग्नस फैन, बट मैग्नस स्टिल बीइंग नंबर 1 इन क्लासिकल चेस विदाउट प्लेइंग क्लासिकल टूर्नामेंट इज नॉट लॉजिकल. ही डज प्ले, नो, ही डज प्ले फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम. जो भी वो खेलता है वो जीत जाता है. आई मीन नॉर्वे चेस खेला था वो. आई मीन नेक्स्ट ईयर भी, आई मीन इस साल भी ही इज डेफिनेटली गोना प्ले नॉर्वे चेस. ही इज गोना प्ले द Segaman Open. And to me, it's not a surprise whatsoever. He should be number 1 because he's the best player. Period.
Wow. Sahaj, if you were the coach of Pragg, what would you have said to Pragg and how would you plan for candidates? Any words there, Sahaj?
I will just say it's a bad event and that's it. Don't think about it and just focus on your candidate's prep. That's it. And I think आज का समझ भी आ रहा है Pragg का. Maybe it was he just didn't go into his prep here. He was keeping something for sure.
I think Arjun didn't find bishop b2. He played bishop a3, which is okay, similar. And now rook d1 check played by Nodirbek, and it seems to be plus 3.2 for Nodirbek. Now essentially a piece up, and it's completely over.
Or rook f1 check incoming. Queen d4 also looks so scary actually.
By the way, only 2 moves. Queen d4 or rook f1 check. He has to play one of those.
Yeah, नहीं तो रुक मर रहा है ना भाई.
Yeah, rook और queen दोनों hanging है. So queen d4 is deadly, yeah? So well, like it just feels like
Queen d4 just looks like horrible to save, yaar, as white. But rook f1 check also feels nice, yeah, because queen and bishop का pair, bishop pawn मर रहा है, ये pawn मर रहा है. This just feels over. If he plays rook f1 and queen e3, I think this game is over, basically. You're just going into the end game. And सारे pawns मर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. He has 40 minutes also, so plenty of time for a tournament leader.
It's so depressing to watch. I mean, it is, of course. And Nodirbek and Sindarov must be even more depressed. Yeah, he's like, bhai, uh, like my chances of my decision yesterday maybe was not the best because now I genuinely have no chance of winning the event. And Nodirbek just wins with 9 points. That's a huge win. A huge,
True.
star on his on the page of his accomplishments. Tata Steel champion.
Sure, why? And now it's a question. I mean, he definitely should have been in candidates. He's proving it.
Yeah.
This is the Wimbledon of chess, and him winning the Wimbledon of chess and not being in candidates is that's not the best sign.
I think it highlights maybe there are some issues with the format there. Like there could be some modifications that could make it somewhat, make sure everybody makes it. But on the other hand, you've also seen everybody who has made it the candidates do pretty well. Like even Bluebaum is doing pretty well. So it's very hard to argue for one or the other. But yeah, I hope Arjun wins Freestyle World Championship. It's like I'm not sure if that will be convincing for Arjun also. Like even if he were to win, would that make him forget Tata Steel? I don't think so. Because he knows the classical world championship is the real deal. Like world championship freestyle की तो अभी पहली बार हो रही है यार. It's not even like doesn't have any legacy to it, no history. And Fabi, as he pointed out in his podcast, I saw some part of it about the freestyle thing. He's like, एक बार कुछ 18-19 में हुआ था जब वेस्ली वन, फिर रैंडमली 3 साल बाद 22 में when हिकारू वन, then 3 साल हुआ ही नहीं. And there were a lot of ifs and buts that he shared. I don't know the extent of it, but regardless, like it does feel like it's not really as valuable, even not even close to the classical world championship.
By Rook F1, Queen E3 played also. This is over. Now it's over, bhai. Arjun is completely lost.
Yeah. The crazy part
This
is
pawn is
I
hanging.
suggested to the Indian कि भाई Queen F2 खेलते हैं यहाँ पे instead of Bishop B2, ताकि अगर वो
Queen A3,
Queen Bishop A3 मारने के बाद कुछ भी खेलेगा तो Queen F8 mate. And the evaluation changed only from -4 to -5. I was like, wait, what? कम से कम -7-8 तो जाना चाहिए था, but no. Whether Pragg is again -1.2, so tough. And Gukesh has still not played. Let's stick here, but Gukesh has still not played a move since Queen E7. So that tells you he completely missed it.
Yeah. My tournament lead, मतलब tournament winner तो अभी decide हो जाएगा. I feel like in the next 15 minutes. No ways. I mean, you're surviving this, yeah?
Yeah, there is no chance. I think Gukesh might still survive because, Keymer doesn't have a real target after E4. The next target is missing right now. But for Arjun, I think this is pretty much gone. And again, look at the pawn on E5. Like, we already discussed this way back in the opening. If E5 is the structure you have without the option of pushing F5, the bishop is blocked and you're lost. And वही problem अब तक कर रहा है. Like in this position, Sahaj, I would give money to remove that pawn. Just like might as well lose with trying, yeah.
अभी तो it's too late, भाई, because अभी तो
I know. Like
queens तो trade हो ही
basically the
नहीं.
point is the same problem still exists. Like it just highlights the position so much, yeah. कि क्या है भाई? Like the pawn on E5 is such a dagabaz, if I can put it that way. Now Queen C4. Saj, I cannot believe this. Queen C4 is winning. The endgame, which is never winning, is winning actually. Opposite color bishop endgame.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ आपको भाई. The opposite colored bishop ending is winning. That means it's such a bad sign, यार.
Wow.
Basically, bishop C4 का भी same ही idea है. If you go king D2, queen F2 check and you take this. King C3 takes and just bishop F1 and you would lose this.
And look at this. If there was no pawn on E5, maybe it was on E4. At least you would have bishop E5, bishop C7, some attempt. Yeah, that E5
वो
pawn
भी lost ही
still.
होती भाई, क्योंकि C6 B5 खेल के I would have saved that and G2 H3 would still be lost.
No, I know what I mean is like it's still a problem. Like of course I'll take at least double your pawns. Maybe in a hypothetical world, the point is like it's still a problem. That pawn is such a like roadblock for white.
Also don't forget that this is the right color for the bishop.
Good point.
So that's like the cherry on top. So that's why it's winning. Because यहाँ पर कोई pawn ही नहीं है black का. H pawn ही है बस और वो right color है. Oh, he takes on c4. Why? He's winning. Completely winning now.
Wow. So that is crazy.
King d2 played, and now queen f2 and just take the queen. And basically, you should go into the opposite colored bishop. कोई option ही नहीं उधर. By the way, Gukesh has played. He's went back knight f3, by the way. So he accepted his mistake. यहाँ पर, when he goes knight d4 and then he comes back knight f3, I think संभल गया यहाँ पे. I don't think this is losing anymore. But yeah, he's definitely fighting for equality now. Technically lost like 2 moves.
Wow. By the way, bishop c4. Oh, he plays bishop c4 check, by the way.
Yeah, we saw this by queen f2,
Achha.
king d2 also we saw. Queen f2 check we were discussing, yeah, right now.
Yeah. I mean, like, he just played it now. So I'm wondering if he'll go queen f2 or if he'll play something else. Because knowing Nodirbek, he's technical. He would, unless he's absolutely sure, he'll not head off to the opposite bishop endgame.
No, I think because 2 pawns is what the principle here says. So if you have 2 pawns up, then it should be winning. And they're both pawns on the opposite flank. एक g2 और h3 में से एक मरेगा और एक यहाँ पर आपके पास 2 pawns already है. So it's like, it's an ideal situation for Nodirbek.
Also, by the way, I don't know if this is relevant, but Sindarov has still not played a move since then. I think he's also... I don't think he's had a look at the Nodirbek game, but I'm guessing if Nodirbek kind of wins, he might just be less inclined to go all in and just accept the draw if it were to happen. So, and then he could just win with a 1-point lead, Nodirbek.
Yeah.
Sagar, what's the chess calendar ahead this year? Sagar bhai, क्या है calendar?
पता नहीं हर्षित भाई, आप बताओ.
I think सागर भाई आपको बताना चाहिए ना, आप करते हो हैंडल यार. आपको बताना चाहिए, मैं तो भाई कमेंट्री करने आया बस.
We have basically 3 different world championships happening and candidates and Olympiads. So many events are happening back to back. It's basically किसी भी महीने में कोई, I don't think there is a break or a long break overall. So
I can actually tell you exactly chat kitna packed hai. So Jan there was Tata Steel India and then Tata Steel Main. Feb there is Freestyle World Championship, Speed Chess Championship, Pragg Masters. Then March mein you have candidates. April mein chalega wo. Then April mein you also have Global Chess Championship. Then May mein you have Tepe segment jahan Magnus khel rahe. I'm assuming some Indian will be there. You also have Super Rapid and Blitz Poland. You have Super Chess Classic Romania. Then you have May mein Norway Chess also. Then June mein Uzbekistan Chess, Bullet Chess Championship. Then you have July mein, I think there is GCT Croatia. Then there is, I don't like it's just a completely packed calendar. And of course, then at some point there'll be Chennai GM, at some point Women's Speed Championship, some point EWC, some point like Olympiads, some
ठीक है
point.
भाई, समझ गए.
Oh my God.
समझ
Oh
गए
my
भाई,
God.
समझ गए. वो बंदा ही बोल रहा होगा सॉरी भाई. सॉरी भाई, गलती हो गई.
अरे
But yes,
यार
by the way,
साज
he has
भाई,
exchanged the queens भाई.
गलती हो गई is exactly what Pragg will say भाई. He just blundered.
अरे यार, Pragg blundered. Listen. अरे यार.
Apparently A3 was the only move with some remote chances of a comeback. But Queen H5 activating, and now Queen G6 is for some reason really bad here for Pragg.
Takes and कुछ knight f4 or rook f4 happening and then knight c3 apparently. It's not an easy move to see though. Idea पता है, अब a3 खेला, अब a3 नहीं खेल सकते because there is rook takes f4 hanging and knight e2 check. That's why you had to play a3 all of those moves back by.
But knight endgames are like pawn endgames, Sahaj bhai, and protected pass
Pawn
pawn hai
ending
हमारे
भी
पास.
losing ही है भाई. Pawn ending भी losing ही होगी वो.
वही तो. So it looks like practically इतनी difficult होती है pawn endgames like this. Just take a miracle to save this. Still possible, but difficult.
I think Arjun is about to resign though because queen straight हो गई है. इसने king f7 खेला by the way यहाँ पे. Wow,
Nodirbek
he
is
doesn't even
literally...
go for the pawn, yeah? He evaluated this as just completely winning for him, and he's right, basically, because you have double pawns here. Sorry,
Nodirbek,
connected pawns here.
Nodirbek literally matlab is waiting for the resignation, yeah? Like he
Yeah,
knows he's
essentially.
won Tata Steel, by the way. This is it. He's the winner of the event.
Wow, very impressive actually from Nodirbek. King f7 is also like a very, very mature move. Yeah, usually you'd go bishop f1, take the pawn, and okay, king f7. It means he knows it's completely winning, and he's right actually. No counterplay for Arjun whatsoever now.
It's amazing how he found this actually. Like King f7, I agree with you. I think not the first move that comes to mind, but it is the best move in the position. Wow.
So Arjun gonna take some time, perhaps. Maybe we can go to Gukesh. Some updates there. Rooks have been traded off. So we were on queen e7, knight f3 खेला वो. Then rook d1 takes, and rook a5. And now I think Vincent is about to take on e4. And most likely Gukesh is going to try and hold a fortress here. जैसे queen e4 मारा, knight d2. I don't think black is winning. But he's going to try for sure.
I am not sure, Sahaj bhai. Okay, queen e4. What do you play as white here?
Knight d2.
Knight d2. Okay, let's say I put the queen on e6.
Rook c5 or something, I don't know.
Rook c5, c6.
h4, yeah. Very simple.
h4 you want to play.
ठीक है, मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ ना. Knight f1, knight d2, knight f1, knight d2. अब क्या करोगे?
Okay, this is your fortress, yeah? Rook c5. So can I prevent this somehow? Knight d2.
Doubtful है
not,
भाई.
yeah?
Doubtful. I think draw basically. Yeah. Depends how ambitious Vincent is feeling, and maybe he wants to push still. But yeah, it's a draw for sure. In fact, like in some positions, like agar जैसे I'm just gonna go a bit deep here. So knight d2, queen e6, rook c5, we were looking at, right? c6 and h4. Let's say black goes bishop e2, ये knight f1 takes हो जाता है. And let's just assume के I'm not gonna take on h5. I'll just play g. Maybe I shouldn't play g3, but okay, whatever. I'll just wait. आप ऐसे किंग को ले आते हो. There are positions where I can take on h5, and if you play c5, I'll just sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. Just Ali. And the rook will just save against the queen alone, which is a theoretical draw. So
True. Agreed. And I think 92, by the way, played. So that is a good sign. I think Gukesh found the best setup in this position to hold equality. And now he will likely hold fort. And that means he will be world number 10 at least. He might not be 2750. He'll be world number 10. And overall, he'll be not so happy though, Sahaj bhai, with his performance. Yeah, because so many misses, I think, in the event. And this is just another one. It's not a big one. I think maybe the game would have still ended in a draw, but to kind of lose it in one move. Yeah, knight d4, knight f3. Like this is what you expect from me, not from the world champion.
Yeah, correct. I think it was a big it was an oversight.
Correct क्या भाई बोल देते नहीं भाई, you would not make such a mistake.
भाई अब वर्ल्ड चैंपियन कर रहा है फिर तो मानना
पड़ेगा.
पड़ेगा.
ये बात भी है भाई. Meanwhile, no moves by Arjun at all. So he's still thinking. No moves by Pragg's opponent as well.
Nodirbek also. वो तो भाई confident है. He knows he has won this. He knows it's in the bag.
Wow, and crowd बढ़ गया, बहुत crowd हो गया actually अब. Oof.
And Nodirbek had just had such a dominating performance. Right? Only one loss, yeah, to Anish, and that's it. I mean, he defeated Bluebaum, Vincent, Gukesh, and Pragg. Now, against Indians, like Nodirbek has scored pretty well, yeah. His only draw was against Aravindh, yeah. That's it.
Why if Vincent wins, you have defeated all the 4 Indians. So Vincent player to.
But Vincent is not winning, yeah, of course. Yeah. We know it's a fortress.
By the way, Queen f5 played by Jorden, so he doesn't find Queen g6. But finds a similar concept. Apparently, वो pawn का g6 बनाना जरूरी था. But even this looks good for black.
भाई 10 मिनट है उसके पास. How would, and he has to make 9 moves.
That is really tough.
Yeah, you have to go into the end game essentially. Yeah, the same end game. Take on f5, take on f4. Knight end game आने वाली है board पे.
Yeah.
So
By,
this is post
by,
pretty much.
can we go to Sindarov? I want to check how much time he's been thinking for. My guess is more than 35, oh no, 23 minutes. Okay. It
Yeah.
looks like it's more. It looks like it's more.
क्योंकि opponent के पास 7 ही मिनट है ना. Like that's why.
हाँ. Because Rook F1 का कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है यहाँ पे.
But I think maybe Sindarov has not looked at the Arjun Nodirbek game yet. Like if he looks and he says, okay, ठीक है भाई यहाँ पे जीतने का कोई चांस नहीं है. Even if I win, I'm not winning the tournament. So
Also, what's happening in the Arvind game? I think we have a lot of simplifications. And it feels like we are in some sort of endgame now, जहाँ rook d2 आ सकता है. So white should challenge maybe the black rook, and Arvind looks, he's like doing okay, yeah? I don't think he can lose this one.
takes.
Oh wait, he's a
White has
pawn
an
down.
extra pawn.
I just noticed that, lols.
But okay, the double bishop advantage is still very much real.
Okay, but at least a 3 result position, yeah? Matlab, it's not.
Two result, I would say. Fedoseev shouldn't lose this.
By the way, Pragg has an only move now, chat. Crucial moment for Praggnanandhaa. He has to find g4 here. Varna, it is minus 2.2. And I know we keep throwing these computer evals out, but it's just a way to understand how bad the position is objectively with perfect play. So g4 seems to be so crucial. Why is it so important here, Saj?
Why again? You have to do some proper calculation to
Yeah.
understand the intricacies. I'm guessing g4 is a crucial tempo. Because g4 rook f8 के बाद if you go rook f4, that's the idea. So I'm guessing something is working with g4 and then rook f4 and सीधा rook f4 मारने में कुछ tactic miss हो रही है. So takes. Just king f7. Yeah, simple. Maybe it's just a crucial tempo, this move g4 that's giving you. That's it.
Maybe the black king cannot walk up, yeah? I don't know
Somehow.
what the
But it
logic
looks
here
lost like
is.
either ways. Like even after g4, rook f8, rook f4, rook f4, knight f4, king f7. Just I don't know. This feels very difficult to save.
Yeah, it is that, Sahaj bhai. Because
Right, knight
after
d2,
knight
knight
d,
c4 आ रहा है भाई.
yeah, for example, knight d3 here, Sahaj, king g6. Now h4 is the only move. So that was the point actually, to just block the black king from moving forward. But yeah, I mean, so hard to see right now, yeah, कि black king को g5, h5 से दूर रखना है.
Why? If I played knight c3 now, you still have to play h4 and give up this pawn for free. Like a3, for example, is a mistake here. Knight b1, if okay, maybe it's still fine. Yeah, knight c3. But this
But
is
okay, I
worse
mean,
actually.
to see g4 is, if that's the idea of g4 to prevent the king moving forward, I think that's almost impossible.
Why also? It's 6 minutes for Pragg to play 8 moves.
Oh, this is very hard. Sahaj and Sabe, is it fair to say most Indian players within Kesh are overrated? I don't think so. I think upcoming talent is always more motivated. And of course, upcoming talent, mein, there are thousands of players, and we only notice the ones which are doing well. By the way, G4 played. Great move by Pragg. I don't know how he saw it, but I'm glad he did.
Simple move, I think. Gaining a tempo, kicking the rook, and then rook f4 incoming in the next move. So still fighting back here. By the way, Arjun has played and it is completely dead loss. I think we should switch here because I think a resignation is incoming here.
वो
Remember,
घूर
chat,
रहा है
this
अर्जुन भाई.
pawn is the right color. That's the problem. I think he might resign just right about now.
Wow. And this
Idea is simple, yeah.
tournament,
Just take this, put the bishop on c6 and then play b5. क्योंकि a b5 मारते हो तो bishop से and then these two pawns are just unstoppable. It's very simple. I think he's about to resign.
भाई 30 पॉइंट घटेंगे अर्जुन के इस टूर्नामेंट में. 30.
Ouch, bhai.
Big ouch. £30 by, I mean, at a K factor of 10, that's insane. I think Arjun is like,
Vedant
I
also
use
is worse now, bhai.
Who's worse?
Vedant.
यार. Yeah, he looks clearly worse. But okay, let's stick here for now.
Yeah.
I want to actually check. Okay,
I
that
think
he had to find
resignation and bhai.
King A1 he had to find. I mean, it's insane. Okay, Arjun, 33 minutes. I think he's just sitting there. I don't think he's even calculating the moves, Sahaj. This is kind of realizing what just happened. Like this event is ending. And I don't know, Sahaj, like sometimes when you have a project in hand, whatever the project is, and when it finishes, I think it hits you harder. Ki, okay, what did I gain out of this? Like I've only lost, and I think it's just self-realization. Ki, yaar, I lost so many rating points. 3 years in a row, Tata Steel not gone well for me. It's gonna hurt him a lot, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Feel like we're not having proper food. Nahi, I disagree, man. Come on, like these guys have all the resources in the world. They have sponsors. Uh, I'm guessing $1 million deals, multi-year deals, of course. Not crazy deals, but enough that food will not be an issue. I'm pretty sure of that. I think he's maybe playing a lot less rest and also a bit of luck. I think Gukesh, for example, that loss to Nodirbek was just like a shocker. I think it just has such an impact on you
Yeah.
psychologically that you start doubting everything. So for Gukesh, I think this tournament was a bit unlucky, but for the rest, I think it's not been like it's just been bad chess. I think
Gukesh hasn't played badly, I think, at all. I think he's just, yeah, he didn't dominate, but yeah, just that one
like
blunder was glorified. Yeah,
like
that's it.
he's been better in almost like many games.
More
He spoiled his
consistent, yeah.
edges. And that kind of is typical of when you're playing good chess but your confidence is low because you doubt yourself, you don't push for the critical line or you miss the move sometimes. It's very typical of what would happen after that shock loss against Nodirbek. Very typical.
Yeah,
Also Nodirbek
correct.
has 1 hour in his clock. Agreed.
Do you know that Fabi lost like 25 rating in 2018 Tata
Yes.
Steel?
Yes.
Yes, he did, I think. There was one Tata Steel where he played where he lost a bunch of rating. Yeah, no, I think, and he won candidates the same year. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, it goes to show that you shouldn't think of one tournament performance as, यही आपकी strength है. I don't think that is correct, and this is proof.
Also, he mentioned that he worked very hard after that because he realized, okay, this is not done. He had a camp, a 15, 20-day camp instantly uh, with his then friend. I think it was a GM, I don't remember the name. But like they had a camp instantly afterwards. And in fact, even right now, yesterday he mentioned like they've already just completed a camp. Fabi in that interview he mentioned, and they're going to have one more pretty soon. So Fabi is preparing. He's not playing multiple events actually. So Indians are. Gukesh, for example, is playing Pragg Masters next. Now his performance there will be really under focus, yeah, by his own team, by the entire country. So let's see how it works out. Arvind is also playing, by the way, and a
Pragg Masters.
crucial event for Arvind, Sahaj.
By the way, Pragg more or less back now, yeah? Jordan has
Really?
made an inaccuracy, yeah. He played with Rook
Wait, what
A8
is Rook A8?
to play A5.
But E6 आ रहा है ना? I think E6 and G5.
Sorry?
Like E6 आ रहा है ना? E6 Rook F7.
E6 पे knight F6 नहीं आ रहा क्या?
And then G5.
हाँ, E6 Rook F8 back actually.
Wait,
Because the
what?
same end game, the pawn on E6 is bad for you, something like
भाई
that.
साहब. Okay, chess मुझे आती नहीं है भाई.
Some intricacy. H4 खेलना चाहिए आपको. A5 के बाद E6. That's not easy though. But by 5 minutes पड़े हैं लेकिन Pragg के पास. So he doesn't have a lot of time to think here.
भाई साढ़े
He has to
चार
make
से भी
6
कम है.
moves, no increment.
भाई वो स्टार्टिंग में टाइम दिया था to decide whether to take a draw or not. Now it's hurting him.
Yeah, very true. 4 minutes for Pragg. गुकेश का गेम दिखा दो यार भाई. गुकेश के गेम में एकदम डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन है, फोर्ट्रेस बनाया हुआ है, एंड विंसेंट इज ट्राइंग टू ब्रेक इट. दिस इज द वेरी क्विक लुक. Just played rook a7 and I think he's going to go back rook a5 and keep the eye on the c5 square. Basically it's a draw. Not much has changed here. um yeah. Okay, going back to Pragg because he only has 3 minutes on the clock for 6 moves.
Okay. भाई टी-शर्ट वाले बंदे को ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते. आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट टू मच. आई मीन यू कैन हैव लकी थिंग्स, यू कैन से कि मैं अगर टीवी के सामने से नहीं उठूंगा तो इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप नहीं हारेगी, बट एट द एंड यू डू नो दैट हैज नथिंग टू डू विद इट. बाय द वे h4 played and a nice move by Pragg apparently, very logical. And now black, if you go a5 then e6 again.
E6 looks so like illogical to me.
But why? Like rook f7 is nice, no? Then knight e5.
Yeah, but okay, you're also losing ab7, rook a2, and okay, queen side पूरा एकदम decimate हो रहा है आपका. Maybe this is what Jordan missed, yeah, when he played rook a8.
I mean, Gukesh can play events if he wants because World Championship is like a year away. It doesn't make sense for him to skip events. I think it's not a year away actually. First of all, it's in November, so that's like 9 months, which is much less than a year. And also, I think he also has to play the Olympiad. He also has to potentially play Norway Chess. He also has to play other events. So, and like whatever weaknesses he's facing in his games, he has to work on them. Because otherwise rating to ghatti rahegi if you don't work on them. So before he plays any event, he needs to, take some time out, maybe 15, 20, 30 days for preparation. So maybe one event every alternate month sounds like fair for Gukesh. Like that should be doable.
Yeah. Precisely. But okay, h4. But Arjun is still thinking there, yeah.
I told you there's nothing to think. Itna.
Yeah,
He's just
there isn't. I mean, Nodirbek is not thinking, yeah. He's just trying to digest. Okay, maybe last minute trick, kuch ho jaye position mein, but he knows it's lost.
He's thinking, but he's thinking about आज party कहाँ करनी है भाई? Party all night, do party all night. He should only play GCT and Olympiad. By the way, he's playing GCT also. So Gukesh's calendar is packed.
G3 played.
Okay.
भाई पता है अगर आप ये पॉन नहीं भी मारोगे तो भी विनेंगे. Like what is this भाई? ये तो
3 pawns down.
you need 2, but yeah, it's more than enough.
So do you think it'll recover so quickly for the Friday freestyle? I mean, of course he'll recover. I think there's still like starts from 13th, right? So there's still like almost couple of weeks. But I mean, the formats are also completely different. So that also makes a difference. Let's keep in mind, 1 महीना पहले अर्जुन 2 ब्रॉन्ज लेके आया था कार्लसन को हरा के. So a couple of weeks or a month can make a huge difference if you've done it correctly, spend that time correctly. I think he'll be okay, but this is gonna pinch for a while because the rating तो वही रहेगी ना भाई. Rating तो वही रहेगी until you gain it all back.
King c3 played. No, king d5, c5, king c6, d5. I'm interested to see actually if Nodirbek will think now. Because I mean, he's definitely great. Okay, no, he doesn't. He plays king d5 instantly. He knows it's winning by. Doesn't want to waste any time now.
Last time Arjun was below 2750 was 2748 in March 2024. So it's been 2 years since he's been above 2750 consistently.
Oh, by the way, Jordan has just played. I think he's gone knight c3 and 3 minutes again for Pragg to play 5 moves. By the way, his last move was h4, so he's maybe looking at some. Oops, not h5. That's my move. Maybe he wants to go e6, knight e5 or something. He a2 का pawn मर रहा है, लेकिन you have to save this. a3 looks logical, but उसमें knight e2 check आ रहा है.
By the way, 2 minutes 45 seconds for Pragg to play 5 moves. It's 2 moves per minute now. 9 to 4 का आ रहा है भाई. चैट बता
Yeah.
रही है तो चैट यू आर वेरी स्मार्ट.
A3 मत खेलना प्रग. Don't play A3.
Maybe rook.
Nice.
Can you play rook f2 or is that not possible?
Rook F2 is good.
But then
A5
okay,
आएगा
but
उसमें शायद.
हाँ, then e6 का plan weak हो गया थोड़ा because you
Hmm.
just kind of.
Apparently Rook F5 is very good, which
अरे
I'm
बाप
not
रे,
sure what
rook
it is, but
f5.
2 minutes for Prague.
Okay, it's more than 2 moves a minute now. Arvind has to play 6 moves in 3 minutes. I think Arvind is still solid. Like, I think he will do it comfortably.
Yeah, this is
Do you
more
commentate
critical
on
for sure.
Free-Day Freestyle Chess Championship? If we get the cameras, yes. If we don't, then no. Depends on, I think we don't know yet. Confirmation nahi hai. So we'll
Plays
decide
Rook
as it
F2.
comes. Okay.
Oh, by the way, now E6, golden opportunity for Prague to take over.
Come on,
If he
Pragg,
doesn't
come
play
on.
E6, he's worse, yeah?
He's much worse. Rook b2, second best move. I mean, of course, he'll not play Rook b2. I mean, he could. Actually, looking at it carefully, he could. But e6, come on, Pragg. This could go the other way also, Sajway. Come on,
भाई
e6.
1.5 minute है 4 चालों के लिए, so
Come on, Pragg, e6. I mean, he did find g4, h4, which was insanely hard. There is some hope here. Again. Come on, Pragg, come on.
1 minute.
Oh, 4 moves in a minute. It's getting really tough. Pragg, you have to move now. 58 seconds to play 4 moves. This is going to be extremely hard. Right down to the wire. Bhai, no racking action. Bhai, chalo, 50 seconds to play 4 moves. Come on, Pragg. 45 seconds now.
Ooh, mistake. He takes on A5.
Oh.
Okay. Rook takes A5. Now maybe your move, Rook B2 is possible. Still not losing for Prague. He still has chances. But Jordan is definitely taking over. He has 3 moves remaining for 30 seconds basically. So it's getting very close for comfort.
And
E6.
now he
Oh,
plays
one move too late. Oh, Rook
Oh, Rook F4 played by
F4, bhai.
Aydin. Oh no. He's lost, I think, Sahaj. King F1 only move. That's almost impossible to play.
He's
How
getting
do you even find King F1? It's not possible.
quite
2 moves, 20 seconds. He has to play now. I think he's going to lose, Sahaj. He's going to lose.
on time. No, he plays G5. By the way, only move again for Jordan, Rook D4. That is it. But that's not a hard
Oh,
one though.
yeah, that's a very easy one, actually.
Because Rook D4, the idea is Knight F4 के बाद I have Rook takes F4.
Actually, Rook D4, Rook F3, there's Knight E4, and that kind of stabilizes things.
क्योंकि Rook
For
F7 नहीं आ रहा ना जब if you are defending this.
Knight E4, such a harmonious move as well, controlling everything. C5 pawn be attacked. And C5 क्या तो E6 भी जाएगा. Oh my god, this is just over. Breaking, Nodirbek wins. Tata Steel. Has Arjun resigned? Not yet. So
कोई
not
न्यूज
yet,
आई है
chat.
कोई
Huh?
कोई न्यूज आई क्या कहीं से कहीं पढ़ा आपने लग रहा है चैट में
नहीं, चैट बता रही है भाई.
नहीं आई नो बट लग रहा है चैट ने कहीं पढ़ा है
नहीं, चैट ने ऐसे लिख दिया होगा. They know what's coming.
ओ भाई इट इज ट्रू
Really? कहाँ
अनाउंस
देखा
कर
आपने?
दिया भाई अनाउंस कर दिया टाटा स्टील ने वी हैव रेजिग्नेशन इनकमिंग वेरी सून
Oh, wow.
so yeah that means he's going to win I think we'll catch the final moments of this match very soon I think Arjun will resign in just a couple of minutes
Wow.
plays b5 takes and bishop takes connected pawns हो गए अब
Wow.
Nodirbek also had a dominating score against Indian players. Yeah, only his only draw was against Erwin bhai. He defeated Pragg, Arjun, Gukesh, all three of them. Basically,
By the way, it takes. So now 2 correct pass pawns. I think this is where you can resign. कई बार ये draw होती है. Saj bhai, if I'm not mistaken, you can keep like the. No, it's not. It's sometimes draw, na? Like you can keep the king on c3, a3, bishop on c3, something like that, and sometimes a draw, right?
अगर
But limit the.
पॉन्स लाइट स्क्वायर पे है तो ड्रॉ है, डार्क पे रखोगे तो विन है. तो लाइक बी यू नीड टू प्ले b5 b4 then c4 c3, like
हाँ.
keep the pawns on dark squares always.
But with the G and H pawns, it's never really a possibility.
Correct.
इसके साथ ही Arjun will have to resign.
A 9 out of 13 is a dominating performance from Nodirbek. Have to give it to him.
Oh. So just a book for middle game and positional understanding. यार एक लोग recommend बहुत करते हैं. That is my system. I would say कि instead of books, focus on something else, like something which can help you with digital media. I think आजकल ज़्यादा engaging pieces of content है. Books से, unless you're trying to become like the next grandmaster या top player, I think title player, I would rather consume digital content. It's more engaging. You can directly watch your favorite top player, creator, or just like anybody actually. I think that's more fun. पहले होते ही थे यार वीडियोस सब. Even then I used to love watching like videos by Daniel King, yeah, Carsten Muller, yeah, and Magnus, yeah, whatever, like Kasparov, which like these were so much fun rather than books. No. Yeah, they are not in form, they are not in form. I mean, I think it's none of them are, to be honest. Maybe Gukesh is still okay, but still. देखो आपका ELO क्या है भाई यार? FIDE ELO I think is almost 2200.
Yeah, I think now he resigns, yeah. When you see b5 b4, he's still playing.
Still playing. I think
for sure he's not happy, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, you feel for Arjun, but then, I mean, he's had such a bad tournament, like from his standards, yeah. Matlab, will finish in second last place actually after 4.5 points. And
And
the
he'll be below
hopes
2750, bhai. That's also another.
And imagine, yeah, we were thinking yesterday, okay, Nodirbek plays Arjun. Like, I mean, that's a tough match. Yeah, it's very likely he could lose. And like, we all, like, even after such a bad round, we still have hopes from Arjun. Like, that's how strong he has been. My wife, I think, is rated around 30 points lower than me, 35 points. But one-on-one, I think she has a better record. She's stalemate, maybe, I don't know, Saj by bishop c4.
Stalemate कैसे होगा भाई? पॉन है आपका.
हाँ वही पॉन दे दूंगा ना. बिशप c4, g4, बिशप d5, g5, बिशप c4, g6 टेक स्टेलमेट. अच्छा बिशप भी तो है. क्या क्या दूंगा यार मैं?
ओ भाई, दिस इज चेकमेट नाउ.
ओ बिशप d1. भागना पड़ा फिर से. एंड इसके साथ ही आई थिंक अर्जुन इज गोना रिजाइन नाउ किंग b5 के बाद. इट वुड
c4 c3 again he's keeping pawns on the dark squares. That's very important. ये pawn अगर b5 c4 होते तो dark squares पे मैं hold बना लेता. Then it would be a very easy fortress. Okay, he goes bishop d3. So क्योंकि king a4 में bishop c2 में
still giving a chance to go wrong. Otherwise it's c4, yeah.
King b5 and c4, which is not allowing him to go to c2 anymore.
अब तो ओलंपिक का डर लग रहा है. And there it is, he resigns. इसके साथ ही India number 1 Arjun Erigaisi has lost, I think, against the tournament leader Nodirbek, and he will finish in second last place, and his nightmare at Tata Steel does not stop in 2026 either. And with this, Arjun has lost his India number 1 status.
And huge congratulations to Nodirbek for winning the tournament
Yeah.
Basically, it doesn't matter how Sindarov plays, he's going to be half a point ahead regardless. There we see the arbiter congratulating him as well. Well deserved from the Uzbek number one, but he dominated. I mean, especially amongst the Indian players, like he defeated Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, all of them in the same event, which is
Yeah.
very impressive.
And Arjun loses his India number one spot. He also is out of the
Hi,
world top 10 now, I think.
Arvind is lost.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? क्या
Arvind just
बात कर
blundered.
रहे हो? How is that possible, Sahaj भाई?
Arvind just blundered bhai. Like EF5, bishop D2 आया, rook E6, bishop D7, rook D6, he takes bishop F5, blunder, knight D1, bishop मर गया भाई.
Sahaj bhai, I told you. I told you. आज genuine chance all 5 players lose. I don't know. This is just the culmination of how the event has gone actually. Like it just felt like poetic actually. I think everybody will be forced to kind of go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, and this blunder just highlights the problem. Yeah, like and 38th move by the way, but he had okay, he didn't have time. Okay, time
No, he
pressure
didn't
must have
have
caused
time. Bhai.
this.
He had like some 3 minutes for
Yeah,
6 moves, remember? So, and you can
yeah.
see by the way, Arvind now trying to take it in. He knows he's lost.
Okay, he's
That's
completely
so
lost.
difficult.
So let's have all the games on the screen
Bhai,
once.
एक second, huh? Just going
Hmm.
back for a second.
Hmm.
Wait a
Wait, Sindarov
second.
is lost.
He was completely winning. Sindarov was completely lost and then his opponent blundered. Bhai, knight check खेल के blunder किया उसने. But he was completely winning here.
Oh, Queen A5 was winning for Thai Dai
Bhai,
Van. He didn't believe it.
he took like a very big risk, yeah, in this position.
Wow.
Then even knight rook c7 and that's the only chance for him to come back. And he has 22 seconds, by the way.
I think Sindarov will win this. Ajay, मुझे लग रहा है. That's how the tournament has gone. I think Sindarov wins this. Is my guess. Sorry, my camera shifted a bit. Sorry यार. सदमे में हूँ मैं chat सदमे में थोड़ा सा अभी. Sahaj bhai, can we have all the boards on the screen? So we already know कि in the challengers, uh, Vedant has lost, by the way. Vedant has. Oh, Pragg has 10 seconds. Let's put Pragg pehle. We'll come back to this very soon. 5 seconds. Rook d4 played by Jordan. And he plays Rook f3. Best move. Okay. 2
2
seconds pe he
seconds.
played. Wow.
And now 94 and Jordan having some good chances. But okay, Pragg will try to defend this, but it's not sure if it's already winning or not. Might be a bit late,
Okay.
but
By the way, Sahaj
we'll
bhai,
see.
Vedant game once. Wait, Sindarov is winning. He's much better now. Not winning, but much better. It showed him as winning for a second. I don't know why.
Oh,
Yeah, he
because he made a
was winning
mistake,
for a
bhai.
move.
Wow. And last move, by the way, for white, he takes on a3 by Bajga. Rook c8 and he's a piece up basically, yeah?
Bhai, he's going to find a way. I told you. He's going to find a way to win this. He's winning.
Wow. But Sindarov will be dekhega, Nodirbek already won and he will say, okay.
Timir bhai, I'm sorry I shouted, but trust me, bhai, this is like a night. This is like somebody took my. Huh? Utha. This is like a nightmare, bhai. Somebody took my worst chess nightmare and is showing me HD footage of it right now, Saj bhai.
Yeah. I think let's go to Gukesh also to see what are the
Ha.
updates because they haven't hit the 40-minute mark yet. Still 2 more moves to be left to be played. And looks like okay. He can win the h5 pawn somehow. Gukesh is more or less back, yeah?
Oh yeah, I mean, we already saw this, no? I think if he can play h4 as white and rook c5, like there was no way black can progress. The question is, how is if Gukesh can make progress? That's the bigger question.
या
Not
तो
sure.
c7 मरेगा या फिर h5 मरेगा, right? एक भी pawn मरेगा तो like white tries to play on maybe.
Huh. If c5 falls, I think then you have a free hand. Ki bhai, you have no risk whatsoever. If h5 falls, then I think your h pawn also becomes like an asset in the position. You can push it all the way to h6 with the protection of the bishop. And then you decide at the right moment, you time it well. And this could be a strong asset for okay. So some chances still, I think, for the world champ here. But as Keymer thinks, just 10-second look at all the boards together, Sahaj bhai. Today feels like it might just be the worst day because Vedant has lost already. That's
Oh,
one
it's over.
loss.
The game is over.
Yeah, he's lost. So Vedant lost. That's one loss. Arjun lost. That's second loss. Um,
Arvind is
Arvind is
losing.
completely lost. That's third loss. Pragg is losing, has some chances, and Gukesh is the only one today so far who can still get some points for us. Let's see.
Yeah. But Gukesh, I think he's either playing to draw or to win. Yeah, I mean, if you are confused about this, then just look at the last few moves that Vincent has just played. Like, for example, he's gone Queen B7 and just black he moves. Like King F7, Queen wapas, Bishop here, Bishop back. He offered a draw there. Queen here, Queen back. I mean, he's just trying to just shuffle the pieces around and he's waiting for Gukesh to kind of offer the draw. But Gukesh says, no, bhai, I see chances.
Yeah. And I think also it's very important. Gukesh has 6 minutes here, so he'll get 30 more minutes in just about one move. That just, I think, convinces me Gukesh cannot lose this. If he had only 6 minutes, then I think we have seen some crazy stuff today, Sahaj Bhai, from I think Arvind's blunder and even how Arjun played that position. But I think the time that he'll get now, 30 minutes, I think that secures at least half a point here. But yeah,
Yeah, correct.
why do you get so sad when India players lose? Because we are Indian players, it's just ready for India. By the way, Keymer is shaking his head. He's not happy with the position. He's looking at the
Yeah, I think
clock where he has
अब
50
हारने का
seconds now.
चांस है भाई उसको उसको ये लग रहा है
Ah, genuinely.
thinking, okay,
Because
am I actually losing this? Or am I
उसको
worse
दो
here? Am I defending it? I have a queen. How is that possible?
he finds the best move, but he still has to play one more move before he gains some time.
So rook h4 is the move for Gukesh. Rook c5 से अगर attack किया तो black can play h4 and the pawn is more or less safe for now at least. The rook h4 and you go for this pawn essentially. That's what you want to do.
I don't know why people hate Nodirbek. I don't think it's what hating Nodirbek. I mean, that's amazing. He won. I think he's been also one player who's unfortunately not made to the candidates and has not etched his name in history in some way. चाहे World Cup winner ho, Olympiad winner ho, Olympiad winner था भी वो actually, but whatever. Like, I think we just kind of sad for the Indian players. Nothing else.
Correct भाई. सहज भाई का huge if true and साहिल भाई का what will be engraved. वाह भाई वाह. Huge if true इतना तो नहीं बोलता भाई मैं. वो भी इतना what तो नहीं बोलते. I don't know. Feel like we have more trademarks than that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, सिंदारोव मस्त वॉक कर रहा है पीछे कुछ खाते खाते उसको देख के मुझे ही भूख लग गई था आज भाई.
सेंडारॉफ तो भाई क्लियर मतलब ये एज अ ग्रेट भाई वो रुक बशा वर्सेस रुक पे जाएगा वो मैच. वैन को बहुत डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा.
I think yeah, Van's going to lose 5 games in a row, very likely.
So hard. And Arvind also is blundering a full piece भाई. That's also so sad.
Still can't believe it actually. And
Hard
that
हो गया
just,
भाई.
I think if Arvind had won that, I think he could have had some hope from the last 3 rounds, right? Because he was defending against Ukesh, then like some one win against Van, and he could have ended on a high. But this just completely brings him back to where he was. And I think Prague Masters is such an important event for Arvind. I mean, if he loses, like Sajva, like I really want to kind of go deep into this because Arvind had this big comeback. His rating right now is 2689. He's gonna go to 2685, right? And if
Mm-hmm.
he has a bad Prague Masters, loses like 15, 20 points, like he's gonna be 2670, 266 something. I mean, that's basically again back like you're
But
not among the top
2700
players
is the
again.
benchmark. Yeah, 2700 is the benchmark. He has to
Yeah,
get
but
back.
even 269s, you can kind of argue ki, okay, like you're there almost. Like one good event, you're there. But if you have a bad Prague Masters 2670, then you essentially are fighting for staying above 2650 then. Like Hari
Hmm.
Krishna right now is 2676. Like you wouldn't consider him okay, he's gonna make it to the Olympiad team, for example. It doesn't feel like it's
But I
possible.
think he will. Yeah, good chances for Hari to make it.
No chance आज भाई. I think तुमको
You think so?
35 points gain करने पड़ेंगे. Like that's impossible in
Hmm.
3 months, 4 months. So then invites will dry out basically unless Arvind catches up in Prague Masters. He will not get invites basically.
Hmm. Actually, Arvind
Fine.
actually shot up from 2698 to 2749 very quickly. Yeah, just taking a look there.
Yeah.
He beat Anish Yi in the previous Pragg Masters and Keymer as well. The last Pragg Masters was very good for Arvind. 0 losses and 3 wins against Anish, Yi, and Vincent. That's very good, no?
Yeah, that's amazing. And in fact, there was another event I think where he basically won ahead of Pragg, right? I forget which one this was in some Armenia. He played some event where he finished ahead of Pragg, like tied first tie, and he won on tie breaks.
Hmm.
So Arvind had a marvelous first half in 2025. That's what got him to where he, at his peak, 275 something. But now he's 70, not 65 points or 70 points below his peak, and that's happened within 6 months. So in the Pragg Masters, either he loses 10, 15 points and he's not going to get invites, or he gains 10, 15 points and then he can look, forward positively. So big event for, I think, Arvind coming up at Pragg Masters. Stefan, yes, Afghan, yes, that was the event. Thank you.
By the way, Gukesh
By
plays
the
rook
way,
c5 and we have a half an hour increase there.
he
Vincent
allows
को भी
h4
एक run
from black.
मिलेंगे.
That's interesting.
Right, he's trying to play for a win, I'm telling you.
Hmm. And he leaves black with a crucial decision, actually. So h4 is a committal move. I think he will play bishop d1. He will not. But bishop d1, yeah, bishop d1 I think is more logical. He won't commit himself to h4, I think, but he could. But okay, yes, for 6 seconds. Yeah, I thought so. He will not commit himself to h4.
And if knight
And
h5, there is a trap, yeah? Bishop h5, rook
yeah,
h5, queen d1 check. That loses the rook.
yes.
So he's just waiting to see what is the update. I think Vincent is okay with a draw, but maybe Gukesh is still trying to play for a win. Meanwhile, Jorden has 1 minute, by the way, for the last 40th move, which he has been thinking about for over 10 minutes.
Wow.
And we can see from the blue arrow, knight e4 is the only move, more or less, to create chances.
Knight e4 is apparently winning, and there are a couple of moves that give him a better position. Will you guys stream Pragg Masters? Likely, yes. If we get the cameras, we will stream it. Gukesh is playing, of course. So we will stream that one. But yeah, let's see. Can your thumb pick and focus a little on homeboys?
Oh, he makes a mistake.
Oh, that's
Okay.
a mistake. But wait, am I seeing the plan correctly? Is it like knight f2, some knight g4, knight h6?
That could be actually knight f2, knight
Huh?
g4. Yeah, that looks interesting.
That's like a risky plan. But okay, let's see. Will you guys stream candidates? Of course, we'll stream candidates, 100%. Will you guys collab with Chess India? I don't know actually, but I don't think so, because if there was a collab, we would know by now. That's not really. I mean, usually we collab when there's an on-site event. Like we go together, we all commentate together. It's a lot of fun. But I think candidates will be streaming from our homes, so collab doesn't make sense. But yes, we will be streaming candidates 100% by. क्या मजा आएगा भाई? Candidates gonna be epic.
मैं यहाँ पर बस एक ड्रॉ हो जाए यार. Pragg and okay, Gukesh I think can still push for a win, but Pragg I would really want him to actually not finish this tournament with a loss. Yeah,
Yeah. Yes,
slightly
we'll
worrying.
stream
By the
Pragg's
Pragg's
win.
only win came against Arvind, and that's it.
And Arjun's only win came against Pragg.
Mm.
By the way, Aravindh could be close to resignation. I don't know if how long he'll play on. It's +5 or so, the evaluation. Everything
Until
is
the rook is on the 7th rank and the king doesn't come out, he
Hmm.
will could play. But
Hmm.
once the king is on f3, knight is on e3, okay, you say okay, that's good enough.
Hmm.
Yeah, also an important, this is a right color pawn for this bishop.
Yeah.
Should
I
always
think,
think like this, chat. Whenever there is a bishop endgame, always consider what's the right color and the wrong color. It helps you in the later part of the game.
yep. I think White should just play A for the right moment. ताकि queen side secure. Then maybe king side secure भी कर सकते हैं somehow. 93 maybe is the move at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And then you figure out a way to bring the king in, and bit by bit.
Yeah, he plays bishop b8. Just a4 is simple.
Yeah. Not sure what bishop b8 is though. Like, it looks a bit.
कहीं तो रखना था ना bishop को यार.
Bishop e5 maybe I was thinking. Just dominating the knight a bit.
क्या
But no.
फर्क पड़ता है? बिशप वहां से भी तो सेम ही काम कर रहा है.
Like bishop e5, so you can control some queen side squares, no? Like b2, c3, and so on. d4.
Yeah, but
By the way, रुको. अच्छा नहीं, कुछ नहीं हुआ. My bad.
Pragg is thinking, yeah, he has 4 minutes
Yeah.
basically, more or less. And Gukesh is also thinking after that move, bishop d1. I think that's another, by the way, soft draw offer from Vincent. Okay, if you go rook c4, I'll play bishop b3. You go rook c5, I go bishop d1, and that's a draw, basically.
Pragg won 6 games last year and this time just won. What really happened?
I'll just be right back in a minute.
I think there's no one reason. Yeah, I think it's just the start for Pragg was horrible. He lost the first game. You can blame it on form. You can blame it on the distraction from the protest. You can blame it just on bad chess blunders. It's a combination of everything. When you lose the first game, it just doesn't go your way usually. In fact, look at the candidates. Every single time who's won has won the first round. Has had a very good start. Vishy sir is on 13. Sorry, no, not on 14. I think Vishy. Yeah, it was on 14 Vishy. Like, that was a great start from the candidates. Then you also had like Nepo doing it 2 times. Always had a great start. Was leading the candidates halfway. Same for Gukesh, was doing very well at the start. Same way, this is just a similar event, right? It's a round robin. You play the same players. Everybody plays everybody. So if you start off well, I think that's very important. Salve, are you a bike, car, bicycle person? Yeah, I don't know if one has to be either. I mean, cars are comfortable, but I can't drive one, so very hard to choose car there. I think a plausible story of why Arjun Pragg are not playing well. Arjun defeated his best friend, sent him into a losing streak spiral. I mean, I don't think it's losing to your best friend that caused you to go, losing spiral. She lost first round candidates. Are you sure about that? But he was leading. He was leading halfway. That I remember. He was leading halfway, if I'm not mistaken. No, Pragg has not played chat. No moves by Pragg just yet. Lighting VR 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, that is true. By the way, knight f2, best move played by Pragg. So he is fighting for his life. We'll have the board and the camera soon. फिलहाल के लिए Gukesh पे देखते हैं. Gukesh has been thinking for a while. It's been 6.5 minutes. I think he needs to figure out a plan. Apparently, rook c4 for some reason is very strong. Makes sense because rook d4 का idea है. But we were just there. Bishop b3 खेला था वहाँ पे Vincent ने. So it's not easy to find why rook c4 is so great. Are you gonna go rook h4 all the way to the right? Risky. And there you see Pragg's game as well. Knight f2 played, controlling the g4 square, controlling e4. So no rook e4 possible. Very important. अगर e6 pawn मर जाएगा, then suddenly I think it's just dead lost. Black, what's the move of the black knight move? I think he just took a pawn, no, on a2. Like, he just grabbed a pawn. There was an indirect attack from the rook on f3 on the knight on c3. So he just grabbed a pawn on a2. Like, it's just, there was a better move, but he just went for the material there. Arjun has lost chat. Another loss for Arjun there. Arjun, by the way, lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games out of 13 in this tournament. Wow. That's hard. Yeah, Anshul, what's up? Meanwhile, Aravindh also losing. No changes there. I think let's focus on these two games. I think these are the ones where we still have some chances. Gukesh, I think, can take the draw if he wants to, but he is pushing. He wants the win. And Pragg trying to fight for a draw. Agla event, by the way, chat, will be the Speed Chess Championship. And it's going to be from 7th to 8th next weekend, essentially. Wahan pe we'll have Magnus, Hikaru, and these players fighting it out. So in the finals and semi-finals, maza aayega. 2-day event hai. And then if we get the cameras, then we might also do Freestyle World Championship.
मजा आएगा स्पीड चेस चैम्प्स में. Fast chess, we back to
And
it.
if I'm not mistaken, Sahaj bhai, it's going to be 2 games, right? 2 semi-finals and then second
Yeah.
day, third place and finals. So, lambi stream hogi bhai.
Yeah, bhai. 6-7 hours minimum. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, and knight f5 he plays. By the way, Gukesh does not take the draw. He continues. But a pawn नहीं मर रहा है actually. h5 का. Bishop c2 is possible apparently.
Yes, Denis Firouzja too. Yes, of course.
Dennis, Firouzja, Hikaru and Magnus, yeah?
I think it's Magnus versus Dennis, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong here, but
Really fun.
maza aayega. Rook h4, another pawn taken by Van Foreest. So he's a pawn up now. But it's all
But he
about
did
that
play knight
Gukesh.
f2, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking more stable now. Rook f7 now basically, or king g2. King g2 first, and then rook f7 apparently, which is a bit strange, but both of them should survive. Rook knight versus rook हो सकता है यहाँ पे. साहिल भाई की favorite endgame.
Why, if he draws, I'm okay. I mean, if that's what we have to go through for to get a draw, I am in.
Rook knight versus
I
rook
just
तो
don't
draw
want
ही
to
होगा
lose
ना भाई.
by. Huh?
Rook knight versus rook तो draw ही होगा ना. अब तो I think
हाँ,
it's
तो
has
I am in.
stabilized.
I am in then.
आज भी था ना कुछ एक मैगी हिट. Did I win or what didn't we do today?
We did do one Maggie, but I don't remember which one though. We
Chat
did
आपको याद
one.
है?
I think it was for Gukesh game, kya? Hey, I don't remember actually which game it was for.
I think it was for Arjun maybe, भाई. Arjun might win. But Arjun, I think you took draw or something. So I think both of us lost.
While I would.
तो हम भी हार गए भाई. तो ये तो 7 लोग
हाँ,
हार
actually
गए.
you're right. I think you're right.
7 लोग हार गए भाई. अब तो हम दोनों भी हार गए.
आपका मुंह दर्द नहीं होता? होता है भाई, गला दर्द होता है बहुत. गला सबको सूखता है.
बट नींद नहीं आती भाई उसके बाद. आफ्टर कमेंटेटिंग दैट इज
But that's true.
बिग
The
फैक्टर.
stream, let's say, ends at 12:15 a.m. on average, whatever, then I can't fall asleep till 4. Like, regardless of how much I try, it's just not possible. Like, it's
Because you have all of this energy and very hard.
and
And I
also
think
disappointment.
I've spoken to like many commentators like about this as well. Everyone feels the same actually. By the way, Rook f7 played for Pragg.
It's an interesting variation this now. So, for example, Rook h5 is the best move now for black. Now you take on e7. Black takes on g5 with check. Now King f1. I think very logical, of course.
Find the worst move for black. Black to play and find the worst move for that. Find the worst move. Come on, let's go.
I think this is very close to a draw now, Sahaj.
Yeah. For sure.
Because simple pawn captures se bhi we are reaching a 2 versus 1 pawn endgame. So जहाँ पे chances काफी अच्छे होंगे.
Rook g1 नहीं chat फंस गए आप.
Not Rook g1 chat.
Rook g1 is also losing, of course. You're right, but Rook g7 is the worst. Why? Because there's Rook e8 checkmate. Just one move. But of course, that's not going to happen. But yeah, looking like a draw now.
By the way, I mean, it's a good chance Pragg holds this actually. So that's a good sign. Sindarov, by the way, if he wins, it's going to be neck to neck. between Sindarov is okay. Okay, he will not cross Gukesh, I think though. So Sindarov will be world number 11 now, just behind Gukesh, the world champion. साज भाई, कभी आपने ऐसे लाइक किसी की टांग खींची है?
क्या? What do you mean?
कुछ था रेफरेंस, समझ में आया तो आया भाई, चैट को तो नहीं आएगा समझ।
I'm thinking of
मीनवाइल
Karpov Korchnoi now. वहाँ पे
हट,
वहाँ पे था ऐसा एक्चुअली कुछ
अरे आपने कुछ व्हाट्सएप टेक्स्ट किया
discussion।
था, उसके रेफरेंस में था भाई।
हाँ ओके।
You destroyed Hikura. Hikura. Shit. Hikaru last edition of SCC. क्या हो गया साज भाई, शब्द नहीं निकल रहे मेरे मुंह से। बोल हम रहे हैं पर शब्द हमारे नहीं है।
हाँ भाई।
Who won the challenger section? Good question actually. It's Vasily Ivanchuk who is right now leading, and the only one who can stop him is Andy Woodward if he wins, and he is winning. So Andy Woodward is going to win the challengers who will play the Masters next year.
अरे amazing actually. Andy is also what 14 years old, no? 14, 15 years old, something like this.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Yeah, he's young. He was also remember
15.
one win away from being
Yeah.
in the candidates in the Grand Swiss. So
Yeah,
very strong
15
player.
years
And
old.
for Aydin, it was a bit of a sad ending because he was the tournament leader actually going into the last round, and he was playing with the white pieces also, but he lost against Ivic. And
Oh,
last year also same thing happened to him. Like he was one of the leaders, and he just finished second on tie breaks. So two consecutive sort of events for him, yeah, जहाँ पे वो second आया.
I think he'll be third this time though. I don't know if
Hmm.
that's better or worse, but he'll be third.
And he scored
Jab,
nine. By nine is very impressive in this field.
yeah, 9 is impressive. Ivanchuk 9.5, and Andy Woodward 10 points. Wow.
Hey, Ivanchuk, if he wins like that, would be insane. Yeah, Ivanchuk winning this tournament.
But he's not going to win, I think. Woodward will win. He will likely cross Ivanchuk. But meanwhile, Saj bhai, Gukesh game में knight f5 जाए. Do you expect a repetition? Do you expect a long, long, long game?
भाई आपको अभी मैंने व्हाट्सएप भेजा भाई. What I
अरे
think.
चैट के लिए भाई, चैट के लिए, हर चीज हम दोनों के लिए नहीं है ना भाई.
It is going to be a long game. I think Gukesh has just not accepted a draw. Of course, वो रुक C4 खेल के draw कर सकता था. But Gukesh feels okay. There is some chance, and he wants to play. Basically, if this knight is there, then he will play. If bishop gets traded with the knight, then okay, he's not going to play anymore. जब तक
Hmm.
knight है, तब तक he can push.
Hmm. Yeah, knights are tricky, and lots of folks possible. Can be an attack on the king, so some potential for sure.
For sure. By the way,
For sure.
Fedoseev is now completely just taking a very quick look there. He's rook bishop knight versus rook bishop pawn pawn, and it is completely winning. So he's just a free knight up at the moment. Just king has to be active. By the way, Silver, do you know this? That if this position rook bishop knight versus rook and bishop, it is still not very. It still is like good chances to win that from the white side. Rook bishop knight versus rook knight hota hai, तो it's actually winning theoretically.
With the pawn, I mean, it's easy, no? Like with the
With
pawn,
the
it's
pawn,
not
it's very
gonna.
easy. Without the pawn, I'm
Hmm.
saying it's still not
Hmm.
simple.
Hmm.
Okay, going back to Gukesh, Vincent thinking after knight f5. Jeff. Wow. Nodi is just lucky. By hard disagree. I think he showed some class against everyone. Right? तीनों को हरा है उसने. So that's not luck.
भाई नहीं,
Against
चैट इज
Gukesh, yeah.
करेक्ट. नोडी सो लकी है भाई. क्या हुआ? मतलब पहले उसके उसने 5 प्लेयर को चेकमेट कर दिया, पांचों के किंग अपने आप ही आके मेट हो गए, मतलब इट्स क्रेजी, लाइक कितना लक हो सकता है बस किसी का यार।
इनसे उसके ओपोनेंट ने ब्लंडर किया, बट और जीतोगे कैसे भाई चेस में? भाई हिंट दे दो दोनों, गुकेश के गेम का क्या हुआ प्लीज भाई, हिंट नहीं दे सकते भाई, ही इज गोना प्ले, वी नो दैट ही इज ट्राइंग टू प्ले फॉर अ विन बट द पोजीशन इज अ ड्रॉ, सो एक्सपेक्ट अ लॉन्ग गेम बेसिकली। 20 minutes each, more or less.
या बाय द वे, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि टाइम प्रेशर फिर से आएगा गेम में। दे आर हैविंग अ लॉन्ग थिंग बट इट्स नॉट गोना लास्ट लॉन्ग, लाइक यू कैन हैव maybe 1 or 2 decent deep thoughts here, but जैसे ही वो 10 मिनट के नीचे जाएगी क्लॉक, यू अगेन आर बैक टू द ग्राइंड, यू हैव टू प्ले क्विकली। आई थिंक दैट्स
कोई
व्हाट
पूछ
मुकेश
रहा है,
वांट्स, या
कोई पूछ रहा है भाई चैट में, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट चेस ऐप, डू यू नो दिस साहिल भाई?
I think if you're looking at overall chess, I think chess.com is a great app. खेल सकते हो, सीख सकते हो, फॉलो कर सकते हो इवेंट्स, एंड इससे बेटर क्या चाहिए भाई? व्हाट डू यू थिंक साहज भाई?
सेम भाई सेम,
अच्छा अच्छा
वो की बात छीन लिया आपने एकदम।
अच्छा अच्छा। मीनवाइल केमर भाई भी सोच रहे हैं काश थोड़ा आज पजल रश सॉल्व कर लिया होता। गुकेश भी सोच रहे हैं एक्चुअली, यार फिर मैं मिस नहीं करता क्वीन E7।
हम्म, तो नाउ बिशप C2 इज लुकिंग गुड, बिशप C2 का बेसिकली पॉइंट है कि पहले तो नाइट को आप अटैक कर रहे हो, दूसरा रुक C2 इज नॉट पॉसिबल बिकॉज चेक एंड यू लूज दिस, knight goes somewhere, let's say to d4, and bishop goes to g6 to defend the h5 pawn, and this is now okay, like in now I'm feeling safe.
He gets up. I think Vincent needs to find some sort of fortress where he doesn't have to do much calculation. Otherwise, अगर हर मूव पे को सोचना है कि मैं कहाँ रखूँ pieces, that's gonna be a pain long term.
यार इतनी यूनिटी तो आपकी मैंने कहीं नहीं देखी यार आज तक।
By the way, update in the Pragg game, I think
हाँ
after
हाँ,
rook f7, he played the best move, rook h5, taken the pawn with check, and I think you're just gonna grab on b7, you'll grab on h7, and you'll have this c6 d5 versus c5 pawn complex, and
तो
it's
e6 का
likely
पॉन
gonna be
लेकिन
a
कैसे
draw.
मर रहा है? सो फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई गो किंग f1, ब्लैक गोस किंग f8, क्योंकि रुक g7 में रुक
हाँ,
e8 आ रहा है, वी सॉ दैट, रुक
रुक
b7,
रुक b7 लेट्स से मार दिया मैंने।
रुक e5,
हाँ तो रुक h7।
रुक h7 इज नॉट गुड भाई।
क्यों?
हाँ, actually it's fine I guess, yeah you just play this,
And then I think you just keep the king cut off, yeah, keep black king cut off, so that's just gonna make it difficult.
रुक
um
b7 again,
rook
and रुक
b up
e7 में क्या,
b7।
अच्छा रुक b6 and then रुक b7 again, don't allow the king to come forward basically.
Wait, isn't the knight game also a draw?
Is it? So let's say rook
I
e7,
was
king
hoping
e7.
for
No,
it.
bhai, it's not. I mean, you have to be
That was
precise.
uh
You have to be very precise.
because that was my idea at least of going here, but कि भाई knight से 2 pawn ले लेंगे, but apparently not. I mean, it's still tricky.
Yeah. So Pragg would also have to defend for quite some time here, especially in their end game जो हमने देखी है with these pawns remaining, because it's a protected pawn. White का pawn थोड़ा c5 पे, it's on the black side. Could be challenging
Nodirbek
actually.
कह रहे हैं it's one of the highlights of my career so far. I had a dream to win this tournament when I was a kid and it came true. Indeed, Chad, when your dreams come true, then that's called happiness. तो इसलिए भाई make your dreams come true by downloading the Chess.com app, Sajay. What do you think?
Correct, bhai. Agreed, bhai. And membership, bhai.
Yes, Diamond membership, bhai. Diamond membership.
By the way, Arvind's game looks a bit interesting now because his king is on g3 and he's threatening mate in 1.
Okay, rook g5 check. Can't I do? Okay, king
Rook
f3.
g5 making f4. You lose this.
अरे बाप रे.
Maybe rook g8 you have. I don't know. Okay, knight f1. Very, very simple. Yeah, rook f5 check next. कोई चेक्स नहीं. नाइट भी h2 को बचा के बैठा हुआ. सो रुक h2 चेक भी नहीं है आपके पास यहाँ पे. Yeah, gives a check. And now bishop f4 played, trying to keep his pieces active.
But bishop c6 check, no?
King g4.
हाँ g4 आ रहा है. Okay. तो एक सेकंड के लिए किंग कहाँ जाएगा भाई?
Basically the problem is the king. एक king d3 पे होता तो अभी वो रिजाइन नहीं कर देता. Check given.
Yeah.
King g4 only move. ठीक है, चलेगा ये भी.
Arvind looks devastated. Yeah, he's like. I think though it's important to keep the a pawn. उसके बिना you never know. It can become tricky always.
I checked this some time ago, and it's still very, very tricky for black to hold. Like objectively, it's still losing. But वो 50 move rule break हो जाता है उसमें, something like this. Okay, he plays rook c5 very quickly. Yeah, I think he will defend, but okay, it doesn't look promising for him whatsoever. And in the other board, by the way, Vincent has gone for that idea with bishop c2 and then bishop g6 to defend h5. Position is equal. Time is also more or less equal. The comp is saying basically just try and go for a repetition somewhere, but easier said than done. Because Gukesh khelega, I think.
True. Okay. By the way, Pragg played king h2. Okay, let's see Gukesh's move first. Maybe he
Sorry,
was.
I just switched to king h2. I saw.
Gukesh की move देखते हैं. He played knight b5 by the way. He's going for the c7 pawn.
Okay, going back to Gukesh. And knight b5 के बाद like I mean, mine says play c6, save that pawn. But somehow comp is saying something different. Yeah, king f8 or king g8 and just sacrifice knight c7.
But why? I have c6 and bishop e4.
But उसमें h5 मर रहा है maybe.
But h5 anyway feels weak. Like I feel like h5 वैसे भी long term it's
This
going
is
to be
also
hard
weak.
to hold.
But king
like
f8 move क्या है भाई? Knight c7 मर क्यों नहीं रहा यहाँ पे? I don't understand. Bishop e4, okay, and you supposedly have basically nothing, but yeah.
खेल दिया है Vincent. भाई Vincent को तो डर लग रहा है. I guarantee you like he's thinking he's almost lost.
नहीं, for sure not. Come on, no chance.
भाई rook c7 भी आ रहा है ना, like it feels scary. Why Vincent wears white every day? I don't know, yaar. Most shirts, when he wears suits, can be white. Gukesh ki grey hai, I think. But pretty normal. C6 played, by the way. He's not giving that pawn. And
Yeah,
now,
knight d4 and bishop e4. We're gonna see your move. Yeah, rook h5 is possible. Is rook h5 good move here?
it is okay, actually. No major red flags there.
Which queen d6 and c5. And the pawn
Queen
starts to
d6,
just...
rook a5, c5. Ooh, knight f3 only move actually gets tricky.
Yeah, because knight e2 pe queen d1 check is...
But now I think black is okay, no? Like takes the
Bishop
knight,
f3 के बाद भी equally है position, so...
takes on f3 and c4. And I really don't see how you ever win this as white now. Zero
But
chance
first he
in
has
my
to first play bishop e4 and not give up this pawn.
Played.
Oh, nice.
Okay, this is going to be a draw now, Asad bhai, I think. I don't see Gukesh winning this one, unfortunately. If you don't take on h5, then what was the plan? If you take on h5, then black is just pushing the pawn to c4 and you are forced to take on f3. If that is the best you have, then I think it's...
Also, भाई मेरा bishop भी d5 पे बैठ रहा है. Then you don't have
Exactly.
the option of taking on h5 anymore. So
Exactly. I thought Anish and Hans was the first result today, chat. Then Bluebaum Erdogmus was the second, both draws. Then next, Arjun Law to Nodirbek. And just now, Fedoseev has won against Aravindh. Aravindh resigned after rook c2 check, when finally the black king would have to move backwards and the white king could escape. So hard luck to Aravindh. He blundered on the 38th or 39th move. And that's just a culmination of a very bad event for Aravindh, who also ends on 4.5 points. His only, I think, win came against Varnia in round
yeah,
10.
basically just one win. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another result. So 2 games remain, chat. So far, 3 Indian results. First of all, 2 Indian results. I think
3.
Vedant lost, Arjun lost, and Arvind, 3 results actually. Arvind lost. 3 results, all lost.
Yeah. So 2 more remaining. Pragg versus Jorden and Gukesh versus Vincent. कौन सा game ज़्यादा interesting लग रहा है भाई? Where should we go?
I'm going to say let's have both games, Saj bhai. One on the left, one on the right. Because honestly, the moves are not that deep now. Like we can see what's happening. So we can have both actually. And try to follow both games at the same time.
Okay, so Pragg basically still has to defend for quite some time. Remember, we were looking at him taking on b7 and h7 both. Black takes the e6 pawn, and okay, the endgame continues. जहाँ पे Jordan has some chances, but Pragg should be able to hold with correct play. But he is a pawn down, so that's some worry overall.
Which are the next events you will stream? Next will be Speed Chess Championship 7th, 8th next weekend. Then it will be maybe the Freestyle World Championship. We don't know for sure yet. And then, of course, it will be Pragg Masters. So Feb में 3 event है, 3 with a asterisk. भाई कोई ओपनिंग इंडियन सिटीज के नाम पे क्यों नहीं है? सराय लोपेस फरीदाबाद. I think most openings are named after players, not city. I disagree there, but I think majority of the names were given out way back in the past, and maybe us time pe there were no top Indian players. Like, so that could be one of the reasons. So Vienna
Yeah,
opening hai,
for
but
sure.
Ballagud opening nahi hai.
चेन्नई वेरिएशन तो बनती है भाई, चेन्नई सिस्टम.
That's true. That's a good point, Savik. Chennai system होना चाहिए. Chennai Express तो था ही, तो why not Chennai system also?
Okay, it takes on b7. Best move. Now h7 भी मरने वाला है. Black will take rook e5, rook e6, something like this. And we are off to a, I would say, a pretty interesting endgame जहाँ पे it's not as clear whether it's going to be a draw or not, but we'll see what happens.
Also, black might be tempted to just push the h pawn first. Let's say h5 here, and then try to grab the pawn, but it's not enough. White, oh no, he goes for rook e5. Okay, very pragmatic.
Yeah, and now he'll take on h7, ये तो forced है, and then rook e6 के बाद king g3, okay, and then you try to save that basically. Takes. By the way, Gukesh is still thinking in that position against Vincent, deciding whether he should take the pawn on h5 or not.
Both players 17 minutes. No, I think that's 2 long things, including the current one for both players. And the rest is just going to be fast moves. Okay, king moves up, king g3 by Pragg there. Moving towards the center, chat. That's the point now. Basically, white को knight के बदले वो दोनों pawns मारने हैं, d5 and c6. If white can do that, that's a comfortable draw. If black stabilizes,
साहिल
somehow
भाई की
grabs.
फेवरेट एंड गेम देखेंगे भाई फिर हम रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक अगर दोनों
I
पॉन मर
don't
गए.
even think Jordan will play that in game, Saj bhai. I think even Arjun didn't play that in a game that he had. So
Bhai, I'll put all Maggies. He will definitely play. No chance he doesn't play, bhai.
for 50
Pragg,
moves, rook knight versus rook.
भाई प्रग का टाइम 12 मिनट है अभी. वो जब तक वो दोनों पॉन मरेंगे तब तक एटलीस्ट 3-4 मिनट तो होगा. तो यू शुड प्ले फॉर श्योर.
We will gain time, no, Sajwa? Like quick moves. I mean, you'll get 30 seconds a move. So even if you have 2 minutes, you will reach 10 minutes very comfortably. But okay,
Yeah.
I mean, depends on how you feel about the position in that moment. If you feel okay, I was completely winning, then you keep pushing. If it was a draw throughout, maybe you're less tempted. But let's see. Andy will win the challengers probably. Yes, very likely. They lost to Magnus, but that was like, I think, first of all, it was freestyle, I think, and then it was okay, freestyle doesn't matter, but it was also like rapid or something like that. And it was Magnus, of course. And he also lost on the 2 moves before or 5 moves before the 50th move. So it was very coincidental. Like a lot of things had to go wrong for that to happen. Classical में 30 seconds increment, it's not going to happen.
I remember correctly, वो पोलगर कास्परोव का जो मैच था वो क्लासिकल में तो था. रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक.
For sure. But I think now it's well known. I think players at some point decided, okay, I'm not going to be that meme who doesn't know rook knight versus rook or rook knight versus bishop or
But you
like
still play,
games
yeah?
typical.
Come on.
But okay, I mean, I'm hoping he doesn't. I don't think
ये
he will. I
बोलो ना
genuinely
भाई.
think. Yeah, I don't think he will though. I don't think he will. Like if White trades off the knight for 2 pawns, I think they will agree to a draw. But okay, let's see. You never know.
Knight c1 played, and by the way, now, okay, not only move, there's many moves here. King f4 is the best one though for white, for Pragg. Gukesh still thinking, yeah? 7 minutes.
It's a
I'm
committal
not sure
decision,
about
I
Rukesh
think.
5.
Yeah, it's a committal decision. Does he want to take that pawn? Because he must be calculating the variation, realizing ki bhai, I have only moves after that. And then I have to open up my king. And I still don't have a winning plan. So do I really want to enter that variation then? So
Yeah.
it's an important one.
By the way,
Rook.
Andy Woodward has officially won the challenger section.
Wow.
So he will
Nice.
play the Masters section next year. That's insane, actually. You want
Tata
to know
Steel
another
bhai.
cool fact, why?
Hmm.
Ivanchuk defeated both Andy Woodward and Aydin Suleymanli. The both, it's between three guys, yeah? Ivanchuk defeated both of them.
Nice. Also, like, it'll be crazy because we might have Erdogmus again. Then we'll have a 15-year-old. Then we'll have Andy Woodward, a 16-year-old. Like, it's Tata Steel Masters next year is going to be very, very young. And what if somebody like some other youngster
Levon
pops up?
plays
Yeah?
in, like, everyone's going to be like twice. He's going to be twice everyone's age, basically,
Oh,
if
man.
Levon.
It's going to be crazy. By the time Fabi, he takes on H5. Okay, finally, he goes for it.
Yeah.
You know what happened, by the way? We were talking about Gukesh blunder in Fabi's video. Then Fabi says, okay, it's a neurological thing, can happen at some point. Like it's Christian also says, yeah, it happens once in a while, but like you don't sit at top level. And also like Gukesh is very young. Yeah, you might expect this from somebody who's like in his mid-30s. But then suddenly Fabi laughs because Fabi is of course about to reach his mid-30s. So he starts laughing. 33, by the way, Fabi is my age. Damn. Bro, Fabi. मेरी उम्र का है साज भाई.
That's funny, actually. By the way, Queen D6 played also by Vincent very quickly. He was only looking at Rook H5, so that's pretty obvious now. And C5 is incoming now.
मुकेश ध्यान से खेलना भाई. We can't afford another loss.
Both Pragg and Gukesh, I think, is more or less equal. He should draw this, but yeah, Pragg still has to play some precise chess. And he has 9 minutes also, so वहाँ पे ज़्यादा वरी है.
He also said Topolov had some monster in 2010. He had some monster मतलब कहना क्या चाहते हो? Prep क्या? Topolov had some monster in 2010.
Monster
Everyone was
energy
scared.
drink की बात कर रहे हो यहाँ
ये
पे?
क्या था? अंशुल भाई क्या क्या मतलब नींद नहीं
He's
हुई है?
talking about that monster machine, actually, the monster laptop, I think.
नार्निया से आया था टोपलोव जी, क्या ये क्या है मॉन्स्टर इन 2010?
Oh wait, what?
Oh what?
Gukesh blundered.
There is no way, Sahaj भाई, आज क्या दिन है भाई, पांचों हारेंगे क्या भाई? This is genuinely what? I am sorry, what? Can we go full screen on Vincent? Full screen right now. I think that's a horrific blunder from Gukesh. And there are two moves, chat. First of all, bishop d3 itself is winning, but queen a3 is the move, attacking the bishop on e3 and breaks the formation. And now it's -2.
भाई golden pawn बोलना अभी शायद सही नहीं लग रहा, but
Saj by intuition itself, yeah, मतलब f3. I mean, it could work because of concrete reasons for sure. But when bishop d5 is an option, like is bishop d5 losing for
I think
black? Because if
why
bishop
he
is
didn't
not,
like rook a5, c5, knight f3, yeah, because then his winning chances are gone. Because black can go bishop f3,
by
gf3, c4.
so he
You can't
overpushed
win
basically,
this.
yeah. So
Yeah,
he
he's
overpushed
overpushed.
basically. He's
Yeah.
overpushed again.
I don't think Vincent expected this, so he's gonna take some time to think. By the way, Pragg has more or less equalized completely. भाई ये पांचों नहीं हारने चाहिए यार.
भाई चार तो हार रहे हैं हम. सो अब पांचवा भी.
चार तो हार रहे हैं यार.
भाई
Is this
भाई
losing, Sahaj bhai? Yes, bhai, it is. It is losing. Objectively, it's losing. Maybe some fort. Okay, it's not clear why it's losing. So it's not a comfortable, like a stable loss or anything, but maybe there is a fortress somewhere. But yeah, Gukesh is defending for sure. ऐसे तो draw ही ले लें, मतलब you should have taken the draw basically. बाप रे, this is very scary.
I still can't believe why we can lose all four. I can't believe this actually. He
ये
can
Pragg नहीं
genuinely
हार रहा
lose all
भाई.
five. Sorry.
Pragg नहीं हार रहा भाई.
भाई ऐसे गुकेश के बारे में भी क्या कहा था हमने, टू रिजल्ट पोजीशन. अब तो I've lost all faith actually. Anything can happen, साज भाई. Anything can happen. संडे है आज एक्चुअली. आज कुछ भी हो सकता है. And now the question is, does Vincent have it in himself to suddenly sense the change in momentum? Because he only has two moves, and bishop d3, to be honest, doesn't make any sense to me.
Queen
I would
a3 is
rather,
the move.
हाँ. So
Bishop को
bishop,
kick करो.
yeah.
King f2, I guess, or bishop f2. Not sure which one. Let's say bishop f2 for the sake of calculation. Bishop g6, and अब रुक के पास इस रैंक में एक भी घर नहीं है. So the rook has to go to h8. And then you start pushing this pawn, c5, for example, and suddenly it becomes very, very uncomfortable. By the way, if you look at this, even rook d8 is a draw, yeah? This is what I was telling you. Like cd4, rook d4, that's a draw. आप पूरी queen up हो, but it's still a draw. Actually, very interesting.
Okay, but I think black will not go for it then, I think. But yeah.
But what do you do here if c5 में rook d8? I mean, yeah, I think still probably it's savable for Gukesh. Maybe the computer is being a bit harsh.
Actually, Sajbhai, that might not be a draw. The endgame you're referring to, and purely because the pawn is not on f3. Pawn is on f3. Sorry, if the pawn was on
इससे
f2,
थोड़ी ना
that's a
फर्क
draw.
पड़ेगा. Rook
पढ़ रहा है,
h4, rook
queen e1 आ रहा है, I
d4.
think in some variations. Queen e1 आ
क्या?
गया तो it's lost.
बट बिशप रहेगा ना मेरा f2 पे.
नहीं वही कह रहा हूँ, like there are ways जहाँ पे bishop is on e3, rook d4, and it's like not in, you don't capture instantly. You give a check on a1 or c1 and maneuver around a bit. Bishop h5 का threat though, for example, to capture on f3, then queen b2 के बाद. And if queen e1 arrives, it's lost. So even that's a bit shaky. Like you can't keep the knight forever there. It might be lost in some variations.
Yeah. Okay, so the question is Vincent senses the moment?
Yeah. No player seems to see the blunder. Yeah, they even if they see it, you will not see it on their face, na? Like
Aye,
sometimes
they
you
do
will,
see it by, they do see. You can see how Vincent is now sort of, you know, moving. He senses the moment. Why I'm telling you,
but tell me the
complete change in
bigger.
body.
But Salve, answer the bigger question: has Gukesh seen it? Because that's what matters to us, to me
Not
at
yet.
least. Because I mean, if he's not seen it, then it's just, I don't know, lack of concentration or. Oh, by the way, Vincent is touching the bishop.
No, I think he's going for the queen. Why? He's going for the queen.
Now he's going
By
to
the way,
which
bishop
start? What do you
g6
think?
here will allow rook a5, so the rook will be safe. So that's why queen a3 is important, ताकि ये दोनों squares cover हो जाएं. Then bishop g6 में you cannot maintain yourself on this diagonal. Okay, he goes bishop d3. Second best move, still very good though.
Yeah, I think Bishop जा रहा था, but Bishop D3 के बाद now he's still winning actually. Queen A3 next move.
भाई पता है best move क्या है यहाँ पे? Like rook a5 and if c5 just knight c2, give up the knight. Bishop c2, rook c5. That's same end game.
Oh, but it's hard to play that as Gukesh. No, you're basically saying, okay, I've messed up again.
Hmm.
जो C pawn free का मिलने वाला था, मुझे piece देना पड़ रहा है उसके बदले.
Knight c6 अभी मार दो ना फिर तो. Actually, knight c6 right now in this position, just capturing this pawn and trying to hold a fortress is the second best option right now.
Actually, I like it because you can keep the rook on F4 and wait, it's not clear still.
Yeah, bishop को f2 पे रखो, rook को c5 and d4 and h4. You just keep shuffling around like this. And most likely it's going to be a draw.
But Queen F1 आएगा कभी ना कभी वहाँ पे साज भाई. So I don't know. Don't know still.
Yeah, it looks scary for sure.
By the way, Pragg and Jordan, let's have both the boards again because I think it's still taking some time. Both the boards we need because दोनों games इतनी crucial है. Vincent from here, I'd bet a lot of money on it. I think don't bet money. Why betting is not great, but oof, this is painful because it's like plus tha slightly, then he misses Queen E7, then it's equalish, then he misses again. Now it's lost. You kind of feel this is not the last mistake coming from Mukesh Sajbhai. That's the problem. Like the way it's going on, it's not the final mistake Mukesh has made in the game. And that's why I'm doubtful he can save this.
By the way, if he goes knight to b3, bishop g6 and it's GG. Queen d1 check incoming.
Oh.
वो knight वो sacrifice करना अभी बहुत जरूरी है for Gukesh. And also he doesn't have enough time. Yeah, 11 minutes each. That's not enough time. Yeah, it's not enough time for Vincent also, but looks scary regardless. Okay.
Oh. So if Gukesh loses, I think there'll be no, yeah, there's already nobody of 2750. So there'll be nobody of 2745 then.
अरे भाई वैसे फिर अर्जुन वापस वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 हो जाएगा if Gukesh loses.
Hi Arjun. Yeah, 2745 है उसकी dot.
That is if Sindarov doesn't win.
Wait, you're right. Actually, Sindarov become world top 10.
Yeah.
Aye. And he is better.
Yeah, but Van is holding some fortress there also.
Yeah, maybe some
Honestly, वो
hope.
वाला fortress थोड़ा ज्यादा safe लग रहा है ये वाले से. बोर्ड पे आने वाला है.
Will Sahaj Bhai play Olympiad? I think possible, bhai. Sorry, will Ding play Olympiad?
भाई मेरे को
Sorry,
डाल दो वापस.
sorry, bhai. Result देख कुछ भी possible है. Will Ding play Olympiad, Sajay? What do you think?
I think so, yeah. Last year also he played and he was board one, so I think Olympiad for sure he will play.
Yeah, I think there'll be other people asking him to play. I think the nation needs you. I think वो patriotic feeling तो रहती है, especially in countries in Asia थोड़ा बहुत. I think King F2 was one of the best moves, in fact, the best move in the position. But now your king is also a bit open, right? I mean, to checks for the queen side, for example. So queen A3, queen B4.
But ये pawn
Could
नहीं
be
मर
a
रहा है इधर. I see queen a3, but what's happening here? Can I not just chop this pawn?
Apparently you have
queen
queen.
b2.
Yeah.
But this
couple
is
of
not
checks
simple.
and yeah, it's not simple actually. Maybe Gukesh will save this somehow, but basically, oh, C5 blunder by Vincent. भाई बच गए शायद.
ये भी सही है भाई. ओपोनेंट ब्लंडर के अभी भी श्योर नहीं है बचे कि नहीं.
Because knight f5 and knight e2 both are now draw or equal. Let's say draw is a big.
भाई नाइट f5 खेल दो प्लीज. ट्रेड दिस एंड ओके. दैट्स अ ड्रॉ.
Now take the draw. Yes, bhai.
Yeah, please भाई. Okay, knight f5 played by. Okay, he's gonna take on f5 for sure.
मैं तो सेलिब्रेट ही नहीं करूँ. वेट, आरजीजी लड़की है? आई डिडंट इवन नो. आई तो लड़का है. पॉन गया विंसेंट का. भाई पॉन तो देखेंगे
अरे
अभी
हाँ,
क्या
even I didn't
करेगा.
know this भाई about RGC. I
है
didn't
ना?
know this. Yeah.
Okay, now bishop f5. Is it forced to take? Like, can he just avoid this or no?
Just take it. Maybe Vincent is getting ambitious, yeah. But उसमें कुछ होगा नहीं because if you don't take, then knight h6 check and rook takes c5 and bishop दोनों को बचा रहा है.
Hmm. Okay, we will get two draws.
Yeah,
Bishop f5
takes
played. Let's go.
and now
And,
c4.
oh, wait, c4 only move. I mean,
Of course,
obviously.
भाई to not
Obviously.
lose the pawn, yeah.
अब
Now
कह
I
रहा है
think
करूंगा. भाई अब तो तुम हो गया यार चेंज. अब कुछ नहीं कर सकते. मतलब रुक c5 now. Some sources are saying Gukesh declined novices. कौन से हैं sources आरुष भाई? कहाँ से आ रहे हैं sources?
trust me, bro.
रात में सपना देखा था कि कहीं पढ़ा था कुछ?
Yeah, अब तो draw है भाई. Rook c5 perhaps. Queen d3. He'll push this for sure. Maybe h4, c3, h5, c2. कुछ नहीं हो रहा ना इससे भी. h6. Yeah, कुछ नहीं हो रहा. You can never play c1, so I think when this position happens with c4, rook c5, queen d3, h4, he just checks and moves queen back, bother the bishop, then check again, and that could be a draw. Plays rook c5, by the way.
Yeah.
Gukesh about
That's
to
the
finish, I think.
Yeah, the game. Which player has impressed you the most in the tournament? I think impress wise, I think Bluebaum definitely one of them. Of course, Nodirbek and Sindarov is pretty obvious, but I think even Bluebaum, yeah, got
Erdogmus.
some Dogmas to hey again. I think not somebody to be
And
taken
of
lightly.
course, Sindarov. That's a big
Hmm.
one.
Hmm. Novices have GCT back to back. But why would Gukesh not play Novices? It's a bit weird, no? Because that was the event which really, I mean, he gets to play Magnus. Like, I don't see why he would decline the opportunity to play Magnus twice. Like, it's not only like a chance to beat him, but also a learning curve, right? I mean, playing Magnus, he might not get any other opportunities.
Yeah, correct. सूत्रों के अकॉर्डिंग गुकेश वन. नहीं भाई, टाटा स्टील में कोई सूत्र नहीं है. ट्रस्ट मी, आई चेक्ड ऑन द फर्स्ट
गुकेश
डे
के यहाँ
इटसेल्फ.
से
आई चेक्ड.
गुकेश के यहाँ से जीतने के लिए भाई जो तंटे पेलने पड़ेंगे. By the way, can we have both boards again? I think let's check out both games together. Oh, Rook E7 played, so Rook trade possible hai. But I think that in game should be a draw.
It's rook
Although
takes
you could
rook,
just
you
give a
mean?
check.
नहीं
Yeah,
नहीं,
but although
don't
you
take
could
the
just.
rook.
Mm,
ये फालतू का रिस्क क्यों लेना?
apparently,
Apparently
it is
that's
a
the
easy
best
draw.
move, yeah.
Yeah, it
That's
is a draw.
crazy.
Oh, it's a comfortable draw because knight is coming to f4 and knight takes d5. Actually,
But takes
it's a
takes king
हाँ,
e5 is the move.
king
King d7
e5,
खेला तो क्या करोगे?
king
Ah, then knight
d7
g4,
पे
knight f6. Yeah.
knight g4 exactly, and if knight d3, then king d4, knight moves somewhere, and next I think I'll have something. Not sure. Okay, I can go back to e5 at least.
He's calculating by
So,
rook e5, rook e7 मारे क्या नहीं? It's a risky move though.
but I think Pragg should do it. He should do it, yeah? Just end the game instantly because it's not if there's a way, he has to find it now. Lambala chalega to then you never
Yeah,
know. Your king is also cut off, by the way, on
correct,
the
correct.
file.
Yeah, Gukesh, by the way, showing some emotion there. I don't think he's happy. He knows it's going to be a draw now. But I don't think he knows the last move it was actually losing for him.
I mean, looking at the position draw, he should be happy, no? Like, I mean, there's no way white is better here. Like, no, not on any planet.
So he gives a check. Maybe he's trying to set up some mating attack ideas. Right? King g6 पे आया तो perhaps.
Okay, but you also, yeah, maybe G4, H4, H5, God knows.
What if
Sheikh,
players
but
only?
yeah.
Yeah, आप कर लो भाई.
Thanks for super chat. By what if players only play 916 classical time format, half month prior? Is that a good idea? I mean, it's great, but 960 didn't catch on to that level. It is a great format. We loved it, but Indian audience, may at least the format didn't catch up as much as normal chess. Normal chess has a history that spans hundreds of years. Um, I think I would love to see more freestyle, but not at the cost of classical also. So yeah, I mean, normal classical format maybe hua hai. Like it's been done, right? Sahaj bhai, like that was how it was played in a couple of tournaments last year.
Renke, for
So I think
example, was classical and it was freestyle 960.
even in the tour, I think there were a couple of events that classical chess tha. So maybe it was
Yeah,
fast classical, maybe it was classical. So I don't think it's not been tried. People did like it. Some people did not like it. I think depends on the taste.
yeah, and Weisenhaus, yes, they're right.
Yes.
Weisenhaus.
Who all has been confirmed to play Norway? I think in the open section, I think it's Magnus, Pragg, and Vincent, who are three people. Women, mein, I think it was uh, there was one player. I think Anna was it? I'm not sure, but second was Divya. I think so. Two in the women's section that I know of. By the way, Rook. Pragg has played it, yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. Clinical. Takes king e5 now next move, and we have a draw. Okay, that's a good development there. Or forced diya basically because d5 मर ही रहा है. Okay, he plays also. So amazing.
Yep. And chat plan simple है. Knight takes d5 मारना है बस सब. Knight उठाना है और d5 pawn मार देना है. So somehow, and he plays your moves Sahaj. Now I think knight g4 maybe is
Knight
the move.
dg4.
No, knight g4. I wanted to say
Knight dg4. You wanted to say knight d3, didn't you? I know this.
I want to say knight d1 bhai.
Knight dg3.
Knight d1 is a draw bhai. Don't doubt my
Hmm.
strength.
Oh yes, yes, yes. तभी आप knight d1 से knight g4 चले गए. Knight dg4.
Oh, play it. Let's go. Knight
Knight
dg4 on the
dg4.
board.
क्या भाई अब ब्लैक को क्या करना चाहिए भाई अब? Actually, this is a fun exercise. What's the worst move for black? Actually, there is no move here for black that is losing for him. Can you believe it? There's not a
But
single
makes
move that
sense,
black
no?
can play.
Makes sense, no? Like,
Yeah.
what was the point of Ukesh missing Tata Steel Rapid if he's not performing? I mean, he didn't know he will not perform here, I am guessing. So, he's getting out from the forest. What? What does that mean?
Is this some fun forest reference?
TY. Okay. By the way, Gukesh is repeating. He repeated once. Okay, not repeated, but gave like a couple of checks.
Yeah, I think he's okay with the draw. Okay, he goes king e7
Vincent.
also. Yeah, repetition ही हो रहा है भाई.
Is Vincent okay with the draw though? Rook c7, king d6.
Yeah, but okay, कुछ हो नहीं रहा. Bishop f4 check ना again. क्या होगा उससे?
हाँ, true. कैमरा ही उड़ गया भाई मुकेश का.
Oh, huge. If true.
Meanwhile, knight g4 के बाद
Gukesh will blunder this. नहीं भाई, अभी draw हो जाएगा ये. 10 मिनट के अंदर draw हो जाएगा. You see.
chat, by the way, this is the equivalent of 11:42 p.m. because the game started 2 hours early. So it's like it's 11:42, yeah. And usually the games on average would end between 12 and 12:15. So 10 मिनट में I think we will have the end to both games. Could be earlier as well. प्लग ने पानी की बोतल भी खत्म कर दी भाई.
Oh yes. Abhi Van Foreest सोच रहा, I mean, he probably knows that okay, 93, 95 is just winning, but he's trying to figure out any way that he can defend this pawn and continue the game, but
Oh,
too
किस
late
पे
now.
H4?
Yeah, of course, because H4 के बाद ही तो हो रहा है by draw. That was the best move, na?
Hmm.
He doesn't want to give him king d6.
Actually, apparently Queen C2 check is a nice try by Gukesh. Oh, sorry, by Vincent. Because King G3, there is Queen G6 check, and
King
you kind
f2.
of force the repetition. And if King G1, Queen E2 apparently wins.
क्या
So,
बात कर रहे हो?
that would be a nice check to try out for Vincent Keymer.
So if I
So
played
it's a
king g3, queen e2 now, then I have king f4 क्या? और bishop f4 is simple. Yeah. Bishop को basically c1 पे नजर रखनी है ताकि ये pawn तो c2 पे आएगा ही,
हाँ.
तो c1 पे नजर रखो और ये pawn push करते रहो. तो एक diagonal से you are controlling both.
Yes, exactly. So I think यहाँ पे you have to be a bit careful as well. Queen C2 check is something Vincent should 100% try. Hey. मैं भी चैट ही हूँ. मैंने पहले बोला मैं भी चाटती हूँ. मैंने कहा व्हाट? नथिंग कैन बीट वेट वॉट फ्रॉम साहिल भाई. साहिल हंस क्यों? क्या हो गया?
आपके टाइपो पे हंस रहा हूँ भाई. और by the way,
अरे but
check
it's
repetition
a
of your.
proverb, no? Like when you suck up to someone, it's a very common proverb, no? Like I
No,
don't.
it's not.
हाँ. It's a proverb to suck up to
साहिल मैं
someone.
बोल
Okay,
रही है तो
anyways.
मैं हर रोज बोलता हूँ.
I think that's what it means. Unless मेरे life crisis हो रहा है मुझे भाई. Suck up
अरे
होता है
भाई.
ना? I think it's sucking up to someone. Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
anyways, by the way, King G3 played. Queen
Yeah.
G6 is
Check.
repetition. It's a draw, chat. It's gonna be a draw. भाई मैंने इतने लोग, अच्छा है इसका मतलब यही था, इतने लोगों को बोल दिया होगा जिंदगी में. भाई वो अलग ही कुछ सोच रहे होते वरना. अच्छा है भाई, थैंक्स फॉर कंफर्मिंग दैट चैट. बाय द वे, does
मेरे को
Vincent want to
नहीं.
draw? क्या हुआ?
Just read a comment. It was very funny.
अच्छा.
But यार draw तो हो रहा है भाई.
Queen D3 also he can try actually. But Queen G6 is
क्वीन e2 में
freeze.
बिशप f4 ना, पॉन पुश कर लिया फिर कुछ हो नहीं रहा. ऑल्सो व्हाइट का पॉन भी h6 पे आता है तो इट्स मोर स्केरी फॉर विंसेंट फॉर श्योर. तो ड्रॉ ही सिंपल है यहाँ पे. बाय द वे, यॉर्डन ऑल्सो थिंकिंग. उसने कुछ अपडेट नहीं दिया वहाँ पे.
Okay, 6 minutes for Gukesh, 8 for Vincent. And if he can have both the games again, I think would still prefer that. I think वहाँ पे भी
कैमरा नहीं है ना
3
दूसरे.
इसका भी तो नहीं दिख रहा अभी. Let's have both anyways. फर्क नहीं पड़ता. एक का तो है ना. Let's do it. Both boards will have at least. हाँ, this is perfect actually. So we have correct camera. We have Gukesh in the distance. We can see him there.
Can someone become a GM without coach? Yes, you can, but it's rare and not not everyone becomes a GM. I mean, कुछ formal training तो आपको चाहिए होती है, like at some point. Completely on your own is like one in a million kind of a scenario.
Yeah. Whew. Still no moves by Jordan.
Yep, last long think. I think he realizes it's a draw, but he's trying to think, वो knight d5 allow करना. How can I prolong this? Just to not give him a straight draw. सहज भाई ये कैसे हो गया यार. ये तो पहले से ही बोलना शुरू कर दिया. उनको पता है कि यहाँ पे कुछ हो सकता है. नहीं भाई, अब नहीं होगा ब्लंडर. आई थिंक इट हो गया उसका टाइम.
By the way, knight e2 played.
नो,
So
Jordan also just going for a draw. Yeah, knight d3 is very simple now.
I think it's preventing knight f4 essentially. So, but knight b4 भी अपने पास. Yeah, it's going to be a draw soon, I think. Oh, maybe not actually. He's moving the knight to c7, Saj. In a variation. The knight is going to c7. So won't allow you to take on d5.
बट आप किंग कैसे इम्प्रूव कर रहे हो, राइट? नाइट बी फोर पे रख
हाँ,
दिया
वो तो अलग बात है.
इम्पॉसिबल, नो?
Hmm.
Oh, he plays queen d3, by the way. Vincent doesn't take. Okay, maybe he's just testing. Yeah, king f2 and then c3. Just bishop f4
Yeah.
also. Very simple.
Yeah. Good test by. And Gukesh, गलती मत करना भाई. I wanna hear Sahil bhai. Oh no, one more perfect melody to sleep. Bhai, देश तफा कर रहा है तुम्हारी मेलोडी के चक्कर में. चॉकलेट खाओ, खुश रहो.
कोई अलार्म क्लॉक रख दो. Oh no.
By the way, bishop
Yo,
f4
chat,
played
I
by
think
Gukesh.
I mean, you have the, you know, the moments जहाँ पे oh no आता है.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? तुम
नहीं नहीं,
उठे
अब
नहीं?
थोड़ा
Wait,
फोर्स
what?
लग रहा है भाई, थोड़ा वो चाहिए आप.
मैं साथ में देखो ना. You can take the wait words and I can add तुम उठे नहीं, and you can clip this one and then you can clip it like together. So हो जाएगा तुम्हारा काम. Okay, king e5 played by Pragg. Still no. Okay, he went to c7. As I told you, yeah, he's trying to defend it, but queen d5 played.
Rook goes to c7, check. King goes to e6, and okay, you try to push. Basically, push, black takes, you take on c4. That's also simple.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ रुक टेक c4 मारो and exert dominance कि भाई ये भी draw है. What is?
कुछ भी.
नहीं, it's possible, no? maybe it is Sajay. Who knows?
Huge if true. Yeah, I think Vincent is okay with a draw. h5. He's allowing h5 basically. Queen h5 के बाद it's a draw. Oh, by the way, and Pragg's board is just about to finish.
Oh, let's have a look full board. एक बार Pragg के board के ऊपर, because I think there was nothing to do actually when he tried for a while and it is a draw. So handshakes and Pragg survives, yeah?
Yeah, nice save there towards the end. So he finishes on 5.5 out of 13. Of course, the tournament has not been the best for Pragg, but nice save in the last round regardless. It's pretty solid. And
16
yeah,
points. I think Pragg loses in this tournament, but yeah, he at least he saved that game. That was a huge save. And finally, the world champion, Gukesh, one remaining game. I don't think we have the camera for him. So let's focus on the game then.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? नहीं भाई रिफ्रेश करो यार. क्या कर रहे हो आज भाई? ड्रामा मत यार.
मेरे को लगा आपके उधर से वेट व्हाट निकलेगा असली वाला.
अरे यार नहीं भाई, it felt impossible कि ऐसा रुक ब्लंडर कर देगा भाई वो.
It was a very bad try, but yeah, I thought कुछ तो.
Felt fake भाई, felt fake. You know, like वो instant वो genuine reaction आता है. I jumped off my bed.
I jumped out of my bed. Sorry, chat. It wasn't directed at you, yeah. Sorry, chat. But okay, now just h5 and it's just a draw. Basically h5, queen h5 and rook c4. यहाँ पे आप draw पूछ सकते हो essentially, and it's simple. But Gukesh thinking maybe h5 के अलावा कुछ और possible, maybe king g4, but यहाँ पे थोड़ा risk भी हो सकता है because queen है यार. Queen is too much.
साले, why do you think rook c6 में we would believe it? Yeah, मतलब rook c6 is too much, no? थोड़ा genuine करना चाहिए आपको. Like bishop
But
e3.
फंसा तो दिया था मैंने आपको.
नहीं, but I mean,
या
yeah,
ऐसे कोई मूव
something
नहीं है
was.
ना यहाँ पे which is not an apparent blunder. ऐसे कोई मूव
Maybe
नहीं
there
है.
could be.
Like I wanted to do it here. I was thinking about it here, and I was like, okay, Vincent just played king d7, and then for you to say, wait, what? But उसने वो
That would
moment
have been believable actually.
Yeah, I know.
More believable, let's say.
Vast if honest. Yes, correct, bhai. ब्लंडर साइन नहीं आया इसलिए पता नहीं चला साहिल भाई को.
Blunder?
ब्लंडर साइन नहीं आया.
Bye. साहिल भाई, आर यू ऑन सोशल मीडिया? ये क्या सवाल? अभी हम कहाँ बैठे हैं भाई?
Any chance of a Gukesh win? Realistically, no, bhai. I mean, he should technically go H5 and just take the draw, but he has 3 minutes. Let's see what he is thinking. By the way, सबका match खत्म हो गया ना? Gukesh is the last one. It's actually Sindarov and Gukesh who are the only ones playing now.
Sindarov is still better, yeah. He's pushing. So if he
It's also
wins,
props to him, yeah. He knows कि जीतने पे भी like he's only finishing second. Draw पे भी he's second, but still he's playing. So that's nice.
Kudos. Sahil bhai, look, Sahil bhai, I'm just tired. Actually, to be honest, this tournament has been tiring. Who drew? Gukesh has drawn, by the way. Oh, they drew. It's over, kya?
Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
they have drawn. Wow. So an escape from Gukesh at the end. I think at some point we're thinking Gukesh better hai. Gukesh equal hai. Gukesh हार रहा है, and at the end he survived somehow. So I'm happy at least world top 10 तो इंडियन ही रहेगा साज भाई, चाहे कुछ भी हो सिंदारव की गेम में.
हाँ भाई. That's a nice silver lining there. But 2750 पे कोई नहीं है भाई अभी. But yeah, Gukesh now is the new India number one.
And I think Keymer pointed out Queen A3 वहाँ पे. So I think he saw it later. So there was some chances for Keymer to win that one. But at the end, बच गए बाल बाल भाई, बच गए बाल बाल. Let's put it that way.
Correct, bhai. But sad tournament overall. And a sad like end also, I would say, overall. But okay, it continues, and we'll have some very exciting chess, in the future. And
A week
candidates,
from
of course,
now.
is the big one, and hopefully Pragg can find his form until then.
Yeah,
So,
and before we leave you, chat, I think just the standings once will be very, very crucial, because I think Sindarov ka, it's technically a draw, but he's pushing, so it's objectively we can't really decide. Practically, he's going to put pressure. 48 seconds for Thai Dai Van. If we can have the standings, I think we will get a glimpse, of whether Gukesh made the left part. Sahaj bhai, do you think so?
nahi bhai.
अरे यार,
No bhai. Of course
एक
not.
इच्छा थी मेरी, and वो नहीं पूरी हुई भाई. Gukesh is on 6.5. He's on the right side, and of course, we're gonna have Sindarov likely gain some points. Nobody will be in last place, but Arjun will be in second last place. Aravindh in third last place. Pragg in fourth last place, and Gukesh will be in ninth place. So top 8 में कोई नहीं आया भाई इंडिया में. That's
Yeah, and
crazy.
amongst the candidates, like Sindarov, of course, is still playing, and Bluebaum is on
He'll be
sixth place.
second. He'll be second regardless of the result, right? He'll be
So
second.
second, sixth, and then it is 11th
Yeah.
and 8th. Yeah, so second, 6th, 8th, and 11th. I mean, overall, not the best performance from the candidates also, yeah, collectively, besides Sindarov, of course.
Yeah, and there it is. Nodirbek is the winner. And of the master section, it's a dream true come from him, as he mentioned. And of course, the challenger section is won. Has it been won already by Andy Woodward? Yes, he has reached 10 points. 10 points out of 14. That's crazy.
Nodirbek.
Andy Woodward in the
Oh,
challengers.
Andy Woodward, yes. He's on 10
Yeah.
out of 40. That's
Wow.
insane. By the way, he lost his first round, yeah, against Bibisara.
Wow.
After
What a
losing the
performance.
first match, he finished 10 and 10 double digits by insane.
Insane. So, chat, this is the end of Tata Steel Chess. Not the ideal event for Indian players, we know. Sajva, any final words to summarize the event for you overall?
I think no summary needed here. It was just a very horrible event, I think, overall. But hoping that our boys can, find their form and get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, and next event is SCC. That's going to happen next weekend. Uske baad Freestyle World Championship, maybe 25%, 50% chance. And then, of course, Pragg Masters, jahan pe Gukesh Dommaraju aayenge. That will be last week of Feb. Gukesh Arvind playing. So, chat, thank you for joining us for this event. Not the ideal event, but a lot of lessons to be learned. And it pointed out those lessons to the players, ताकि they can work on them, ताकि candidates से पहले सारी हम mistakes भाई ऐसे करके धो डाले. तो थैंक यू साहज भाई फॉर द अमेजिंग कमेंट्री. मजा आया भाई इस बार तो, मतलब बोलते ना रिजल्ट्स नहीं थे बट तब भी वॉचिंग थी भाई. दैट्स ओनली थैंक्स टू यू. थैंक यू सो मच भाई, इतना फ्लॉलेस ब्रॉडकास्ट जो आपने किया है, मतलब मजा आ गया भाई. एंड थैंक यू चैट, आपके साथ एंगेजमेंट के साथ ही तो मजा आता है, वरना क्या पॉइंट भाई, आपके बिना तो कोई स्ट्रीम ही नहीं है. तो चैट, वील सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट इवेंट. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.